One day, a violent thunderstorm struck, triggering a series of unusual events. Frightened city residents, hearing some unbearable rumbling, couldn't tell whether it was the sound of a raging storm or a sudden earthquake. To make matters worse, the lights suddenly went out, and without them, the surrounding noise seemed ominous. The next moment, one of the townspeople noticed something strange that caught his attention. Turning to his friend, the young man wanted to know where the water was dripping from, as it definitely shouldn't be there. The young man turned around in horror to look around and decide what to do next. But at that moment, he saw a huge monster in front of him, with a long tongue dripping with saliva, which they had initially mistaken for water. After that, the people in the hall heard a wild scream and realized that there were very strange creatures there. The crowd didn't know how to react in this situation, since it was something they had never encountered in their lives. Suddenly, one of the guys shouted that they should run as fast as possible and look for an exit. As he ran out of the hall, the stranger shouted. He realized that many of the people who had been inside had died, and he didn't know what lay ahead of him. The only consolation was that the monsters were no longer chasing him, though it was unclear if there was anything like that in the city. Upon reaching the center, the young man saw other people standing and watching the intense lightning closely, discussing among themselves that they had seen something strange. The young man trembled and said aloud that the end of the world must have come, for there was no other way to explain the appearance of this anomaly. Such unusual storms occurred simultaneously in different parts of the world. The buildings struck by lightning soon turned into layers of terrifying killer monsters that hunted the inhabitants. Such places came to be called dungeons. Many countries even sent military forces there to assess the threat and gather information. However, conventional weapons were useless against the monsters. In the end, even the army was unable to deal with such anomalies. The military withdrew. Many of them realized that people were still trapped inside homes and buildings, but they also knew that it was too late to save them, since the monsters were, first of all, stronger, and second, far more numerous. Humanity had plunged into the depths of despair when suddenly their saviors appeared. The strangers, holding some kind of map, asked the soldiers not to interfere and to stay out of the way. The professionals knew what they were planning to do. What was strange was that after the request for the Red Knight to appear, a strange figure did indeed materialize out of nowhere, though most likely it wasn't even human. The man who summoned this helper knew exactly what he was doing, as if he had done such things 1,000 times before. As for the Red Knight, he grabbed his sword and immediately rushed into battle against the dangerous monster that was blocking the soldiers' path. It turned out that these people were the Awakened. In battle, they used special cards called gate cards. These items had been developed in secret laboratories by scientists who had foreseen the emergence of dungeons in the world. Soon, one after another, the Awakened began to appear, that is, those capable of wielding the power of the cards. Such individuals immediately became the focus of intense attention, as they were able to fight monsters, and very successfully at that. Eventually, companies emerged that, in collaboration with the Awakened, built their businesses around clearing out dungeons. In a world where such dungeons pose a daily threat to people, the Awakened have become the elite of this society. One of these guys is named Okita Hikaru. He is also an Awakened one and has been working for 3 years at a firm that specializes in monster extermination. The boy's father was killed by a monster. It happened almost immediately after they appeared. As for his mother, she ended up in the hospital, leaving him with only his younger sister, and they had no idea what to do next. At some point, the young man decided to take the test to find out if he could become an Awakened. That's why the young man went to the office, where he was asked to approach the counter and place his hand on the device holding the card. The young man didn't know what to expect from the test, but he understood that this was the only way that would allow him and his sister not just to survive, but to live like human beings. A moment later, our hero's hand touched the card, but it seemed as though nothing was happening. The judges tried to figure out if there was a reaction or not, but then decided that the card wasn't moving, and therefore this man was incapable of anything in their line of work. The system sent a notification stating that the lowest level of ability had been detected. Okita Hikaru watched the proceedings intently. His face clearly showed intense fear, though he remained silent. Even though his ability level was practically 0, he still had some abilities, and so the guy was assigned to a team, though he received the lowest rank. Of course, the hero had received an Awakened license, but his rank was so low that no company would consider hiring him for serious work. And so the young man barely made ends meet, working odd jobs here and there until something astonishing happened. When he heard his sister say that a letter had arrived for him, our hero wondered why such influential people would even write to him. It turned out that Clearwater, one of the largest dungeon clearing companies, had begun an active search for new staff, Okita Hikaru was incredibly happy that there was someone willing to hire him, despite his low rating. You can't slack off at a job like this, you have to give it your all, so that not only his sister but also his mom can live happily. When the young man arrived at the company, he had no idea what awaited him, as he had never encountered anything like this before. The young man had no idea that in such teams there is always rank-based oppression, as well as harsh inequality. It was precisely all of this that led to low-ranking guys not only sustaining serious injuries, but also dying. One of the seniors called the new arrivals trash, a shield for the rank awakened, but no one was allowed to complain or take offense, because this was an opportunity to understand what monster attacks were like. It turned out that this was how Clearwater recruited people to protect the elite, that is, the highest-ranking awakened, while low-ranking staff were cannon fodder, expendable material who, upon death, were replaced by other awakened of the same rank. The worst part was that the elite had set up our hero, just like they did to others like him. The guys were left in the dungeon, where the strongest and most ruthless monsters dwelled. Lying on the ground, the young man said aloud that he couldn't just die here like this. The boys saw the monsters, tears streaming from his eyes, yet he had no idea what to do in this situation. Just as the young man was about to die, something extraordinary happened that turned his whole life upside down. Suddenly, a sort of altar appeared before our hero, on which lay a crystal. This stone looked very beautiful. Moreover, it was so alluring that it was impossible to resist. Upon touching the crystal, the young man gained an amazing ability to create an unlimited number of rare cards. Looking at his small bag, the surprised hero tried to figure out where such a huge number of cards had come from. What's more, all those cards were laid out in front of him so that he could study them. Even then, Okita Hikaru knew that if anyone got their hands on such a large deck, they would be unbeatable. After that, the young man summoned the two-headed dark serpent, knowing exactly why he needed it. In that very moment, a massive monster began to materialize before the young man. These beings were truly mesmerizing. It seemed difficult to find anyone who could boast of such strength and power. However, the snakes were in no hurry to do anything because they obeyed only the one who had summoned them. At that very moment, these creatures used their fire breath to draw some very strange patterns on the floor. Unexpectedly, our hero announced that not only had his vision improved, but now he could determine an opponent's abilities and strength with a single glance. Shouting with all his might, the young man ordered his assistants to launch an immediate attack, realizing that waiting would lead nowhere. Generally speaking, Okita Hikaru had reached a level of power that no top-ranked player had ever possessed before, and those who had previously humiliated and set him up had no idea of this yet. Realizing that the young man was facing a very cunning predator, his colleagues shouted that this was a reckless move since it could simply get them killed. But the young man listened to no one and nothing. He summoned some kind of gate to aid him. Gathering all his strength and power, our hero knew that only he possessed an endless deck of cards, and he would use this power solely for the sake of his revenge. At that moment, the player cared about nothing. He knew for certain that he was practically invincible, and so he was eager to see just what he could do. And so the guy remembered again that there were a great many high-ranking awakened ones working at Clearwater. When he arrived there, he had no idea what he would face in that place, nor what would happen to him next. But reality turned out to be far from rosy, and the worst part was somewhere in Tokyo in a basement that had once served as a pharmaceutical company's building. It was a 9th-level underground facility where anything could be expected, so the guys were moving very slowly. One of the adventurers, as they were sometimes called, said they were in the right place, but complained that the radar was barely working and the signal was very hard to make out. The frightened player noted that perhaps they needed to return to the others, realizing that they were unlikely to be able to proceed any further. Suddenly, the group screamed. They saw several F-rank goblins in front of them and realized they wouldn't be able to defeat them. However, the monsters growled. They didn't want to let the humans go, seeing that the humans were afraid of them. And while the goblins focused their attention on one adventurer, the second, drawing his sword, tried to attack these enemies to save his companion's life. One young man was captured. The second, who was trying to help him, knew the odds were stacked against them and therefore thought there was nothing they could do in this situation. As expected, the boys had fallen into a trap they couldn't have known about for sure. At that moment, the goblins were screaming wildly, their very demeanor showing that no one could defeat them. Lifting his head, the unfortunate young man said that this was a great joy because they had been saved. One of the company employees, holding a weapon in his hands, declared in an icy tone that he didn't understand why they paid adventurers if they couldn't even handle the simplest goblins. Just then, our hero arrived. He had heard strange noises and realized what was happening, but had only just managed to come to the rescue, so he wanted to know how his colleagues were doing. The frightened young man couldn't really say anything because he was so terrified. But they didn't have time to finish speaking because at that moment one of the young men asked Noguri, who had saved the unfortunate ones, to report on the situation. Pointing at the monsters, the young man reported that he had managed to kill 4 goblins. No traces of a magic stone were found after their deaths. 2 low-ranking goblins had been attacked, so they certainly wouldn't be of any help in the upcoming cleanup. The men lay on the ground, realizing that he was talking about them, but they didn't want to say anything or argue. Okita Hikaru didn't want to just leave it at that. He asked his colleagues to move to a safe place so he could help the wounded. But the leader shouted angrily that these 2 were dead weight. There was no point in wasting time on them. The officers didn't understand why they weren't being taken along, so they begged not to be left behind. The boy didn't understand why people were being treated so disrespectfully, so he also asked the leadership to stop for a moment to tend to the wounds of these people who would be able to get out on their own. Seeing that the young man had already pulled a card from his pocket, the boss shouted at the boy not to dare waste his magic, threatening that otherwise he would face punishment. Stammering, Okita Hikaru wanted to object, but couldn't bring himself to do so, for then they would leave him here as well. As he left, the boy thought to himself that he felt very sorry for these guys, but he wasn't in a position to help them in any way. The adventurers, left alone in the dungeon, could only watch sadly as the other members disappeared into the depths of the cave. To clear the dungeons, the company hired many high-ranking guys, many of whom boasted an A rank, as well as low-ranking ones, among whom was our hero. People like Noguri were always bossing everyone around, acting as if they had no equals. Unexpectedly, the young man asked his colleague to issue weapons to the members of his group so they could defend themselves. Grabbing the young man by the collar, the arrogant colleague declared that the low-ranking members already had weapons and therefore he didn't understand what else they wanted from him. But in reality, the arsenal of elite awakened ones includes not only powerful gate cards, but also the latest weapons designed to fight dungeon monsters. However, the bullets for such weapons use magic stones that can appear after a monster's death. Since these stones are very valuable, lower-ranking members are issued subpar equipment, which serves only as a means of self-defense and isn't very suitable for combat. Elite suits are custom-made from special fibers that provide partial damage protection. The suits of low-ranking members, however, are the most ordinary, so in the dungeons, workers can rely only on themselves. Our hero, his rank fares nothing lower than that, and so he considers himself the worst of the worst. He's not even allowed to participate in battle. To them, he's just a porter or a servant. The young man realizes that he is even lower than a low-level adventurer. Looking at the building, the young man thought that the exterior hadn't changed much. It looks like an ordinary office building, but appearances are deceiving. Inside the structure lies a dungeon, where a single misstep could cost him his life. As he climbed the stairs, our hero was out of breath, knowing that it wasn't as easy as it might seem at first glance. After a while, the young man was already standing and looking at the 10th level dungeon, a place he had never been before. However, the young man was not as pleased with the dungeon's level as he was with the fact that they had made it this far, because getting here with so much gear on his back was no easy feat. Although Okita Hikaru realized he had no time to rest, monsters could attack at any moment. He had to stay alert. At one point, after looking at the map, the party members grew a little nervous because the system had alerted them to a danger. Realizing there was no need to panic, the adventurers looked around to see for themselves what was happening. At that moment, the guy pointed out that there was a large group of goblins ahead. The radar showed there were more than 10 of them. Suddenly, several monsters appeared before the group. They were the same kind of goblins they had already dealt with earlier. These monsters were slowly approaching the group. It seemed they weren't planning to attack right away, but were waiting for something. The group leader ordered his subordinates to prepare for an attack immediately. He went on to say that it was important to eliminate the front ranks without using cards, while at the same time keeping a close watch on their surroundings, as other goblins could appear suddenly. Seeing that someone was about to shoot, the man added that not a single bullet should be wasted. With every passing minute, the goblins were getting closer and closer, and they were acting very aggressively. Nishino, who had a special rifle, immediately fired the first bullet at the monster. However, a moment later, the frightened young man shouted that something was wrong with these goblins because they weren't dying. The adventurer didn't want to give up. It seemed he had completely forgotten that he needed to conserve his bullets, so he took aim again and fired. His colleague, standing nearby and not about to wait for them to attack her, did the same. The goblins fell, but after a while they got back up, even though the bullets were flying one after another. Turning around, the girl shouted to our hero that one monster had broken through and was heading toward him. The young man knew he didn't have a weapon like that, though he wasn't about to give up, shouting that he understood everything. Grabbing his sword, the guy looked intently ahead, waiting for the moment when the fight would begin. The goblin stared intently at the young man and growled. The look on its face made it clear that it was about to attack. As for the adventurer, he was left alone to face this problem, and his only weapon was a very ordinary, weak sword. Our hero noted to himself that the monster was close. He didn't have a gun, but he had to do something. He couldn't just stand there. Realizing the monster was attacking, the young man immediately began fending it off with his sword, shouting something very loudly at the same time. But the goblin wasn't afraid of some kid. His bullets hadn't been able to stop him, let alone some blade. Suddenly, the young man stumbled. Realizing he was falling to the ground, he thought to himself that nothing could save him now. But at that moment, the girl approached the monster and began firing bullets at it. Giving her teammate a contemptuous look, the adventurer declared that the goblin was the lowest rank. Yet Hikaru Okita couldn't even handle it. And she immediately added that the guy was even getting paid for this. Of course, he felt great, doing nothing yet getting paid, which meant they weren't on equal footing at all. This accusation was unfair because the young man had no powerful magic pistols. Aside from a sword that only delivers a slight electric shock and can't even inflict minor damage, he had nothing. Closing his eyes, our hero thought that he could have defended himself if they'd given him a proper weapon. But as it was, he'd come here empty-handed. He had the gate cards, but they were also the weakest. Practically nothing could be done with him. But he didn't get to finish his thought. Someone's voice shouted that the sweep was over, and it was very important not to forget to collect the magic stones, of which there weren't that many. But what can you do? After all, they're just goblins. When you defeat a monster, particles of magical power magic stones may remain after its death. You can get rare stones from particularly strong monsters. They're used for gate cards and unlock new unique abilities. From low-rank monsters, you mostly get shards. They're used in weapon cartridges, but they can also be useful for cards. The fact is that activating a powerful skill requires a huge amount of magic. So magic stone shards can be very useful even to high-rank awakened ones. According to the rules, the magic stone goes to the awakened one who defeated the monster. Consequently, those adventurers who don't defeat anyone can forget about the stones. Turning to our hero, the leader asked where the stairs to the next level were. Glancing at the map, the guy explained that it was about 40 meters away from them, having only managed to say that the radar had detected movement and that there were new monsters ahead. Everyone present turned their attention to the enormous beasts. At that moment, everyone froze in their tracks, wondering what would be the best course of action. Standing before the adventurers was a C-rank lion werewolf, and next to it stood a D-rank lion guardian. They were all much stronger than Okita Hikaru, so there was no point in him even standing near them. The leader immediately said that these opponents would be tougher than the goblins and asked the boy to look up information on the werelion just in case. The young man immediately explained that a sea-level threat was a magical beast without any special abilities, but that firearms were ineffective against it. The leader immediately shouted for everyone to be careful, because the guardian lions would defend the werewolf. They acted in concert, so it was crucial to break through their defenses first. Only then could the werewolf be defeated. After that, he turned to the shield squad and ordered them to create protective barriers to prevent the guards from attacking the A-rank squad. No matter what happened, they couldn't leave their positions because the entire task and mission depended on it. In an indifferent tone, the girl ordered the guys to hold the shield. If they didn't, she threatened to destroy them personally after the mission was complete. Looking at the beasts, Okita Hikaru thought that for the sake of rank A, they were obligated to sacrifice themselves, powerless to do anything about it. Such is the fate of low-ranking awakened ones, who themselves do not know what they are doing in this place. Realizing that his colleagues had moved ahead, the young man shouted for them to be sure to take care of themselves. With eyes full of terror, the young man silently prayed that they would definitely stay alive. It was very important to him. After that, he remembered that the elite always carry the best weapons with them. As for Okita Hikaru and the other low-ranking members, they were issued only a stun baton, which could only temporarily scare the monsters away. At that moment, the guy just stood there looking around. He wanted this battle to end as soon as possible, because the lives of guys just like him depended on it. For a while, nothing happened because the adventurers stood on one side and the enemy on the other. At that very moment, the leader shouted for the people in the shield group to immediately prepare their cards and under no circumstances retreat. It was a terrifying sight because the lions immediately pounced on the adventurers. And again, the team leader shouted that they should wait until these predators were right up close. Only then could they begin to act. The lower-ranking guys were afraid, they were trembling, but they didn't dare step back, hearing the command. Realizing that the beasts were already very close, the leader turned to the group of shield bearers who were supposed to use the shields. The young people immediately shouted that they were summoning a protective barrier for help. This card creates a barrier in front of the owner, as well as the opponent, generating a protective field. In an instant, a protective field actually began to form around each of the adventurers. It seemed that the adventurers were now securely protected by some kind of powerful barrier that nothing could break. Suddenly, one of the lions crashed into this defense at high speed, believing it could break through. The young people realized that their defenses wouldn't last long, so they turned to the high-level players, urging them to launch an attack. Smiling, Nishino shouted for the lower-ranking members not to panic or be afraid, because nothing would happen to them. At that very moment, the adventurer pulled out his own card to continue the battle. Wanting to show off all his power, the young man declared that everyone should witness the might of level A. Summoning a fire warrior to his aid, the young man realized that victory would now definitely be on their side, for this defender's attack was simply incredible. And a moment later, he told the lions that he would leave nothing but ashes of them, and most importantly, that they shouldn't complain about the situation later. It seemed that with every passing minute, this warrior's strength grew stronger and stronger. Meanwhile, the lower-ranking participants were saying that they were about to be attacked and therefore needed protection. They wouldn't last long. The girl called these people trash, saying she didn't want to hear their constant whining. In that very moment, the adventurer turned her attention to herself, pulling out an important card. Immediately, the Wind Warrior was summoned to help, a warrior who, thanks to the air, can unleash incredible attacks. The participant knew that this warrior was her greatest advantage, with which they would be able to quickly defeat the lions. And so, just a second later, the girl shouted for her assistant to immediately go on the offensive and eliminate all the enemies. At that very moment, the battle began, and it truly seemed as though it would end very quickly. As for the Awakened, practically nothing depended on them. Even though they boasted of belonging to rank A, in reality, they were just as much participants as the low-level ones, only with weapons, which was their trump card. At that moment, Okita Hikaru shouted at his friends not to get distracted because there was still the werewolf left who might try to escape. The young people stared ahead in horror. It seemed they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The enormous monster raised an equally massive axe, which it had already swung back to deliver a blow. The blow was of incredible force, not only shattering the barrier but also splitting the ground in two. One of the young men, staring ahead in horror, couldn't believe what had just happened. Looking at this defender, the adventurers exclaimed in horror that this monster had caused such destruction with a single blow that it was hard to even imagine. At that moment, Okita Hikaru ran toward the boys, shouting that they needed to be as careful as possible. Moreover, the young man didn't want anyone to get in his way, as if he could do anything in that situation. Putting his colleagues in front of him, our hero shouted that he would distract the werewolf to buy some time. Looking at the monster, the young man thought to himself that this was his chance, an opportunity to show everyone what he was capable of. And while Nishino was shouting something, the young man refused to listen to anyone, confident that now everyone would look at him differently. Suddenly, the young man felt someone strike him hard across the cheek, not realizing who it could be. Standing next to the lion, who had paused for a moment, the young man asked his colleagues why they were treating him this way. Continuing to kick Okita Hikaru, the antagonist said that no one had given him the right to join the battle. His only task was to treat others if they were wounded. The adventurer seemed to think that someone had given him the right to bully the young man, who couldn't say a word. After that, Nishino declared that our hero wasn't just an F rank, he was practically trash. And as for battle, that was something exclusively for the higher classes. A moment later, the player summoned a card to assist him, shouting that he was calling forth the gate, and immediately declared that he needed a fire warrior who would be perfectly capable of handling the task at hand. At that moment, something indescribable began to happen, as this warrior actually possessed unreal strength. But we weren't able to watch this mesmerizing action because the leader yelled that they needed more barriers, so the lower-ranked participants had to summon a shield for themselves again. A moment later, he declared that Okita must tend to the wounded immediately, as their defenses were weakened. The boy immediately decided to use an elixir card, which allowed him to slightly boost his own strength and heal minor wounds. Even though this was just a minor task, the young man carried it out as if the entire mission depended on it. Realizing that he was feeling much better, one of the guys, who was also under the protective barrier, thanked his comrade and ran off to continue doing his part of the job. At that very moment, the guys began rebuilding the protective barrier, realizing that without it, nothing would work. But the monster had no intention of waiting for the people to set up their defense, And so it began to break it down again. The young people understood that they faced a difficult task, but they had heard that the leader had already summoned the Wind Warrior. Moreover, he said that they couldn't let their guard down and had to build as many barriers as possible. It could be said that the lower ranks continue to sacrifice themselves endlessly, no matter how it happens. With their cards, the guys can only take the brunt of the attack. By helping the elite, they can only defend, while the high-ranking Awakened handle the rest. The worst part is that they don't pay attention to what the adventurers have to do to hold the shield. They have no idea that every minute counts and aren't in any particular hurry. While helping his colleagues, the young man thought his rank was so low that he wasn't even allowed to use a shield, and so he considered himself utterly pathetic and had no idea where all this would lead him. Meanwhile, the high-ranking adventurers were joyfully shouting that they had practically defeated these monsters. Turning to the boss, Nishino asked him, his voice full of joy, if he wouldn't mind lending his team a hand. Pulling out a card, the young man said that he had been planning to do just that himself. The next moment, the boss pulled out one of his cards to summon an assistant to his aid. Suddenly, everyone saw a hand appear. It seemed the assistant would be connected to water in some way. The boss remained silent, but he continued to summon whoever could finish this battle. It was an interesting character in full armor who knew exactly what he was there to do. It turned out to be a sea warrior who actually possessed incredible strength. What was particularly interesting about him was his spear and his ability to control water, which allowed him to do all sorts of things. Realizing that the enemies had been destroyed, the leader informed his team members that they were looking at a rare magic stone. And while the other rank A adventurers grumbled, the commander was delighted, for according to the rules, the stone belonged to him, since it was his subordinate warrior who had defeated all the enemies. As for the low-ranking adventurers, they were once again left with nothing, because of such unequal conditions where your efforts don't pay off. Many Awakened simply quit. Our hero thought that the world seemed mired in inequality or injustice, whether it was office work or clearing out dungeons. Suddenly, the leader's voice snapped the young man out of his thoughts, asking if it was true that he had tried to protect someone from a werewolf's attack. The young man was embarrassed, realizing he shouldn't have done that, but instead the man praised the adventurer, saying he wanted to give him a special card for it. It was a rare A-rank card that he had specifically saved for the boss of this dungeon, but now he wanted Okita Hikaru to have it, hoping that he would use it in this battle. And while our hero mumbled something under his breath, Nishino angrily asked why the boss was giving such a valuable card to some kid. The boss explained that knowing how strong the enemy was, Okita still rushed to his comrade's aid. Few would have been able to do the same. The offended Ranka adventurer stared intently at the boss, unable to argue with him. As for the leader, he went on to explain that this was an incredibly powerful card, used to capture the strongest monsters. His colleagues should only use it on command, and when he gave the signal, the young man had to report the release. Each Awakened can have only one gate card. Unfortunately, the young man won't be able to use the elixir after that, and they'll have only one chance to defeat the dungeon boss. And as he left, he shouted for the young man not to let them down, since the mission was incredibly important. Holding the map in his hands, Okita Hikaru thought that he had finally been noticed. Perhaps he would be able to raise his status. He couldn't let this chance slip away. Only Nishino looked closely at their leader, but walked past him. A short while later, the entire team was climbing the stairs leading to the 10th level dungeon. The boy, as before, held a tablet in his hands to check if any danger was lurking nearby. The young man realized that, judging by the building's layout, they were heading toward the boss's lair. The girl remarked that the young man was quite knowledgeable about blueprints and learned that he had studied the subject a bit during his college years. Suddenly, our hero shouted that the radar had detected traces of a large monster. The adventurers immediately began looking around for the beast. And then everyone noticed a huge monster staring right at the uninvited guests. The guys said that, judging by all appearances, this was the dungeon boss they had been searching for so long. Staring intently at this monster, the guy tried to think of something, though his thoughts were all jumbled. For a moment it seemed as if time had frozen, for not only the awakened ones but also the monster stood motionless in their places. For a while nothing happened, which allowed the group to assess the situation calmly and decide how to proceed. Okita Hikaru wanted to know how high the dungeon boss's rank was, but the problem was that there was simply no information on the matter. Low-ranking adventurers spoke in horror about how this monster was 5 times larger than that were lion, not realizing who was about to fight it. Hearing that the awakened didn't believe in the power of their elders, the leader shouted for everyone to gather immediately. The young man said they couldn't clear the dungeon while leaving the boss alive, so they needed to position themselves correctly, and immediately asked our hero what was known about this monster. The young man wanted to find at least some information, but realized he couldn't manage it. Again and again, Okita Hikaru wanted to do something, but noted that it most resembled a basilisk. He couldn't find out anything else. To himself, the boss thought that the information he personally possessed had been confirmed, but aloud he said that this monster used poison, and immediately he announced loudly to the assembled group that this boss most likely belonged to the same class as the basilisk. The leader wanted the high-ranking members to immediately produce their cards. The young man wanted to know how the attacks would affect this monster. The Rank A representatives were delighted that they would be able to fight such a monster, and so they waited for permission to be granted. At the same time, everyone else was ordered to form defensive barriers in 3 rows again. As for our hero, he was asked not to intervene since he was the secret weapon in this battle. Holding the map in his hands, the young man thought that it was even scary to consider that the outcome of the battle was in his hands. It was surprising as it allowed him to stand on equal footing with the other high-ranking participants. Suddenly, the boss shouted for 2 colleagues to immediately take out their cards and get ready to use them. It seemed the boss wasn't going to wait for the uninvited guests to do their job. He began to growl, moving closer and closer to the people. But right then, the leader announced again that they were launching the dungeon raid right now, and everyone had to give it their all. At that moment, the beast picked up speed and was now running toward the group, who were ready to attack. They in turn immediately grabbed their cards, realizing that every minute counted. The adventurers standing in front immediately formed a defensive barrier to buy time for the attack. The dungeon boss saw what was happening. He not only began screaming frantically, but also demolished absolutely everything in his path. The high-ranking awakens saw that the beast had destroyed all the defenses their low-ranking colleagues had built in an instant, so they immediately began summoning helpers using their cards. The young people used a triple attack, knowing that this was sure to work. Despite this, the dungeon boss was still standing and even growled, displaying all his strength and power. With sadness in his voice, Nishino said that even their combined attack had achieved nothing. Consequently, they couldn't fathom just how resilient this monster was, and there was no information on the matter. The beast certainly had no intention of giving up. It roared just as before, but now it didn't attack as quickly. Holding the map in his hands, the high-ranking adventurer was about to do something, though he didn't tell anyone about it. Suddenly, the people who had been holding the defense fell to the ground, wounded by the dungeon boss's massive tail. Unexpectedly, one of the guys straightened his map, realizing he wouldn't be able to go back for it, even though a new wave of attacks had already begun at that moment. The leader shouted in horror that the formation had been broken. Everyone was fighting off plan, and something had to be done immediately. Realizing that this beast was far stronger, the group leader shouted for everyone to regroup and start retreating toward the entrance. In this situation, there was nothing more they could do. There were simply too few of them. Okita Hikaru also thought that even rank-awakened ones were powerless against this terrifying monster. At that very moment, the young man turned to the boy who had lowered his gaze, lost in his own thoughts. The leader said that it seemed like the time had come to use that card, asking if the team member was ready for it. The guy had no idea what was in store for him, so he happily shouted that he would do whatever was necessary. Pointing to the card, the leader explained that the card's ability had a very large radius of effect. It would affect everyone except the user. In other words, only Hikaru Okita would have to fight the boss, and he needed to be ready for it. After that, the team leader fell silent for a moment. Then he explained that it was he who had recommended our hero for a position at this company, which the young man found hard to believe. People willing to risk their own lives to protect their comrades are a rare breed. Their company values this highly. It seems the boss made the right call in offering him the job. And, placing a hand on Okita Hikaru's shoulder, he added that he must not let them down, as this was very important. The low-ranking adventurer had no idea what would happen next, but he remained confident that he would do something very important. The leader ordered the guys to protect the young man while he approached the monster. It was very important for them. Nishino suspected there was a catch to this mission, so he wished the young man good luck. As for our hero, he kept repeating to himself that they had noticed him, so he simply had to live up to his colleagues' expectations. After that, he was sure to be promoted. Suddenly, the boss shouted for everyone to join the attack. The most important task was to draw the monster's attention to himself. At that very moment, as if on command, not only the adventurers but also their assistants, who had been summoned by the cards, sprang into action. Some of the guys equipped themselves with weapons, realizing that while they wouldn't do much damage to the monster, they might slow it down. Meanwhile, our hero approached the monster from behind, thinking to himself that he was grateful to everyone for their support and would do everything he could not to let the group down. Once he was next to the dungeon boss, The young man didn't know what to do next, so he just stood there watching for a while. At that moment, the guy didn't even have any thoughts. He was waiting for a command and worried he'd miss it. Hikaru Okita understood that for the effect to be even better, it was best for him to be right beneath the monster. And so as he fell, he knew he would get back up and keep going anyway, because the main thing was to defeat this opponent. The leader, realizing that the guy was in the perfect spot, shouted that it was time to use the card. Our hero, holding the coveted card in his hands, thought that everything would be decided for him now, that the outcome of this matter would become clear. In that very second, the young man shouted the word gate, though he hadn't said the next word yet. But a moment later, he announced that he was using release, even though he had no idea what that meant. For a while, the young man stood there proudly raising his hand, believing he was doing something very important. Everything around him was enveloped in some kind of smoke and bright light, though nothing else surprising was happening. For a moment, the monster stopped, but just as before, it stood where it had been. The frightened young man thought to himself that he must have succeeded in the task, since the monster was no longer threatening anyone. But then something happened that Okita Hikaru was completely unprepared for, because the ground beneath his feet began to crack. In that very second, the young man found himself falling somewhere down, not understanding how this could have happened. Realizing there was some kind of pit below, the boy screamed, though he didn't know what he expected to gain from it. After hitting the ground for the first few seconds, the young man still didn't understand what was going on, but he was glad to be alive. Struggling to his feet, the young man said that his arm, which he had dislocated during the fall, was in severe pain. The people who were up above were carefully surveying the extent of the destruction, which was catastrophic. And that's not even counting the fact that in some places the ground had completely caved in. Moving forward, the young man muttered to himself that he wanted to understand what had happened, why something like this had occurred, since he had never seen anything like it before. Lifting his head, Hikaru Okita tried to figure out something else. It turned out he had fallen alone, but why had the others managed to hold on? Wanting to figure it all out, the young man turned to the leader who was looking at him. The young man didn't want to beat around the bush. He asked directly what he wanted to know what had happened. The leader was silent for a few seconds, though he was already starting to smile, realizing that everything had actually worked out. After that, the leader and the other high-ranking adventurers began laughing like never before, saying that this fool had actually fallen into that pit just to give them something to laugh about. Our hero smiled. He didn't fully realize what had happened, so he just looked at those standing above him. Finally, the leader said that this card had a number of special features. The most important one is that the card has no attacking abilities. It's just a regular trap. The card destroys the entire area around it. In other words, not only the monster, but also the card's owner ends up trapped. The boss of this dungeon has surprisingly durable armor. The only way to destroy him is... And then he fell silent for a moment. After a brief pause, the leader explained that the only way to defeat the enemy was to attack it directly into the abyss. The boss had read that this pit opens wide when it prepares to swallow its prey. And he immediately added that the young man couldn't find any information about this monster on his tablet. But there wasn't any there, because the boss had tampered with some of the data beforehand so that no one would find out about this enemy's weak spot ahead of time. They needed someone, like a low-ranking kid, to win this battle. Okita Hikaru had to agree that someone had to play the role of bait. Nishino laughed the loudest, saying that the guy was actually even dumber than they'd originally thought. Could he really have imagined that they'd actually give him an important mission? That anyone would actually rely on him? At that moment, the dungeon boss, who had fallen into the pit but remained alive, let out a scream. And the boss continued to say that he hoped our hero would make a tasty treat for this enemy. Realizing that the monster was very close, the young man screamed louder than ever before. Meanwhile, the adventurers continued to laugh at their colleague, noting that now no map would help him at all. Stepping aside, the young man asked himself how things had come to this. Moreover, it was incomprehensible how these people could be so ruthless as to engage in such things. But as if what they had done wasn't enough, the guys continued to laugh at Hikaru Okita, saying that he was a lousy decoy who wasn't even interesting to this boss. Suddenly, Nishino shouted that he wanted to turn up the heat a little to make things even more interesting. Summoning a fire warrior, the young man saw that the monster didn't like any of this, but it amused him greatly. The guy didn't know what to expect, but he asked for the awakening to stop, since they had a completely different mission. With every passing minute, it grew hotter and hotter in the pit. As the monster writhed, the young man begged the adventurers to stop over and over again. But the awakened ones didn't care what the boy was screaming. They just wanted to have a little more fun. To himself, the boy thought that if the monster didn't kill him, he'd simply burn to death from such attacks, since there was fire everywhere. Nishino shouted, hoping that his friend, sitting in the pit, had already gotten hot enough, adding that with a crust he would be much tastier than in his usual form. At one point the leader fell into thought, though he remained silent for a while. Then he turned to his subordinate, telling him to put out the fire already. This wasn't a game after all. It seemed that Okita Hikaru was no longer interested in the conversations taking place above, as he needed to think about his own safety. It was clear that the monster was angry. He wanted to vent all his hatred on whoever was nearby. Hiding behind his jacket, the young man decided that the dungeon boss was definitely preparing an attack. He was surely going to use poison. Our hero vaguely remembers what happened next. He only begged the monster to turn its attention to those who truly deserved it. Lying on the ground, covered by his jacket, the young man shouted something, though he didn't know how that would help in the situation he found himself in. At that moment, the young man didn't want to think about anything. Time seemed to have stopped. Realizing that nothing was happening, Hikaru Okita realized that the monster wasn't going to attack him, though he didn't understand why that might be. Lifting his head, the boy realized it was poisonous gas. Consequently, the attack was directed upward, not toward him, which was a relief. At that moment, covering his nose with his hand, the leader lamented that because of the fire and heat, all the fumes were rising upward toward them. Peering out from behind his makeshift shelter, the young man thought that he was in a pit, and since all vapors always rise upward, that was why he couldn't smell anything. As for the adventurers, they said they needed to get out of there as quickly as possible, or they would simply suffocate from the smoke and gas. For a while, the group's leader kept staring at the dungeon boss, who in turn was watching them. Hiding behind a rock, our hero realized that while the monster was distracted by the others, he needed to find some kind of cover immediately, and only then think about what to do next. The young man knew the levels well, having been in the dungeons many times before, and therefore decided that he was now roughly on the 9th level, since the map had destroyed an entire floor. Consequently, he could find some corridor that would surely lead to the exit. But suddenly the young man noticed a small crevice behind him and decided he could try to squeeze through it. Moving very slowly, our hero told himself that he was badly wounded and therefore didn't have much strength left, and he didn't know if he would be able to safely reach his destination. As for the monster, it seemed to have noticed the disappearance of its prey and therefore began to roar very loudly. Realizing this, the young man told himself that, no matter what, he had to hurry. The dungeon boss was already very close, so the young man told himself that he had to move faster and faster. Holding his injured arm, the young man asked himself over and over again why they had treated him this way. He didn't know where this system had come from, because it was possible to act completely differently, to improve one's skills by helping one another. The young man realized that these people would surely treat the other weak adventurers in exactly the same way. Upon reaching the crevice, the boy realized with horror that there seemed to be no passage here, so he would have to keep searching. Looking around, Okita Hikaru consoled himself with the thought that there had to be a way out here, even though he hadn't seen it yet. Moving slowly through the gorge, the young man told himself that he should have come across some kind of passage by now, since he had walked quite a distance. Suddenly, the young man saw a strange glow that piqued his curiosity. Standing in front of a small crevice, the boy decided that this was his salvation, but he didn't know how to get inside. Realizing that if there was light ahead, then there must be some kind of exit, our hero wanted to figure out how to get inside. The next moment, the young man saw the light and turned around, wanting to understand what had happened. But instead, he saw the same dungeon boss who had broken through the ceiling of the cave and was now staring intently at his prey. The frightened boy covered his face with his hands, realizing that rocks were flying from all sides. A moment later, Okita Hikaru fell to the ground and now covered his head with his hands, realizing that this way he could at least save himself for a while. The young man began to cry. He truly understood that the gorge wasn't opening, even though he could see the glow, and there was no other way out besides. A huge monster was right behind him. Continuing to crawl somewhere, the young man screamed for the gorge to open immediately, since there was nothing else he could do. With every passing moment, our hero's cry grew louder, but he still didn't know what lay ahead. At that very moment, it seemed to the unfortunate man as if he were flying somewhere, though by now it was hard to tell whether all this was happening in reality or in his imagination. Before he could even think of anything else, Okita Hikaru crashed to the ground with a thud, realizing that this landing could very well be his last. Even as time passed, the young man remained lying on the ground, oblivious to everything else because he wasn't feeling well. Lifting himself up slightly, the guy decided he needed to at least look around a little. Sitting on the floor, the guy kept telling himself he was alive, though he didn't believe that was even possible. Looking around, Hikaru Okita couldn't figure out where he was. It didn't look anything like the ravine he'd been rushing into just a few minutes ago. It looked more like some kind of laboratory. As he came to his senses, the young man noted that this place was not only bright, but also very clean, which he particularly liked. However, it was confusing that the dungeon boss was nowhere to be seen, even though he had been hot on our hero's heels. If before the guy had thought he'd gotten incredibly lucky, now he wasn't so sure since he couldn't find a way out of this place anywhere. Putting his fear aside for a moment, Hikaru Okita told himself that the most important thing was that he had escaped. The rest of the problems could be solved later. Although the young man was locked in this place, though it was unclear by whom or through which door he had entered, the room was beautiful, as the floor bore the same patterns as the maps. Still, this room was unsettling, as it was radically different from the rest of the building. But if one remembered that this used to be an institute, one could still come up with some kind of explanation. Our hero remarked that this place seemed to be imbued with magic, just like the stones that drop from monsters. Suddenly, the light he had seen before appeared before the young man again. The young man remembered that standing by the gorge, he had been certain that this light was his path to salvation. But the question still remains, what does this glow mean, and where does it come from? Stepping a little closer, our hero heard a strange voice, the owner of which was unclear. As he reached out toward the beautiful stone, the boy sensed something utterly strange, and so he froze in his tracks. The strangeness lay in the fact that Hikaru Okita heard a voice, but couldn't tell what language the words were spoken in, and consequently, he couldn't make out their meaning. For a moment, the young man caught some Japanese words, though it seemed there was also Spanish or French speech. But the young man didn't have time to think about anything else, because some system notified him that Japanese had been recognized. Suddenly, a voice rang out very loudly and confidently, asking if the guest wanted to gain power. Recalling everything he had been through, the young man shouted that he wanted power very much, more than ever before. And he added that he didn't care at all what he was dealing with. Hikaru Okita wanted power mainly because he wanted to take revenge on all those people who behaved like real murderers. After that, some strange scanning began, and the system asked again if the guest was ready to sign a contract with him. Upon hearing that the boy could become the chosen one, he fell silent, not understanding what that even meant. Unexpectedly, his wounds began to heal, and it happened so quickly that the young man couldn't comprehend what was happening. Ignoring what the system was saying, our hero clutched his eyes, realizing that something was wrong with him. After that, the computer announced that the gate cards were being replaced with high-rank cards, which made the boy very happy. The young man was delighted that he would finally have his own cards, and some of the strongest ones at that. And while the process was underway, the young man looked intently at a spot ahead of him. All those phrases he had heard when he received the trap card began to echo in his head, something he hadn't even suspected at the time. Now our hero realized he had been a fool. But at that moment, he had simply wanted to show what he was capable of. Clutching his head with his hands, the boy screamed, because he didn't want to think about it anymore. After a while, Okita Hikaru was surprised because the system kept announcing that the card swap had begun, but nothing was happening. Staring ahead, the adventurer thought that something had gone wrong, but he didn't know how to stop it now. Shouting at the top of his lungs for the computer to stop, the young man decided it was all nonsense. And the louder the computer's voice got, the louder the young man's voice became, as he grew tired of hearing the same thing over and over. Finally, the guy stopped. It seemed to him as if the long-awaited silence had settled over the room. Looking at the crystal, which had now darkened, the awakened youth decided that this strange system had shut down. Stepping closer, Okita Hikaru asked the stone if it hadn't promised to do something with the cards. If so, why wasn't there any result? The young man could see that nothing was happening. The room was still just as quiet, but he had a strange feeling, as if something had happened to the card pouch. To himself, the boy thought that if even one powerful card had actually appeared there, that would already be a great gift for him. Raising his hand, our hero summoned the cards, wondering what would happen next. The very next moment, a card appeared in the young man's hands, which made him incredibly happy, since it had been empty just a moment ago. The boy didn't know the meaning of the cards, but when he decided to turn it over, he discovered that there were several elements on it. Suddenly, cards began flying out of a special pocket one after another, and there were so many of them that it was hard to believe. Looking down, the young man saw a large number of cards, which now formed a sort of collection. The guy couldn't understand how one person could have so many cards, but then he remembered that there had been a system glitch, though, that might have affected the cards themselves, which could have been incorrect. Picking up one of them, Okita Hikaru decided he could at least try to do something. At that very moment, our hero's eyes widened like never before, and this frightened him terribly. Clutching his head with his hands, the adventurer asked himself how it was possible that information about the card's meaning had immediately appeared in his mind. It felt as if data on all the gate cards was being downloaded into the young man's brain, which was extremely unusual. And so the guy screamed as loud as he could, even though he knew it wouldn't help him anyway. Finally, the system announced that the download was complete, and that meant that now the owner of this entire deck had the ability to use everything he possessed. The young man knew he wanted to start with the two-headed serpent, which was more powerful than an A rank, meaning it could defeat practically any opponent. At that very moment, the assistant began drawing some very strange circles on the floor. Holding the card in his hands, the adventurer was in no hurry to do anything else, watching what was happening at that very moment. Glancing at his deck, the young man asked aloud if all the other cards were just as powerful. The young man picked up card after card, watching in amazement at the effect he had never seen before. The energy was so strong that it literally carried the awakened one away somewhere, though he liked it. At that very moment, the young man stopped, seeing that a whole whirlwind had risen before him. Clenching his hand into a fist, Okita Hikaru thought to himself that now he could defeat any opponent, because he had more power than all his rivals combined. Climbing over the rocks, the boy rejoiced that he had managed to do something completely incredible. In such a short amount of time, he had tested most of the cards, and each one was more powerful than a rare A card. Looking around, the young man decided that at this rate, there would soon be nothing left of the room, so he could call it a day for a while. After all, there would be plenty of time for practice later. Looking around, the young man still wanted to know what had happened to him, since they had been told that an awakened could use only one card, and as often as they wanted. Everyone knows that rank awakened ones use very rare cards with powerful abilities. Next come the adventurers of ranks B and C, who use their cards to support their senior comrades. Those at levels D and E protect their superiors. But there's no point even talking about rank F. Rumors circulate that S-rank awakened ones are active somewhere, significantly surpassing even a rank in power, though little is known about them so far. The young man didn't understand what had happened to him, because people like him simply can't handle the power of good cards, let alone the several he now has in his arsenal. He'd heard of S-rank before, but he'd never heard that even they possessed anything like this. Now, however, our hero not only has a powerful deck, but he himself seems to have been filled with some kind of power, and his vision has improved as well, which is a true miracle. Realizing that his mind was becoming increasingly cluttered with thoughts, Okita Hikaru decided he would think it over later when he found himself in a completely different situation. He had other important matters to attend to right now, so the young man ordered the cards to return to his pocket. Realizing that his pouch was full, our hero let out a satisfied sigh. But a minute later, after looking around, the young man said that everything was fine, of course, but he still didn't know how to get out of there. Relaxing and closing his eyes, the young man decided that last time he had really wanted the opening to open up, so he could try that trick again now. A few minutes later, our hero felt a slight breeze and immediately opened his eyes, only to be surprised. Hikaru Okita saw the same passage in front of him that had been there at the very beginning, and so he concluded that he had returned to where he started. Looking around, the young man concluded that the boss who had been waiting for him had now gone somewhere. And glancing at the wall, he discovered traces of his own blood there, realizing that he had ended up back where he had actually come from. But what surprised our hero most of all was that there was no opening in front of him now. Consequently, it was unclear what had happened to him. Perhaps it was all just a dream. Taking one of his cards, the adventurer decided to summon the gate to check if everything was working as before. A glow immediately appeared around him, and the young man saw a familiar card. Realizing he didn't need an assistant right now, Okita Hikaru told himself once again that everything he had seen was real. Running forward, the boy told himself that the hour of reckoning had definitely come, and that now he would surely be able to deal with the monsters of this place. Suddenly, the young man stopped in front of another tunnel that led down somewhere. Looking back, the young man decided that a battle was taking place somewhere down there, since he could hear distinctive sounds. He wanted to figure out where the noise was coming from, so he walked forward down the tunnel. Upon seeing the dungeon boss in front of him, the adventurer realized that a battle was indeed in full swing here. As for the monster, it was down below, so it couldn't see our hero. But the most interesting thing was that the leader and the others had returned to this spot to start the fight again, even though the group was now arguing very loudly about something. The girl, looking at her colleague, declared that he would be the decoy, because he had failed so many times before in working with the fire warrior, even though she had heard the same thing said about herself. Realizing that the awakened wouldn't reach an agreement among themselves, the beauty turned to the leader, hoping he would accept her point of view. Nishino knew they might not listen to him, so he suggested sacrificing the low-ranking members, who were of no use anyway. Looking at the A-rank adventurers, the rest shouted that they didn't understand why they had to solve the problems of those who hadn't been able to defeat the dungeon boss on their first try. The leader was tired of listening to this squabbling. He declared that everyone here was trying their best. They needed bait, and he didn't care in the least who it would be. At that very moment, the argument was cut short, as a resident of this place screamed as loud as he could. Grabbing one of the low-level guys, Nishino remarked that they'd just throw him in, it didn't matter anyway. Our hero, watching everything unfold, thought once again that not long ago he had wanted to rise to level A. But what was the point, since they had long since lost all their human qualities? Pounding his fist against the wall, the young man said that he was nothing like that. He didn't need glory earned in such a way. The elite believe they can trample those below them into the mud. Let them now see what force he will unleash upon them for their betrayal. At that very moment, the young man decided it was time to begin an amazing performance. Raising his hand, Okita Hikaru shouted that he was summoning the gate to his aid. It was clear that the dungeon boss had sensed something, as he immediately turned his head toward where the young man was standing. The team leader also saw that the monster was distracted, but didn't know what had caught its interest so much. The reason was that the monster had clearly recognized the guy he was chasing, but it was still useless. The enemies immediately recognized this person as a low-ranking member, though they didn't understand what he was about to do. Okita Hikaru had already summoned the two-headed snake before and knew it was incredibly powerful. This time he decided to do exactly the same, especially since it was a chance to see what his assistant was capable of in a real battle. The leader wanted to shout something, but didn't have time as he saw the snake appear instantly, screeching loudly. The dungeon boss clearly hadn't expected to face such an opponent, and so he didn't rush to attack. Not wanting to prolong the fight, our hero immediately ordered his assistant to kill the creature. The awakened realized they were facing a two-headed dragon, but couldn't fathom how a low-ranking boy could possibly be capable of such a thing. At that moment, the young man's assistant radiated loyalty and a willingness to do absolutely whatever was necessary. Knowing the abilities of all his charges, the boy commanded the dragon to burn the boss. In that very second, the dungeon became not only bright, but also hot. It seemed the dragon would certainly show no mercy to its opponent. But an unpleasant twist for the adventurers was that, before engaging in battle, the serpent had unleashed its venom on the uninvited guests, who had no idea what to expect next. And then the ground beneath them collapsed, and the awakened ones plummeted downward. Only Okita Hikaru remained calm. He wasn't worried about his former colleagues. Since he hadn't done anything to them, they got what they deserved. Looking at his assistants, the adventurer thought to himself that if this attack could at least slightly damage the boss, that would already be considered a great stroke of luck. The young man didn't know how much longer he would have to fight, but he was certain that he would now give it his all, even though it was unclear what to expect from the monster next. But before our hero could finish his thought, he saw a huge cloud of dust in front of him, obscuring his vision almost completely. The surprised young man was amazed at how quickly his assistant had dealt with his opponent, despite the fact that the opponent was wearing armor. Looking at his partner in this endeavor, the young man sincerely told the snake that he was incredibly cool. At that very moment, the system sent a notification that the dungeon boss had been successfully defeated. Surprised, Okita Hikaru noted to himself that he was hearing the same voice again, but now notifications were also popping up in front of him, which was something very unusual. In addition, the rarity level of the dark two-headed snake had been raised, and as a result, he had received the title of Dragon Master. Holding the card in his hands, the young man also reflected on the fact that a rare card could be further upgraded, and his own powers could be enhanced, which was an invaluable gift. Although the boy didn't fully understand what these notifications were, since he had never seen anything like them before. Looking around, the adventurer didn't fully realize why there were so many of these dialogue windows, other than the fact that something had happened to him, and now he could see them all. Realizing that he needed to return to reality, our hero noticed the huge stone left behind by the boss. Sitting down on the ground, the young man noted that this crystal was very rare, but he wanted to know what the system would say about it. It turned out to be a magic stone, but it was hard to tell how and in what situations it could be useful. Holding the reward in his hands, the awakened one thought he still couldn't quite believe that all this was really happening, let alone that he was the main character in all these events. After thanking the two-headed dragon, the young man sincerely said that he definitely wouldn't have managed without them. And right away, waving his hand, he added that the assistant could now take a little break. At that very moment, Okita Hikaru saw a pit in front of him and decided that his teammates were most likely inside it. As he headed off to look for the others, the young man thought that the attack had been so powerful that many of the rocks had crumbled, and the people standing on them had fallen down. But he hoped that they were all alive. Climbing down, the young man once again saw a large number of various notifications in front of him. Looking at Nishino, the young man realized that he was unconscious, though still alive. As for the others, they were in exactly the same situation, so their lives were not in danger. But suddenly the adventurer looked intently in a certain direction, hesitating to get any closer. Sitting by the wall was Mr. Taira, who was their leader, though he looked rather pitiful now. Like the others, this man was unconscious, but overall he was fine. A moment later, the leader began to come to, rubbing his face and slowly opening his eyes. Seeing our hero in front of him, Shigeru Taira immediately asked how the boy was feeling and if he was injured. He then began asking questions about the dungeon boss, the strange dragon, and the plan they desperately needed in this situation. In an icy tone, the boy reported that he had defeated the monster. The surprised leader couldn't believe it. He didn't realize that such a weakling could defeat anyone on his own, let alone the boss of this place. Suddenly, Okita Hikaru asked his boss why he had acted so despicably by deceiving him. The young man looked intently into the man's eyes, hoping that at least now something would change in this situation. Sitting on the ground, the man thought that he didn't recognize his subordinate. It felt as if a completely different young man was standing before him. But then as he stood up, the leader began to say that in reality they hadn't deceived anyone. They had simply misunderstood each other a little, and added that for the monster to reveal all its weaknesses, someone had to do the difficult work. If the boss had revealed all the plans in advance, things would surely have gone off course, and the entire group would have been in danger. And anyway, he had allowed himself such rudeness only because he was waiting for the guy to develop and rise in rank. Our hero thought to himself that it didn't seem like this man had ever respected or valued him, even a little before. But now he was speaking in a completely different tone. Shigeru Taira remembered how they had laughed when a low-ranking adventurer fell into a pit, and so he knew that when they returned, everyone in the group would find out what they had intended to do to this guy. Although it wasn't just about this young man, but about the other guys they had set up time and again in order to ultimately defeat their opponents. Glancing around, the leader realized that the others hadn't woken up yet, so he needed to distract Okita Hikaru so they could get rid of him quickly. The leader immediately told the young man not to look so scared, because when they returned to the group, he would tell everyone how a low-ranking member had single-handedly defeated the dungeon boss. And then he shouted that he himself would like to know how the guy managed to do it. And besides, he wanted to know where our hero had found such a rare map. The adventurer remained silent, but upon hearing that the leader wanted to see his map, he said he didn't mind. A moment later, the young man took the map out of his pocket to show the leader. But the boss remained as mean as ever, and so he immediately snatched the map from our hero's hands. Laughing maliciously, the ill-wisher said that now the young man was left without a card. Moreover, he wished for the boy to die. Now it was Okita Hikaru who was smiling as he pulled another card from his pocket, realizing that the leader might have acted the way he did. The surprised villain couldn't understand where his subordinate could have gotten another card, since he had already taken one. Confident that the warrior of the sea would be able to deal with the boy, Taira hadn't counted on the two-headed dragon snake taking an interest in him. And this despite the fact that the master hadn't even given the order for his assistant to begin his work yet. Suddenly, Okita Hikaru ordered his subordinate to bite the sea warrior, realizing that it would be very easy to do. The frightened leader hiding behind a rock couldn't understand how this monster could have anticipated his attack and in a matter of seconds. But that wasn't the main problem. The main problem was right in front of the enemy's eyes, in the form of our hero, who had closed in on him. Standing before his former boss, the young man declared that he wasn't interested in the man sitting on the ground at all. And then, in an icy tone, he announced that from that moment on, he no longer worked for the company as he was quitting. As he left, the young man thanked him for everything, hearing Taira say that he wouldn't tell anyone what had happened in that dungeon. But the man didn't want it to end that way. He was furious at the lowly boy, unable to understand how he dared speak to him in such a tone. It was simply unworthy. Holding the pistol in his hands, the villain kept thinking that he just needed to get his hands on that map. If he had it, that snake dragon wouldn't be able to do anything to him. And so, raising his weapon, the leader shot the young man in the back as he headed for the exit. Suddenly, the young man froze and stared ahead in horror, unable to believe what he was seeing. The very second the bullet was about to hit its target, the defender blocked the young man's path, and he did so as if he knew exactly what was going to happen. Taira shouted at the boy to stop his tricks, because he was really sick of them. Standing with his gun, Tairu was about to shoot again, but this time he wanted to aim as carefully as possible. At that moment, Okita Hikaru thought to himself that it was all useless, since he knew this man's every move in advance. Angry at himself, the leader said he didn't understand why he couldn't hit the target. It was as if he were just shooting into thin air. Then he remembered that something was definitely wrong here. It was no coincidence that this low-ranking man hadn't told him everything from the start. At the same time, our hero had initially seen system notifications that foreshadowed the events that were about to unfold. Even then, the computer had reported that Tyra was on full combat alert. He was going to summon the Sea Warrior, and if that failed, he would use the 8 remaining rounds. Smiling, the guy pretended he knew nothing of this, and thus joined the game but on his own terms. Every subsequent step was accompanied by prompts from the system so that the awakened one would know what to expect next. As he spoke the words about his dismissal, Okita Hikaru realized that if he turned his back, this man would shoot him. At that moment, the young man realized that his eyes didn't just see well, they saw much further than necessary. And so he decided that now it was his turn to show what he was truly capable of. The dragon obeyed its master's orders and began breathing fire at the man, who remained seated against the wall. Realizing that the gun was slipping from his hands, the frightened leader didn't understand what was happening there. But the guy shouted that now was no time to relax. They had to do their very best. Grabbing his shoulder, Tairu realized that this fire was so powerful it could incinerate him, though for some reason it had only touched part of his shoulder so far. After that, the flames began to spread in all directions, and rocks rained down on the attacker with tremendous force. Knowing that this could end very badly, the group leader shouted for the guy to stop immediately. To himself, our hero thought, what had these bad people done when he asked them to stop their attacks? Did they stop? After ordering the dragon to stop, Okita Hikaru thought to himself that he had no intention of becoming as despicable as these creatures. In an icy tone, the young man said that to him, Tairu was a true murderer. The next time they decided to kill him again, he would definitely not miss. With horror, the ill-wisher thought to himself that he had never seen such power before, and therefore didn't understand what kind of card it was, or where it had even come from. Smiling, our hero went on to say that he was very sorry for having frightened his former boss. And tossing the man a stone, he added that he could keep the crystal as a souvenir. The surprised detractor didn't understand what kind of trick this was, or why a low-ranking adventurer would give him his reward. But Okita Hikaru explained that this stone could come in handy for reporting on the successful clearing of the dungeon. One must leave a good impression on the company, and the leader had done an excellent job. But for our hero, everything is just beginning, though, in a completely different place. So it's time to take action, because something very interesting awaits him ahead. The next day, upon arriving at the office, the young man heard someone asking if he was really quitting. Miko and Yuriko couldn't believe it was true, so they were very upset when they heard the news. One of the girls said that everyone was talking about how the dungeon clear the day before had gone well, so it was unclear why the employee had decided so abruptly to leave. Another said that usually only people nearing retirement age quit. For everyone else, there are plenty of opportunities, so there's no need to leave. These beauties were colleagues. Miko hasn't been working there long. She's the junior colleague, while Yuriko is the senior one. They work in the Department of Awakened Affairs, handling paperwork and assisting new arrivals. They are higher in rank, but unlike the others, they are somehow much warmer toward our hero. Responding to the girl's question, the young man stated confidently that he had already made up his mind and, besides, wanted to do something on his own. His other colleagues didn't understand this decision. They were certain that no one, anywhere, would take on such a low-ranking adventurer. But it wasn't entirely clear how this young man would work on his own either. Hearing someone gossiping nearby, Miho shouted for them to stop. To himself, Okita Hikaru thought that in this company, boldness could only be heard from those higher in rank than you. Everyone was so used to communicating that way. However, the young man's worldview had now been completely turned upside down. He didn't care at all who was saying what about him, since he clearly saw what he wanted in this life. At that moment, Nakamura ran up and asked if our hero was really planning to leave. Mr. Terui, who, like Nakamura, was an F rank, was surprised that the guy had quit even before he had. Nakamura, who approached his colleague, asked what had happened to his glasses, but the girl continued to cry, begging the adventurer to reconsider and not leave. Hearing Mr. Terui wish him luck, the young man thought about how even these signs showed how much all these people cared about him, and that these were completely sincere emotions. The young man didn't want to abandon these people while he was improving his skills, but suddenly he felt a very strong sense of panic, though he didn't understand what it was connected to. The next moment, the young man turned around, thinking that the reason might be right nearby. Standing behind him was the big boss, whose name was Serizawa. The system immediately began issuing all sorts of alerts, but the situation was as confusing as could be, since the notifications were flashing red, yet there was no specific information. The young man stared intently at this man, hoping that the system would eventually update the information. But that didn't happen, which led him to think that this man was much stronger than anyone else in the A-rank category. At that moment, our hero once again replayed the events of the previous day in his mind, when he had found himself in a strange room where he had received amazing abilities. First, he gained the ability to control an unlimited number of gate cards, even though a typical Awakened can only use one card in battle. Second, the guy had become a completely different person. Our hero was now confident, because something completely different had awakened within him. Besides that, the guy knew what he wanted. He understood who was by his side, and now he was going to do everything to change that. It's worth noting that the cards turned out to be so powerful that they could easily attack even a dungeon boss. The young man recalled what just one of his cards had done, not to mention the other cards which he hadn't even used to their full potential yet. A particular advantage was his vision, thanks to which he could now fully understand who was standing before him and what they planned to do next. This ability saved Okita Hikaru's life, and he had now set clear goals for himself. As he continued to stare at the scoreboard, the young man noted that he himself was much stronger than the A-rankers, yet there was still no information about his boss, which was quite surprising. Although the main reason was likely that Serizawa possessed even greater capabilities than his subordinate. Suddenly, the man turned to the girl and asked if she minded if he interrupted their conversation for a moment. Smiling, the boss explained that they hadn't had a chance to meet before, even though he had led the cleanup team that our hero was part of. At that moment, the young man thought that this was one of the company's top brass, a very important figure. The teams of Awakened under his command always achieved great success. He has his own squad of A-rank Awakened, which includes Tyra and the others, but the boss himself is rarely seen on dungeon missions. Overall, this man has risen to a fairly high position. He even has strong ties to the Prime Minister. They say that it was precisely thanks to Serizawa's ability to build connections that he achieved such heights, though perhaps one shouldn't believe everything people say. The man suddenly spoke up, noting that he didn't want to keep the young man waiting, but he'd like to know why the adventurer had so suddenly decided to quit the best company in his industry. Okita Hikaru asked, "And if I were to say that I have a complaint about Clearwater not treating lower-ranking employees very well, what would the manager do?" The girls standing nearby turned pale when they heard something like that. Smiling, Serizawa said he hadn't known there were people among his subordinates who were willing to openly express their dissatisfaction. It was a shame they'd met so late. And as he left, he wished the young man good luck, adding that he hoped Okita Hikaru wouldn't take all their clients away. Pausing briefly, the young man thought that threats were now being used. This man got under our hero's skin a bit, so he decided he needed to train hard enough to outmatch even his former boss in strength. The young man's former colleagues were also standing nearby. They said he was a weakling, and that's why he didn't last long. Only Tyra didn't want to discuss it, angrily declaring that if someone decided to leave, that was their own business. After that, the leader went off somewhere, though his colleagues ran after him, wanting to know how he had managed to take on that dungeon boss all by himself. The man shouted rudely for the guys to shut up and never bring up the subject again. Stepping out onto the street, Okita Hikaru happily told himself that he had finally quit his job. Now all that remained was to find a suitable dungeon to clear out. And while the young man was lost in his own thoughts, he heard someone asking to be heard. The stranger, following the man who had just woken up, pleaded again and again for them to give him at least a couple of minutes, as he wanted to tell them something very important. But no one listened to the man. They simply brushed him off, leaving him alone with his problem, even though it seemed that this elderly gentleman had finally found a way out. Upon seeing our hero, the man quickly ran up to him and asked if it was true that he worked as an adventurer. The young man smiled, though he thought to himself that he had actually worked for that company, but that was a few minutes ago. Suddenly, the old man grabbed our hero as tightly as he could, then shouted that Hikaru Okita had to save him, because there was some work to be done in the dungeon. The young man, who had been skeptical of this man just a moment ago, now pondered his words. A short while later, sitting in a cafe, Hikaru Okita stirred the ice in his drink and began a conversation. The young man said that the man had a very big favor to ask of him related to the dungeon. Of course, the display immediately showed all the information about this stranger, but the young man wanted to hear what this man had to say. The man immediately introduced himself as Jube Matsuda. The building this gentleman owned had now turned into a dungeon, so he couldn't get in there safely. He needed someone to completely clear it out for him. Covering his face with his hand, the unfortunate man explained that it was true. Only small and medium-sized businesses had problems. They didn't have the kind of money needed to pay for the cleanup services offered by large firms. So the government usually sends awakened individuals who aren't affiliated with any organization to these small buildings that have become dungeons. But these guys are usually inexperienced or just beg for money without doing anything. Jube Matsuda has already contacted large companies 4 times, but they're demanding $4 million just as an upfront payment. Our hero knew that companies usually take on the cleanup of large buildings, since their owners are willing to pay good money. No one wants to waste their time on small ones. That's why people like this gentleman have to rely either on themselves or on independent awakened ones, most of whom take the money but do nothing. Finishing his story, the unfortunate man lowered his gaze and simply stared at a single point in the distance. As for Okita Hikaru, he didn't understand why no one wanted to help, even though this man had no other options left. Unfortunately, injustice can lurk at every turn, even outside the office where the young man worked. The man went on to say that the young man would surely refuse to help without his boss's permission, but he didn't know what else to do except turn to his superiors. Suddenly, the young man turned to the old man sitting across from him. Smiling, our hero explained that he had just quit his job at Clearwater and was looking for a dungeon where he could level up his skills. The adventurer had no intention of demanding an advance payment, so if the owner was ready, he could start clearing the dungeon immediately. Jube Matsuda didn't believe it, but the young man said he would receive his payment on the condition that he cleared the dungeon. His price was 100,000. The man looked at his savior in surprise, still not quite believing his luck. Meanwhile, the young man asked if the owner would show him to his building. After that, he decided it would be best to seal the deal with a firm handshake. Walking down the street, Jube Matsuda pointed to the building across the way, which looked quite nice and modern. With a heavy heart, the man said that he had put so much effort into this building, and so everything here had become dear to him. But they couldn't come to an agreement, because at that very moment, a woman's voice shouted for the guys to back off. In an angry voice, the blonde woman kept insisting that she was tired of repeating that no one needed the young men's services anymore. But the persistent strangers explained that they had simply come to talk to her grandfather, and that was all. Picking up her phone, the girl said she knew these tricks. After such a conversation, they would start demanding money from the poor man again. But all the evidence had already been recorded. Covering their faces with their hands, the guys asked the beauty to put the camera away, since they didn't like any of this. At that moment, the blonde said that either the young men leave, or she sends the entire video to the relevant authorities, proving that the scammers are violating the law and the activities of the awakened. Realizing there was nothing they could do in this situation, the young men ran away as fast as they could. Suddenly, the girl heard the man ask if Sake was okay. The man was afraid that something might happen to his granddaughter, so he was already heading toward her. Jube Matsuda didn't understand what was going on, but the beauty explained that those who considered themselves awakened had come again. She immediately added that this time she had scared them off, so they definitely wouldn't show up here. At that very moment, Sake noticed another suspicious young man standing next to her relative and asked who he was. A cheerful Jube Matsuda explained that this young man was an awakened one and worked for Clearwater, though our hero immediately corrected the old man, adding that they had been talking about his dismissal. But the man continued to explain that this adventurer would clear out the dungeon, but without any advance payment. The blonde didn't care who was standing in front of her, so she spoke to the guy very rudely. The young man didn't want to cause a scene, so he immediately showed his ID, which is issued to all awakened. Sake saw that he had the document, but she only paid attention to the rank of the person standing next to her. After that, she walked over to the old man and whispered in his ear that this boy had the lowest rank of all possible. Hearing the conversation, Okita Hikaru admitted that he had already mentioned earlier that he was looking for some kind of dungeon to test his strength. He added that he didn't want his new acquaintances to worry, since he wouldn't cause any trouble for either the girl or her grandfather. The blonde looked at this adventurer with some trepidation. She didn't know what to say to him. Unexpectedly, Sake approached our hero after all, and noted that since the old man trusted him, she would have to as well. Handing the document to the owner of the premises, the guy asked him to sign it so he could go inside. As he was leaving, the young man heard the owner ask him again about the advance payment, but he assured the owner not to worry, saying he would take care of it as soon as possible. Standing in front of the entrance, Hikaru Okita thought that unfortunately, among the awakened who work for themselves, one often encounters scammers like those two. Such unscrupulous people not only tarnish the reputation of adventurers, but also cause building owners to suffer. However, for the sake of this unfortunate man, The young man would do everything in his power to ensure that not a trace of the dungeon remained. Before entering, the system notified him that the awakened one was currently on the first floor. Once inside, Okita Hikaru thought that it was much more spacious than he had initially imagined, although the room's corridors looked very strange. Apparently, the building had once been some kind of service center with separate offices for each company. The young man walked forward confidently, knowing that he was bound to encounter some monsters somewhere. The moment the system sent a notification about strange activity, as well as the monsters nearby, the young man thought it was very convenient that he now knew about the danger in advance. The young man was very curious to find out what had happened to him, what powers he possessed, and that he could now detect all the monsters in the building, a total of 43 creatures. The only consolation was that they were all goblins, which would be a good place to start his warm-up. Apologizing to the inhabitants of this place, the adventurer said that he planned to test his new cards on them. Unexpectedly, Okita Hikaru pulled out the card of the Embrace of Hellfire, deciding that it was the perfect choice for the current situation. Ordering the goblins to be burned, the young man watched as they were immediately sucked into a fiery vortex. At the same time, none of this affected the young man in the slightest. He was merely controlling the process. A few minutes later, the system sent a notification that the goblin had been killed, and our hero received experience points. Realizing that his stats had improved, the young man wanted to move on, but suddenly clutched his throat because he was having trouble breathing. And while the adventurer was wondering what to do, the computer warned that there was no oxygen in the dungeon, and therefore breathing might become even more difficult. With every passing minute, our hero felt worse and worse. He remembered that fires in enclosed spaces are very dangerous, but he hadn't thought that the fire had spread even to the nooks and crannies of this place. Clutching his head, Hikaru Okita decided he didn't understand what kind of cards these were that had left him practically without oxygen. Seeing the system's warning that the oxygen level was at 0, the young man realized he needed to come up with something very quickly. After looking at all the cards, the young man decided to take a risk, realizing that things certainly couldn't get any worse. It seemed that the young man had chosen a special card, knowing what it was capable of. Suddenly, the great mistress of the winds appeared before the awakened man. Our hero realized that wind is oxygen, therefore the stronger it is, the faster this place will recover. With his last ounce of strength, Okita Hikaru asked his assistant to act, and to do so very quickly. Sitting down on the ground, the young man joyfully said that he had not made a mistake in choosing the card that allowed oxygen to return to the dungeon. It was interesting that the guy had almost killed himself with the card at first, and so using another card, he found the right solution. The young man realized that all his cards were very powerful, but they had to be used correctly because it felt like he was swatting at gnats with massive bombs. In that room, our hero could freely unleash the full power of his card without fear of consequences. There, he simply destroyed everything around him while remaining safe and sound, as if he were in armor. However, he fears that things are different in ordinary dungeons, though he must learn to control the power of his cards. Besides that, he needs to carefully study all his cards to be sure he knows how to use them. Looking down, the guy spotted the shards that had dropped from the goblins. They all restore magic, albeit a little, but in the future these shards might come in handy for the awakened one, so he'll definitely take them with him. Meanwhile, the building's owners were sitting on a bench on the street, waiting for at least some news. The girl suggested that the old man go home, but he said that dungeons usually take a long time to clear out, and since this guy was a rookie, he would surely be working there for several days. The blonde was worried that her relative might catch a cold, but he said he'd be fine, unlike Okita Hikaru, who was now risking his life for them, while he could do nothing but wait to meet him. Seik declared that once again her grandfather wouldn't listen to her, even though she was usually right. Realizing she couldn't change his mind anyway, the young woman said that when it got dark, they'd go home anyway. But for now, she wanted to stop by a store and buy something. As they made their way through the dungeon, the young man remarked that there were more monsters here than on the first floor. Of course, it would be nice to wipe them all out in one fell swoop, but he didn't want to take that risk again. We could try attacking the monsters one by one from a distance. It would take longer, but it wouldn't be as dangerous. Suddenly, our hero's eyes widened, and he stopped for a moment. This was necessary in order to select the right card for the specific situation. In this case, our hero decided to use a black magic teacher as an assistant. In that very second, the guy ordered to open fire, hearing notifications from the system that the goblins were being successfully destroyed. Despite the fact that there were quite a few monsters on this floor, this card handled them perfectly. Although for some reason the system also sent a notification that magic consumption had increased and was draining at a rate of 10% per second. The young man didn't understand what was going on, so he asked his assistant to immediately stop the attack so he could figure out the situation. Hikaru Okita didn't like this turn of events. He didn't want it to continue. However, the next surprise was that the system sent another notification, this time stating that magic consumption had increased to 50% per second. The guy had to scream with all his might for the card to return to its place because he didn't want to use it anymore. Finally, the assistant returned to the card, and complete silence reigned around them. After that, the computer reported that the floor had been successfully defended, though there was no sign of joy on the young man's face. The young man thought it was good that he had managed to defeat everyone before his magic ran out, but of course he still lacked experience, because without it, fighting stronger opponents would be much more difficult. The adventurer lamented that he had used only 3 cards, and less than 10% of his magical power remained. He needed to use magic stones, which, though few, would allow him to replenish his power. Folding his arms across his chest, the young man was glad that the stones had helped, but he understood that he needed to conserve his strength for the boss fight, and therefore, to clear the other floors, he would need some kind of melee card. Suddenly, it dawned on him. It seemed he had come up with an idea. Okita Hikaru decided he needed warrior-type cards, the kind his former colleagues had. That's exactly why the young man reached into his pocket to pull out one of those cards. It seemed the guy knew exactly what he wanted to use in this situation. In that very instant, a sapphire blue samurai appeared before the young man, looking quite formidable. Our hero wanted to test his skills, so he ordered him to cut something. Seeing how well this assistant handled his task, the young man ordered him to make another swing and lunge. Delighted, Okita Hikaru realized that this samurai moved and attacked exactly as he needed, so he could be confident that this assistant would definitely not let him down. The next second, the system sent a notification that suspicious activity had been detected, though the young man had already seen it himself. The boy wanted to test what the Azure Samurai was capable of, so he ordered him to launch an attack. For a moment, the goblins stood there staring at their opponent, unsure of what to do in this situation. But this didn't bother the young man. On the contrary, he was curious to see how it would turn out. Okita Hikaru did everything in his power to ensure his assistant fought like never before. It seemed to have an effect, as the goblins paused for a moment, realizing that fighting such an opponent would not be easy. With every passing minute, the warrior performed his tasks faster and better, which was certainly a cause for joy. At one point, the guy noticed that the stones were flying in different directions, which indicated that his assistant had decided to expand the battle zone. Our hero saw that the goblins couldn't advance. They could only defend themselves, though they were doing a very poor job of it. At one point, the warrior drew one of his most powerful swords to finish what he had started. After that spectacle, it was a bit unsettling to look at what was left of the monsters, which had been dealt with very quickly. The crystals glowing everywhere were proof that with a single swing, the samurai had destroyed absolutely everyone. At that moment, the system sent a notification that the floor had been cleared, but the good news was also that the cards were improving, so eventually they would possess incredible power. The young man realized that such cards consumed much less magic. If things continued this way, he would be able to sufficiently restore his magical power using only the shards from the goblins. If our hero continued to study and gradually unlock the card's abilities, he would be able to clear all the floors at once with just that one card. Upon ascending to the next floor, the young man realized there was plenty of work to be done there as well. Once again, a single move was enough for the samurai to send his opponents scattering in all directions in an instant. A few minutes later, the computer announced that the next floor had been cleared, and the awakened one received several thousand experience points, as well as an increase in the rarity and speed of the swordsman's cards. The young man liked how things were going. Besides, he was proud that he'd managed to figure out the card's mechanics at least a little, so things were much easier from there on out. Following the familiar pattern, our hero's assistant unleashed a barrage of blows with the goblin to deal with them as quickly as possible. Barely a few minutes had passed when the system sent several notifications again. One of them mentioned that the young man now had new skills. Buoyed by this success, Hikaru Okita ran on to deal with the other enemies still remaining in that area. Everything happened so quickly that before the young man knew it, they were already on the 7th floor. On the next 8th floor, they encountered stronger enemies. Their rank was also higher than that of the previous ones, but the samurai handled them brilliantly as well. Holding the map in his hands, our hero thought that even armor was no match for him, referring to the goblin's armor. Finally, having reached the 9th floor, the young man remarked that this was where the dungeon boss resided. Looking at this monster, Okita Hikaru couldn't believe he had made it here so quickly, even though clearing the dungeon usually took at least a day. The system sent another notification stating that this was a royal goblin who was extremely enraged at that moment. It was clear that the enemy was about to do something, but our hero suddenly said that he simply didn't have time to do it, because his samurai skill had activated much faster. Holding a large stone in his hands, the guy said that he had cleared an entire dungeon single-handedly, though at the very beginning he had accidentally nearly killed himself with his own skills. However, it turns out that the more you use the card, the easier it is to handle later, and it's as if my mind suddenly cleared, thinking became much easier. I wonder how powerful this card will become in the future. Heading toward the shop, the young man immediately turned to Mr. Jube Matsuda, who had hired him. The surprised man looked closely at the young man, though he was in no hurry to say anything to him. The blonde was not happy to see the adventurer, who had returned so early. So she approached the old man and explained that not even an hour had passed, though the old man was more lenient, explaining that they were dealing with a novice. With sadness in his voice, the owner of the establishment noted that it seemed Okita Hikaru hadn't been able to handle this task and had simply given up. Seik wanted to cheer up her relative, so she shouted that there was no need to worry since the boy was in F rank and therefore couldn't have done anything. The man said there was nothing to worry about. The boy had listened to his story, and what's more, he had tried to help in any way he could. As for the building, it was doomed. It was time to look for a new job. Suddenly, the young man explained sheepishly that he had sort of cleared out the dungeon. The surprised girl and her grandfather couldn't believe what they had just heard. The beauty immediately started screaming, claiming that the young man wanted her to believe he'd completed the task in just an hour, and added that he was just like all the other liars. It was clear that the blonde could go on talking for a long time, but suddenly she heard her grandfather's voice. Jube Matsuda was standing at the entrance just as before, but now there were ordinary walls in front of him, tiles on the floor. It was just an ordinary office building. The elderly man stated in a trembling voice that the dungeon was no more. The only thing reminding her of what had been there recently were the police tape. The girl, looking around, couldn't believe she was standing in the most ordinary of hallways. Running up to our hero, the man shouted that the boy was incredibly cool, that he had saved them, that he had succeeded, that he had managed to defeat those terrible monsters all by himself. Hikaru Okita realized he couldn't reveal the whole truth, so he said he'd just gotten a good card. The young man was pleased that he had been able to help. Moreover, he said there was no need to rush with the payment. He would send the account number where the money should be transferred. After that, he declared that it was time to say goodbye. He needed to move on. But Jube Matsuda hurried to stop the adventurer, asking him if he wanted to work in one more dungeon. Our hero was surprised, but the old man continued to explain that there were several more dungeons nearby that also needed to be cleared. The young man thought he had finished the job, but the owner of the premises pointed out that he couldn't have two problematic buildings at once after all. That wasn't uncommon in their time. Seik, overhearing the conversation, asked her relative if he wasn't being a bit too abrupt in piling a new task on the young man. After all, they hadn't yet settled the score from the last purge, and she immediately asked our hero for forgiveness on her grandfather's behalf. The guy wanted to practice, so he declared that, as an awakened one, he was only too happy to take on the new job. He needed magic stones from the dungeons, so his new acquaintances were even helping him with that. Grabbing Okita Hikaru by the arm, the man proudly declared that in that case, he wanted to take him to the right place as soon as possible. To himself, the young man thought that he hadn't even expected to be able to test the power of the new card so quickly. Seeing the young man's eagerness, his new acquaintance decided that he must be hungry, since no one else would be so eager to head into the dungeon. Our hero didn't even think his words would be taken seriously, and he didn't expect the blonde to grab his hand and shout that she was ready to feed him heartily. The surprised guy wanted to say something but didn't dare to. Sitting at the table, Okita Hikaru's new acquaintances asked if their guests liked everything, and he honestly admitted that everything was actually great. Raising a bottle, Jube Matsuda offered the guy a drink, since they had something to celebrate today. Even though everything seemed to be fine, something was really bothering the young man. After clearing out the dungeon, Mr. Matsuda invited the young man over for dinner as a token of gratitude. His granddaughter had prepared so much, but she seemed troubled by something. The young man hadn't eaten so well in a long time, so he sincerely told them that the dishes were simply amazing. After a while, Okita Hikaru apologized and asked if anyone else would be joining them for dinner, hinting that Saki's parents were missing. The man explained that his son and daughter-in-law had been working abroad, but they couldn't return because the airport in Tokyo had turned into a massive underground complex. That's why his granddaughter is living with him now. She has no one else. At that moment, the adventurer thought about how Tokyo Airport had been the gateway to Japan for many foreign countries, both in terms of tourism and in terms of exports and imports, and so the formation of the underground there had become a major problem for many. And while our hero was lost in his thoughts, the girl timidly asked what had happened to the relatives of the man who had awakened. Smiling, the young man said he had a mother and a sister, though they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Realizing that Okita Hikaru most likely lived alone, his new acquaintances offered him a place to stay for the night so he could get right to work in the morning. Sake, seeing her guest's embarrassment, remarked that even so, it was clear the young man felt very uncomfortable. Walking down the street, the young man thought that he had refused to stay at these people's house and had left them late that evening, but it had been the right decision, just as it had been the right decision to help the simplest of people. At that moment, the adventurer thought sadly of his loved ones, whom he missed dearly. Picking up his phone, the young man called his mom. He told her that he had decided to quit his job and work on his own for the time being. The next day, taking a few belongings with him, Hikaru Okita went to the next building that needed to be cleaned up. When he saw Sake, the guy immediately asked why she wasn't in school on a weekday. The blonde immediately started saying something about how she would be leaving soon. Besides, the guy who had woken up the day before had said that he lived alone. Hiding her face and holding out her hands, the new acquaintance handed something to our hero. Not understanding what was going on, the young man immediately called out to Seki because he wanted to know what she meant. At that very moment, glancing at the small box, the adventurer immediately realized that his acquaintance had made him a bento. And while the man was saying that he couldn't understand why his granddaughter had gotten up so early, the young man thought that he certainly wouldn't have time for lunch in the dungeon. As he approached the entrance, the building's owner remarked that he hoped everything would work out for the young man today as well. As he left, Okita Hikaru declared that it would indeed be so, and that he could be fully relied upon in this matter. Taking the box of food from the young man, the elderly gentleman said that the adventurer could eat when he returned from his mission, since that would be sensible. A few seconds later, our hero was already on the first floor of the dungeon. Studying the data from the system, the young man decided that this dungeon, just like the last one, was mostly inhabited by goblins, and fighting them wasn't all that difficult. Moreover, inside, it was exactly the same dungeon as the day before. To this day, no one has figured out the principle behind a building turning into a dungeon. Previously, the government had attempted to predict the appearance of new dungeons, but those attempts were unsuccessful. Everyone knows that the size of the dungeon depends on the size of the building. The larger the structure, the larger the dungeon, and consequently, the larger the dungeon, the more dangerous the monsters inside can be. In terms of size, this building is exactly the same as yesterday's. Consequently, the dungeon boss will surely be similar, and since that's the case, the young man decided to follow the same plan as the day before. The young man knew that the Azure Samurai was capable of many things, and so he turned to him for help once again. The goblins simply scattered in different directions. They were unlikely to attack all at once, so he needed to figure out the best way to destroy them. Interestingly, the young man paused for a second, and new card skills were already flashing before his eyes. And to start with, the best thing to do is strike with a crescent-shaped blade. Even though the samurai had just begun the battle, there was already no one around. Watching the stones take shape, Okita Hikaru thought that his assistant would quickly dispatch all the enemies. And pulling out the next card, he decided that now was the perfect time to move on. After a while, the samurai was already working on the higher floors. Before our hero knew it, they were already on the 5th floor, and the system kept sending notifications about successful clearances. The 6th floor was a bit more difficult, as the guy encountered spear-wielding goblins, which hadn't been there before. It was clear they weren't going to give up so easily, and besides, they definitely had some skills of their own. The young man realized that these opponents were skilled at throwing spears, though he had saved a new skill for just this occasion. It was the skill that rained down stone. It was an interesting and very useful skill. Seeing the goblins' weapons destroyed, they didn't know how to proceed. Despite this, Okita Hikaru had no intention of giving up, shouting at his assistant to catch up with anyone trying to escape. The Azure Samurai handled his task perfectly, doing everything he was ordered to do with lightning speed. The warrior swung his sword, doing everything possible so they could move on to the next floor as soon as possible. The results were very good as they were managing to deal with the goblins very effectively. Despite the thick dust, Okita Hikaru tried to look at the results of his work and that of his assistant. At that very moment, the system began sending notifications again that the goblins in that area had been eliminated. As for the guy, he said aloud that there was another unique skill. He was so strong that he even left a mark on the floor again. A pleasant bonus was the crystals that began appearing everywhere. Looking at the scoreboard, the young man saw that he had also been given bonuses as a gift, and that his 3-hit attacks had improved. The young man said that he could finally upgrade the card's rank. It would be interesting to see how powerful it would become after that. Using magic available only to the awakened, they can activate gate cards. This is how all adventurers summon special creatures or items sealed within the cards into their world. A gate card indicates not only the summoned creature or object, but also its type or special abilities. Additionally, gate cards can conflict with each other if they are too close, so a single awakened cannot use 2 cards at once. Each has only one. For this reason, you won't see a wide variety of characters and abilities in a specific Awakened's combat. Adventurers need to adapt and find their own playstyle in order to achieve good results. It's not hard to guess that all of this has created a need to work in teams so that players can use their cards and abilities to help one another. But the rule of conflicting cards does not apply to our hero's deck. On top of that, the guy's cards constantly improve after every battle, and he unlocks more and more new skills, even though he's never seen anything like this before. Thanks to all these deck features, the young man clears an entire floor in one go. As soon as he learns to use the rest of the cards properly, he'll be able to clear dungeons in a couple of minutes. But what if a dungeon appears that is so powerful it would be difficult to clear even with these strong cards? And while our hero was pondering, he didn't even notice how he'd reached the boss, even though he'd wanted to test some more of his card's abilities. This boss was exactly the same as last time, so if the dungeons are roughly the same size or appearance, the ones inside won't be much different either. From this battle, it became clear that spearmen's spears are much longer than swords, making it not so easy to get close to the monster. The guy hoped he had a skill that would let him reach this goblin from a long distance. And immediately, having found something interesting, he ordered the samurai to unleash a thunderous force upon the enemy. It was a stunning blow, and most importantly, it was precise just the way the young man liked it. The stricken goblin was surely not prepared for anything like this. He didn't even have time to defend himself. Okita Hikaru said that his warrior was able to defeat this monster with a single blow, even from a great distance. It was also surprising that he even managed to destroy several walls of the dungeon, so it's safe to say that the card's skills are simply amazing. Sitting down on the ground, the young man immediately began examining the stone that had fallen from the boss. The crystal was small, but it was much better than coming away with nothing, as had happened before. Holding the card in his hands, the young man happily remarked that its properties had improved once again. Jube Matsuda, who was waiting on the street as usual, saw a familiar shadow on the asphalt. Turning around suddenly, the man asked in a surprised voice, "Did the young man really manage to finish it so quickly this time too?" Holding the crystal in his hands, the young man hinted that he had indeed successfully defeated the dungeon boss. Holding the stone in his hands, the owner of the premises remarked that he had never even heard of such speed, let alone anything faster. Realizing there was still work to be done, the elderly gentleman asked the young man to follow him, saying there was no time to waste. Trying to catch up with the man, Okita Hikaru shouted for him not to rush, because his granddaughter had prepared a bento and he wanted to at least try what she had made. Meanwhile, Seik, who was already at school, hoped that our hero had managed to eat well. After a while, the adventurer found himself in yet another room, where he was testing the abilities of other cards. For him, this was a unique opportunity, and so he didn't want to miss it. It seemed that everything was going very smoothly in this case as well, since with a single move, the goblins were defeated once again. The system notified him that all enemies had been defeated and the floor had been successfully cleared. The guy recalled that he then spent another 3 days clearing out the buildings in the complex that belonged to Mr. Matsuda. It wasn't difficult and gave our hero a chance to sort through the cards he had. The adventurer enjoyed what he was doing, and besides, this activity also brought him income. The young man defeated bosses, cleared dungeons, and gained new skills for his gate cards. During his work, our hero learned that the old man had turned 8 buildings into dungeons, which was very unpleasant, but he knew he could handle it. It was interesting that Hikaru Okita still couldn't believe how much his life had changed, even though not long ago he had been nothing more than a disposable asset at the company. Now the young man felt confident and valuable to himself, realizing that he was doing important work. Each map was unique, each required a different approach, and the adventurer took on the challenge. No matter how strong the goblins were, there was a trick that allowed him to successfully defeat them. The young man saw that the samurai was doing his job to the best of his ability, and that pleased him. What was interesting was that the warrior made practically no effort. It seemed that for him, this was such a trivial matter that it wasn't even worth his attention. Hikaru Okita was pleased that he had once again managed to clear the entire dungeon in a short amount of time. Standing on the street, Jube Matsuda thanked his savior once again, saying that now that the buildings were in proper condition, they would reopen and business would pick up. Feeling embarrassed, the young man said that he was an awakened one, and therefore this was his job. There was nothing strange about it. Suddenly, the man mentioned that, as a token of gratitude, the adventurer could stay with them for a while. Sake would surely be happy about that too. The young man was flattered by the warm and kind way they treated him, since he had never heard anything like it before. But he said that after their meeting, he was once again convinced that the world was mired in inequality and injustice. The young man believed that it was his duty, as an awakened one, to head to the next dungeon as soon as possible and help someone like the old man. The elderly gentleman understood perfectly what our hero was talking about and immediately declared that in that case, he wouldn't hold him back. Shaking his savior's hand, Jube Matsuda asked the adventurer to take care of himself and added that they would definitely come to his aid if he ever needed it. For a while longer, the owner of the premises watched the young man walk away. Suddenly, Sake called out to her grandfather, asking where their acquaintance was, though the old man asked her in return why she had returned from school so quickly. And then he said that the young man had just left because he had his own business to attend to. Out of breath, the blonde tried to explain that she had been in such a hurry, but had still arrived late. The beauty used to think that the awakened were just fools greedy for money, but Hikaru Okita isn't like that at all, and that makes her very happy. Just then, a young man at Waterclear called out to Yuriko. The employee said she would try to finish the report on the week's dungeon clearances as soon as possible. Glancing at the results, the brunette said with a hint of sadness in her voice that not a single large dungeon had been cleared, but 2 medium-sized buildings had been cleared, and recently they had managed to restore 8 small structures to their original state structures that no one had thought about in a long time. The girl saw that all these buildings were located in the same area and not very far from each other. At first, Yuriko thought that some other team might have gone there, though she immediately decided that it wouldn't be possible to clear 8 dungeons at once in such a short time. At that very moment, data loaded showing who had done what over the past week. When the employee read a name she recognized, she simply couldn't believe that this success belonged to someone who worked for them. The people standing nearby understood what had happened, but they didn't believe that Hikaru Okita was capable of something like that. Some said that small dungeons didn't mean anything at all, but this kid definitely wouldn't have been able to handle medium-sized ones. Opinions were divided. While some boasted that they always went on raids to clear out medium and large structures, others said that this guy was impressive with such a low rank, it's impossible to even defeat goblins. As she left, Yuriko said she had some business to attend to and would be back very soon. The worker was also annoyed that someone in this group was always gossiping. Even the newbies had gotten involved in it. Only the newly awakened, who started out in small dungeons, know that this is very hard work. Besides, it takes a lot of time and effort. The girl remembered that this young man had an elixir card that helped heal the wounded. But if that was the case, then what had he used to fight the monsters he encountered? For a moment, Yuriko thought that in the dungeon where the team had fought, our hero might have found some kind of card that helped him level up so much. There were too many questions, but no answers could be found. These were just ordinary speculations. Meanwhile, Hikaru Okita was sitting in a cafe, lost in thought, since he now had plenty of time for it. The young man picked up his phone and saw that a former colleague was texting him, asking if he was free anytime soon. For a moment, the startled young man thought that this brunette had decided to ask him out on a date, which was very unexpected and strange. Okita Hikaru was a responsible person, so that evening he got ready and went to the meeting. Miho, who was standing next to her colleague, paused for a moment and looked off into the distance in a very strange way. Nakamura didn't understand what was wrong, since he had simply suggested they walk together for company. But the girl started running ahead. The beautiful girl replied irritably, asking if the young man had considered that she didn't want him following her everywhere. The young man wasn't offended. He replied that she should have said so right away, and added that his colleague had been somewhat depressed and withdrawn lately, and he just wanted to help. After which he added that there was no point in worrying about Okita's departure. She could switch her focus to something interesting. The girl didn't say anything. Instead, she ran ahead as if someone were chasing her. At that time, our hero was meeting with his former colleague. For a while, the two stood on the street, not even knowing what to talk about, since nothing connected them anymore. At that moment, Miho, who was walking by, happened to see the young people and thought there might be something going on between them. Once they were sitting in the cafe, the brunette apologized to the guy for imposing on him so abruptly, but there was just one thing. Embarrassed, Okita Hikaru blushed immediately upon hearing this, because he didn't know what it all meant. Looking at his former colleague in surprise, the young man heard her say that he must have gotten a stronger card, and that's why he quit his job. Most likely, he'll keep using it. Taking a printout of the dungeon clear from work, the girl pointed to our hero's name and asked if it was really him. Out loud, the young man admitted that it was him, but to himself he thought that he had only received his pay and signed the contract yesterday, and everyone at the company already knew about it. When his former colleague asked how he'd managed it, Okita Hikaru lied, saying there were only weak goblins there, so it hadn't been particularly difficult. While the girl was speaking, the guy thought about how he wanted to test her thoughts, since the beauty might not have come to the meeting of her own free will. A moment later, the system notified the host that Yuriko was comparing our hero to her younger brother, and that she planned to continue her questioning. The guy didn't understand why this girl was comparing him to her brother, or what that could possibly mean. Despite this, the adventurer began to say that everyone knows he is a low-ranking awakened, but his former colleague shouldn't worry so much about him after all. He isn't a relative or a younger brother. The brunette looked at the young man in confusion, not knowing how to respond. Finally, the girl acknowledged the fact that the person sitting in front of her was not a relative, but she wanted to say something so that he would understand the reasons for her concern. After that, Yuriko told him about her younger brother, who had died during a dungeon clear. That year, he had been studying at university, and together with other students had decided to form their own squad of Awakened. They were very strong and talented, clearing dungeon after dungeon at a rapid pace. In addition, some of the guys managed to get their hands on S-Rarity Gate cards. There were only a few such cards in all of Japan, so it's no surprise that the group soon attracted the attention of many companies. But one day, something terrible happened. The young people noticed that something was wrong with the card. For some reason, one of the cards went out of control and exploded. The dungeon was destroyed and several people died. If you get a very high-rank card, there's a chance you might lose control of it one day. That's why the girl thought maybe the guy had gotten exactly that kind of card and started to worry. The young man apologized for making her worry and added that he had indeed been lucky with the dungeon run. It was a fortunate coincidence. And he immediately added that if he had a powerful card, he definitely wouldn't have left the group. Handing Yuriko his card, the young man explained that it was his magic projectile card, which he had bought with his severance pay after being laid off. The guy knew the girl would surely want to verify the card's authenticity, but that didn't scare him at all. The beauty immediately realized that the owner of this card could only deal serious damage to the enemy. The brunette began apologizing for bothering the young man and for not believing him, but he said it was no big deal since they worked together. A short while later, the girl was already leaving, which pleased the young man, since he couldn't even hint at what he now possessed. Just then, Nakamura came out to meet the guys and greeted our hero, asking what he was doing there. Seeing that the girl had also come out from somewhere, his former colleague remarked that he thought Okita Hikaru would be surprised when she saw them. To himself, the guy thought that he had noticed these two a long time ago, because now his eyesight was so good that even binoculars would be jealous. Trying to break the awkward silence, Nakamura asked how the guy's date had gone, but Yuriko immediately insisted that it had been just an ordinary meeting. All three looked at the brunette in surprise, but our hero was the most taken aback, as he still hadn't quite figured out what had happened at the cafe. Miko, looking at her former colleague, asked if perhaps they could go out somewhere together for dinner. The colleague immediately started saying that it was tactless, but the girl didn't care. She wanted to meet up with the guy. Looking at Nakamura, the young man immediately realized that he really liked this girl, but she wasn't even paying attention to him. Hikaru Okita didn't want to get into a fight with anyone, so he explained that associating with him could negatively affect the reputation of the guys who work at the company, since they were no longer colleagues, and that could lead to problems. After that, the young man quickly turned around and said he was very tired and wanted to go home. Turning around, our hero gave Nakamura a strange look, as if he wanted to say something to him with that glance. All three watched closely as the adventurer quickly walked away. To himself, Okita Hikaru thought that he had probably explored too many dungeons at once. Yuriko had come to see him today, but who knew what kind of visitors might show up in the future? So he decided he should be as careful as possible. The next day, the ill-wishers who had set our hero up were shouting at someone not to leave so quickly, since they had important information. The group leader stated that he had said more than once that he didn't want to hear anything about this Okita, especially since they had enough work of their own. However, his colleagues felt that something was off about this. Perhaps it had to do with the boss. Besides, it was odd that the boy had quit immediately after that dungeon run. The guy was sure the dungeon boss would devour the adventurer, but if he'd realized that wasn't the case, he would have come up with something else. Still, it was a good thing Tyra came to his senses in time, otherwise they'd have been in big trouble. What's strange is that this Okita managed to clear out several dungeons on his own and make good money doing it. even though he couldn't even handle a goblin before. After that, the young man declared that since their leader wasn't telling them anything, they needed to go straight to the boss. A few minutes later, the group stood at the threshold of Serizawa's office, saying they wanted to discuss something very important. The man looked sternly at these people and remained silent, not understanding why they had come. Once inside the office, the Awakened explained that they wanted to talk about the guy who had recently quit. The manager paused to think for a moment, as he didn't know many of the employees, but then he remembered the young man. The girl had already started saying something about reports, but the guy, covering her mouth with his hand, immediately declared that this Hikaru Okita had prevented them from attacking and destroying the boss in the dungeon. Serizawa looked closely at his guests as if he had absolutely no idea what they were talking about. The young man asked if the boss didn't think that this adventurer, despite having resigned, was continuing to clean house behind the company's back. Hearing that the boss wanted to hear suggestions, the subordinate replied that he believed Serizawa himself should put some pressure on this Okita to stop allowing himself such insolence. The director looked closely at the members of his team but didn't rush to say anything to them. Walking over to the window, the man stated that it seemed his subordinates wanted to use his status to easily eliminate a competitor and asked if there were any other ideas on the matter. The Awakened one didn't want to be rude, so he shouted loudly that he had some ideas. Upon arriving at the Department of Awakened Research, our hero pondered which dungeon to venture into next. This dungeon clearing branch, like the department, is controlled by the government. Records are kept here of all discovered dungeons, and an adventurer can choose a suitable one and register to clear it. There are cases where a building owner, like Mr. Matsuda, directly requests assistance, but more often than not, the Awakened receive their assignments at this very branch. Approaching the counter, the young man waited while they verified the authenticity of his document. Suddenly, the young man looked somewhere, but was very surprised. It turned out that the young man's personal page indicated that there were no dungeons available for him to clear. At first, our hero thought it was some kind of mistake, so he glanced at his neighbor's card and saw that he had 16 suspicious locations to choose from. As for the other neighbor, his situation was the same. Approaching one of the staff members, Hikaru Okita mentioned that there was a glitch in one of the terminals. Since the adventurer couldn't see any available dungeons, they simply weren't showing up. The man asked the young man his name and immediately said he would check everything right away. A short while later, our hero confirmed that he had recently quit the company because he wanted to register as a private Awakened and then work independently. Pushing his glasses up, the employee admitted that he didn't want to hide anything. The fact was that they had received an order from the company where the young man had worked to restrict his access to the dungeons, and so in this case, there was nothing that could be done. The young man was baffled as to how this could be possible, and the branch employee suggested that the young man might have been damaging the company's reputation. Upon hearing that large companies often do this, the young man asked how this problem could be resolved. Suddenly, the man said there was a certain dungeon, though he wasn't sure about it. The reason was that this underground operation was quite dangerous, and he added that Hikaru Okita should be prepared for Clearwater to try something against their former employee again. The adventurer wanted to work, so he couldn't pass up such an opportunity. It happens that several companies compete at once to clear out a dungeon. Of course, in such a case, the owner has to pay a hefty sum. But the chances that the dungeon will definitely be cleared increase significantly. But in our hero's case, it was as if everything had been deliberately arranged to get rid of him. They'd left him the most difficult dungeon to intimidate him. Of course, it wasn't hard to guess whose idea it was, but the young man knew exactly what he was going to do. The young man thought that someone else besides Tyra might have found out about his power, but now there was no choice. He had to take the risk. This place used to be the former office of a restaurant chain, but now it had been turned into a large dungeon. Suddenly, our hero heard some voices, and turning around, he saw Kenji Nogeti and his partner, Rezo Hisayama. Bringing his hand up to the guy's nose, the antagonist remarked that he used to be a Four Eyes, but now he probably didn't even have the money for that accessory. In a cold tone, Okita Hikaru stated that he was glad to see his former colleagues again. While Kenji Nogeti insisted that they no longer wanted to see the boy, he thought to himself that they had set the whole thing up themselves. As they left, the company employees remarked that this fool wouldn't even be able to handle a single monster, and since he didn't know the dungeon, he would surely head straight for the boss's lair, which actually worked in their favor. But our hero didn't care that people were whispering behind his back. He had come here for victory. Although for a moment the young man felt ashamed that he had once admired these people and wanted to be like them. Looking down, the guy strained his eyes as he thought he saw some movement down there. It was true, the system had also sent a notification that there were monsters nearby, so he needed to be on his guard. After a while, the young man had to face a demonic steed that hadn't been in the previous dungeons. Okita Hikaru knew there was no time to waste, so he immediately summoned the Azure Samurai to his aid, confident that he would handle the task perfectly this time as well. When his assistant appeared, the master immediately ordered him to launch his attack without delay. Barely a few minutes had passed when the system reported that the demonic steed had been successfully eliminated. But there was no time to relax. It seemed the whole place was swarming with similar monsters, which kept arriving in droves. The young man shouted that these monsters were preparing to attack, so they had to counterattack to leave them no chance to strike. The assistant handled his task brilliantly, doing absolutely everything necessary for victory. Fortunately, the lower floors were cleared fairly quickly, but it couldn't be called a victory yet, since another monster lay ahead. It was the dungeon boss, a centaur, a high-ranking B-class monster that our hero had never faced before. Hikaru Okita was a little concerned that none of his former companions were in sight. Could this mean he had reached this point too quickly? However, the dungeon wasn't a game. It didn't forgive mistakes, so naturally he had to finish it as quickly as possible, since magic was also being consumed by the attacks. In that very moment, the young man decided to use a powerful attack that should be just right for this monster. Meanwhile, Kenji Nogeti and his men had only reached the second floor of the dungeon, where the antagonist was fuming that no one was helping him. He summoned a wind warrior to aid him, hoping that the warrior would surely repel the monster's attack. Meanwhile, our hero, rather his loyal assistant, delivered a crushing blow to the centaur, which was the last obstacle standing in the way of success. The guy knew this was no easy battle, yet despite that, he saw a huge glowing stone ahead of him. As for the opposing side, they said that the monsters in this dungeon were much stronger than goblins, and therefore it would take them at least 4 hours to reach the boss. The girl was curious about what had happened to Okita, but her colleagues said that they were the only ones working in this area, and that the boy had probably gotten scared and run away. And right then, he shoved his junior colleague, shouting that enough rest was enough. It was time to move on, because work wouldn't wait. But suddenly something happened that the awakened ones hadn't expected at all, because the building which just a second ago had been a dungeon had now returned to its original state. The adventurers knew this meant the dungeon had been cleared, but they didn't understand who could have done such a thing. A few minutes later, Hikaru Okita was already pressing the elevator button to go down to the first floor and leave the building. Sighing with relief, the guy said that, not counting the boss, he'd been fighting in this place for about an hour. He hadn't expected this building to have a full 11 floors. When the dungeon boss dies, all the magic in the dungeon disappears as well. Basically, when clearing a dungeon, the most important thing is to get to the boss as quickly as possible and defeat him. Then everything returns to normal. Another important task for the Awakened One is to destroy the dungeon boss without destroying the building itself, causing minimal damage. Stepping out of the elevator, the young man noticed his former colleagues who were already leaving. Our hero pretended not to notice them and headed for the door himself, but Kenji Nogeti immediately called out to him, asking him not to leave so quickly. Laughing, Hikaru Okita jokingly remarked that it seemed the adventurers hadn't made much progress, even though they were higher in rank than him. He immediately continued, saying that they had taken so long to get there that he had decided to fight the boss without them. The group couldn't understand how that was possible, especially since the Awakened One was all alone. As he left, the guy noted that he was grateful to everyone for their help anyway, but now he had a lot on his plate, so it was time to go. His detractors were furious. They hadn't envisioned the outcome of this battle at all like this. Suddenly, a girl mentioned that Okita seemed to know a thing or two about architectural design. During one of the clearings, he had boasted about this, saying that he had studied something similar when he was in college. As for the adventurer, he suggested that this kid might know some shortcuts, and therefore could show up in places where there were no monsters. And he immediately shouted that they needed to put pressure on the department again, so that they grant that fool access only to the same dungeons as them. Next time, they'd bring more people and would surely clear out the dungeon. An employee of the Bureau for the Study of the Awakened, upon seeing our hero, was surprised that the guy had managed to outrun the Clearwater agents. Holding the stone in his hands, the young man smiled, saying that this was indeed the case. The man said that, of course, it didn't really matter to him who had cleared out the dungeon, but he certainly wouldn't have said that about Clearwater. When asked about the dungeons, the employee noted that these were, once again, only the dungeons claimed by the same firm. Delighted, our hero shouted that it didn't matter at all. He'd take on anything they offered him. The man couldn't believe that Okita Hikaru was serious, but he insisted that it was the absolute truth. The employee timidly asked what would happen if the adventurer couldn't handle it, but he said he would definitely get the job done. After a while, the young man had already reached the dungeon boss, who was a boar centaur. The young man stood facing this monster and looked at it intently. It was clear that the monster's hostility was at its peak. He was ready to deliver a crushing blow at any moment. The Azure warrior was prepared for any turn of events, and so he had already drawn his sword to begin the battle. The young man didn't know how long this fight would last, but, as always, he knew he would give it his all to show what he was capable of. And this move proved successful once again. Only a few minutes had passed, and the centaur was already defeated. Holding the map in his hands, our hero smiled, glad that he had once again managed to clear the challenging dungeon. Descending to the first floor of the building, which had regained its former appearance, Okita Hikaru saw his former colleagues and told them it had been a long time since they'd seen each other. And once again, his detractors wondered how this fool had managed to handle this task so easily, since it was practically impossible. Some time passed and the situation repeated itself, because the young man found himself in a D-ranked dungeon where a liquor manufacturing company had once been located. The guy saw no point in changing his tactics just yet, since everything had worked very well up to that point, so this time shouldn't be any different. And that was true. Only a few minutes passed, and the boss met the same fate as all the others in other dungeons. Waving his card, the young man saw only a notification from the system confirming what he already knew perfectly well. As he stepped out of the elevator on the first floor, Hikaru Okita said, with a hint of embarrassment in his voice, that things had turned out such that he'd cleared everything out quickly again this time, so his colleagues would have to take a short break. This time, the adventurers were truly shocked. This wasn't the first time the same thing had happened, even though this time they brought nearly the entire department with them. When he arrived at the office, Kenji Nogeti was angrier than ever. He said that they would soon be reprimanded for sending instructions to the department in his name without his boss's knowledge, and on top of that, they hadn't cleared a single dungeon. The girl understood this herself, so she decided that something had to be done immediately. The guy said they needed to figure out how to lure Okita into a trap without him even realizing it. Passing by, our hero's former colleague grew suspicious, because it seemed to him that they were definitely talking about Okita. At that moment, Kenji Nogeti was saying that it was time to stop trying to outrun this kid. They should just wait for the right moment and ambush this adventurer. The colleague thought about it, noting that such a plan could certainly bear fruit. Now Nakamura knew for sure that his acquaintance was in big trouble, and therefore he needed to warn him about it. While no one was looking, the employee stepped out of the hallway and went to a place where no one would disturb him. A few minutes later, the young man was already calling his friend, speaking very quietly. Realizing it was Nakamura calling, the young man immediately asked how things were going and what was new. But his colleague shouted into the phone that all that could wait because there were more important matters at hand. Noguchi was trying to figure out how to make the guy fail the mission. The adventurer said he'd heard this ill-wisher say he wanted to set up an ambush when the young man went on his next mission. At that moment, Rezo Hisayama was walking down the hallway, completely unaware that anyone had overheard them. Looking at Nakamura, the girl was surprised to see this man talking to someone in the middle of the workday, something that had never happened before. Meanwhile, the man who had just woken up was telling his companion to be as careful as possible because he couldn't even imagine that things could get to the point where a former colleague would want to kill Okita Hikaru. Realizing what was happening, Rezo Hisayama understood that this young man had been communicating with their enemy all along and therefore knew everything. She immediately decided that in this case they needed to change their plan. They had to use Nakamura to outsmart Okita. Hanging up the phone, the young man sighed with relief, confident that he had succeeded and that no one had noticed anything. Unexpectedly, the girl called out to the man who had just woken up, saying she had a favor to ask of him. A short while later, our hero entered yet another underground facility, which had previously been a dietary supplement manufacturing company. Nakamura, who had also come here, couldn't believe his eyes because standing before him was a former colleague. Hikaru Okita himself didn't understand what this young man was doing in such a place. In an icy tone, our hero asked what the guy was doing on Noguchi's team, since he had never gone with them before. The adventurer explained that after their phone conversation, these people had invited him over and told him he would be joining them on the next mission because they needed to gather as many people as possible. Then he said that it was a little strange, though he was glad perhaps this was his chance to prove and practice that he was capable of a lot. Okita Hikaru understood everything, but said aloud that his comrades should be as careful as possible and not let his guard down, because anything could happen in a team with those two. Kenji Nogeti saw that the guys were talking, so he didn't want that, and immediately ordered his subordinate to turn back because the mission wouldn't wait. And turning around, he promised our hero that today they would definitely clear out this dungeon, and they would do the job as quickly as possible. Nakamura didn't understand a thing. He just stared intently at his former colleague. Meanwhile, Okita Hikaru was thinking that this boy was simply beaming with joy, just like he had in his first days on the job. Perhaps he should let their team win today for the sake of his comrade. However, there was something that greatly troubled the young man, though he himself didn't understand what it was. After a while, the young man reached the 11th floor, where another enormous monster awaited him. The adventurer thought that this must be the dungeon boss. It looked like some kind of half-beast or centaur again. There had been monsters of this sort in previous dungeons as well. After that, the system provided all available information, so the young man would understand who he was dealing with. To himself, our hero thought that he had destroyed almost all the monsters in the dungeon. Yet the team he used to work with still hadn't caught up to him. Suddenly, the system notified the young man that other awakened ones had been detected on the floor, which actually made him happy. Nakamura suddenly shouted, reporting that it looked like they had reached the floor where the boss was located. The group's leader wanted to know where Okita was, though he was nowhere to be seen. Kenji Notegi happily said that they had managed to get ahead of that kid. Now all that was left was to fight the boss, which shouldn't be too difficult. Hiding behind one of the rocks, the young man hoped that this group would quickly take care of the centaur. Though the main thing was that Nakamura was okay, let him show everyone what he was capable of. At that very moment, the antagonist warned our hero's companion to be sure to use the card they'd been given, as it was very important. The girl also smiled, noting that she believed in the adventurer and hoped he wouldn't let his team down. The surprised young man thought with horror that this was the very same card that had been slipped to him, and that meant he had to cover for Nakamura because he could either fall badly or die if he fell into the boss's clutches. Suddenly, the group leader shouted for everyone to get ready because they needed to activate their cards. Both the young man and the girl immediately summoned their assistants, with whom they had been working for a very long time. Realizing they wouldn't be able to hold off the boss for long, the enemies immediately shouted at the low-ranking awakened one to start acting. Okita Hikaru ran as fast as he could, but he found it hard to believe that these evil people had decided to try that treacherous and terrifying card again. The opponents hoped that Nakamura had already used the card, but he hadn't, so they shouted once more for him not to delay. It seemed the boy didn't immediately understand what was required of him, so he stared intently at his card. By the time he decided to use it, his comrade was already running toward him, thinking that he had to save his former colleague, who had not been afraid to warn him of the danger, a very brave act. The young man wanted his Azure Samurai to unleash a power like thunder. Only such a force could somehow prevent what was about to happen. At the last minute, Kenji Notegi managed to see that someone else had joined the battle, though he didn't understand whose warrior it was or who had summoned him. But that didn't matter, because a moment later, their young colleague's card activated, triggering an explosion that sent everyone flying downward. As for the boss, it was the samurai who struck him, as always with precision and speed. Hikaru Okita heard the system send another notification that the centaur had been successfully eliminated. It had been the most intense battle for the adventurer because his comrade had been involved. Despite that, the young man thought to himself that he had managed to intervene just in time after all. Glancing to the side, the young man noticed a large crystal left behind by the boss. This time, the stone was truly massive. As for the enemies, they had hit the ground upon falling and immediately lost consciousness, though this was hardly surprising. Our hero thought with horror and regret that this time they had decided to use the unsuspecting Nakamura as bait. Approaching his former colleague, the young man wanted to know what condition he was in. Opening his eyes, the guy didn't seem to realize right away what had happened to him. Looking at Okita Hikaru, the adventurer asked what had happened in this place. The guy honestly admitted that everything was fine now, and there was no need to worry about the dungeon boss either, since he had been successfully defeated, meaning he no longer posed a threat to anyone. As he got up from his seat, the adventurer wanted to know if it was true that his companion had caused everything that had happened. Okita saw no point in hiding anything, and explained that those two had slipped the young specialist a trap card. It was capable of destroying the space around you, which meant the adventurer had been invited along simply to be used as bait. That was exactly why the ill-wishers had been praising the young man so highly and supporting him. Glancing around, the unfortunate young man asked once more if it was true that his former colleague had managed to defeat the boss. As he left, the young man declared that Nakamura must tell everyone that the boss had been successfully destroyed by the trap card. As for the magic stone, the awakened one should keep it for himself, since the crystal is very rare. Besides, the item would serve as proof that a low-ranking member had killed the boss. The surprised young man didn't understand what was happening, so he just stood there in silence. But then, bowing his head, Nakamura replied sternly that he wouldn't take a stone that didn't belong to him and that there was no need to feel sorry for him. Clenching his fist, the young man explained that he wanted to earn such bonuses through his own efforts, not by taking advantage of special favors. He immediately added that Noguchi and the others would wake up soon, so it was time for his former colleague to leave. But next time he wouldn't lose. Smiling, Okita Hikaru happily noted that in that case, he would definitely look forward to their next meeting. Watching his acquaintance walk away, the young man decided that he had, after all, hurt Nakamura with his actions. But that only proved that he was a truly good awakened one. A short while later, the boss asked his subordinates what they had been up to for the past few weeks. Although it was obvious to everyone that they had gotten involved in a foolish competition with a low-ranking awakened one, and on top of that, had failed to complete a single task and disgraced the entire company. The man shouted that he was simply wasting his money on these adventurers, and besides, they had surely been awarded an A rank in vain. The manager was about to say something else, but at that moment, another subordinate walked in, wanting to say something. The girl explained to Serizawa that a board meeting was about to take place. She had been asked to notify the boss and find out if he would be attending. Serizawa didn't like to miss such events, so he replied that he would be there shortly. The adventurers immediately remarked that they'd gotten off easy this time, even though they could have had their pay docked. After a while, everyone who was needed gathered in the conference room. Takeda, who was the company's executive director, said that today the government had discovered a new dungeon and had asked the Awakened to clear it out. They were being asked to clear out the Tokyo airport. Those gathered immediately began saying that this was something new and unusual. The director continued to explain that such large-scale clearances had never been carried out before, so they needed to try to outdo their competitors. Then representatives from other countries might take an interest in their services. It follows that they must assemble a squad of the best awakened ones to demonstrate what they are capable of. Looking at the CEO, Takeda stated that after the airport sweep, their profits would increase tenfold. Kondo noted that this was indeed the case, and therefore it was a very important matter. After that, the CEO turned to Serizawa, saying that he needed only the best people, and as far as he knew, the manager had such people on his team. The man had no intention of discussing internal problems, so he simply assured them that everyone could rely on them. At that moment, our hero returned to the department carrying a large stone, saying that he had cleared out the dungeon. The employee, looking at Okita Hikaru, noted that he never ceased to amaze him, and adjusting his glasses, the man began to say something about wanting to offer the young man an interesting assignment. The young man looked closely at the man, saying that he was inspired by everything unusual. The man explained that this morning the government had sent a request to clear out Tokyo Airport. The government had allowed anyone who wished to participate, so now the company where the adventurer had previously worked would have no way of interfering in the matter. The employee said that this was the biggest mission possible, of course, and the reward for completing it would be commensurate. Our hero wanted to test his skills. There's no point in using his strongest cards in lower-level dungeons, but now he has a place to really let loose. The mysterious effects of the anomalous storm affected more than just high-rise buildings. Larger facilities, such as airports, were also turning into dungeons, which led to the Japanese economy suffering greatly. The damage from the aftermath was enormous, so the dungeon had to be cleared out as soon as possible. But it's not that simple, because there are 3 major cleanup companies in the country that have repeatedly offered their services, though they were turned down. However, at some point, the government realized that this problem could not go on forever. It had to be resolved somehow, and so an announcement was made to try to recruit as many awakened as possible, including those working outside of companies, and thus a sort of public competition was organized. Sometime later, Mr. Kurokawa, the Director General of the Department of Awakened Research, asked Serizawa what he thought about the current situation at the airport. The man didn't answer the question right away. First, he thanked them for inviting him at all. Kurokawa said he couldn't believe they would actually have to open the dungeon to the public, considering that the rival teams had failed to clear it and got stuck halfway through. The guest replied that there was no need to worry, their firm would certainly handle everything, and the previous failures were nothing more than a fluke. The boss smiled and noted that he would be keeping an eye on the guys. Moreover, he hoped they definitely wouldn't let him down this time. Kurokawa wanted neither his acquaintance nor his firm to let him down and always to delight him with excellent results. He then added that he felt a little sorry for all the poor souls who would come to the dungeon. After all, they didn't stand a chance. A couple of days later, a meeting point was set up for the participants in the Tokyo airport sweep. Hikaru Okita had also come here because he was certain of his decision to participate. though he hadn't expected so many people to gather in this place. Though that wasn't surprising, since awakened ones from all over the country had gathered here. The young man was curious about who everyone was and what rank they held, so he began scanning them, though there was no one with an A rank. And that was very strange, since the young man knew that the target was difficult, so professionals in their field should have come first. Looking around, the young man noted to himself that several high-ranking adventurers were standing on the street, but for some reason weren't going inside. Suddenly, the system notified our hero that it had detected high-ranking participants, which immediately piqued the young man's interest. The young man realized it was Taira and the others, of course, they all held an A rank. But on the other hand, Hikaru Okita was puzzled by the fact that there were so few of them. It was interesting that they used to go into small dungeons in large groups, but now they had shown up as a trio. Unexpectedly, Kiko Iwasa, who was an auditor in the Department of Awakened Research, asked the head of the research department, Mr. Takasu, if he would be attending the briefing. But the young man honestly admitted that he didn't feel like doing so this time. With a hint of sadness in her voice, the girl explained that none of the giant companies, with the exception of Clearwater, had decided to take on the cleanup, which was somehow very unusual. The man explained that he suspected the CEO or the deputy secretary from the department might be involved. One of them was definitely helping the company. The only catch is that they don't have any evidence yet. However, he immediately added that he wouldn't let this slide and would definitely get to the bottom of it. And while Kiko Iwasawa was saying that she felt very sorry for the novice adventurers who might die there, the boss said that they needed to keep an eye on other companies as well, to make sure no problems arose. A short while later, everyone gathered in the presentation hall, where they were about to be shown something very important. The presenter greeted everyone, then asked all the participants to look at the screen, explaining that they were about to see footage from the underground tunnels of Tokyo Airport that had been taken a month ago. The audience immediately noticed a bird flying by, paying no attention to anyone. After that, the speaker declared that this was not just a bird, but a flying dragon that had attacked people. However, it was not alone in those parts. At the same time, another one flew up to it. Questions immediately began in the hall about whether it was true that there were several bosses in this underground area. If not, then who were these dragons? And while the monsters flew and burned everything in their path with the fire they breathed, the audience asked each other what to do in this situation. And the narrator continued to explain that, as everyone had surely already realized, this dungeon actually had several powerful bosses. Both monsters belonged to the same species, flying dragons, and they were ranked A. Upon hearing this, the newly awakened players began discussing among themselves that they had never before encountered monsters of such a high level. People said they'd heard that quite a few employees had gone missing from a large company at one time. Now it was clear why it was difficult for them to handle A-rank monsters. Our hero had heard that dungeon bosses were dangerous even when alone, but the problem was that if he attacked one of the dragons, the second would immediately teleport to him, and then the monsters would attack together with greater force. In other words, a group of awakened ones always has to fight two bosses at the same time. The lecturer said that, with the support of their colleagues from major companies, they managed to develop the following strategy, which involves dividing all the adventurers into two teams. The main task of the teams is to reach the location of both bosses simultaneously and attack them at the same time in both parts of the airport, that is, in the east and west wings. The Tokyo Airport dungeon can be divided into two parts, two wings, the east and west wings. Each part of the dungeon has its own boss, so it was decided to attack both wings simultaneously. This eliminated the possibility of one boss teleporting to help the other. However, it's important to remember that each of them still holds an A rank. Everyone knows they're the most dangerous. In the end, two teams were assembled. First and foremost, the awakened from elite companies were assigned, where their merits and victories in other dungeons, as well as the company's overall status, were evaluated. Hikaru Okita joined the reserve team of the West Wing, just like many others who worked on their own. After a while, Nakamura, who was also there, was looking for someone to talk to. Quite by chance, he ran into our hero, who was curious to know who his former colleague had come here with. The guy didn't answer, but the system hinted to our hero that all his detractors had come along with his friend. Okita Hikaru didn't say anything out loud, but he thought to himself that, unfortunately, life hadn't taught his friend a thing. But suddenly, Nakamura announced that this time he wasn't on Taira's team, since he had his own group, of which he was the leader. Of course, Taira and Noguchi's team is responsible for the attack on the Eastern Wing, but that's not the most interesting part. After all, our hero's acquaintance landed the lead role among the awakened ones in the support unit, which had been formed into a separate squad. When asked by Nakamura where Okita Hikaru would be, he replied that he was a reserve on the West Wing, and he heard words of encouragement from his comrade, who told him not to despair, because someday he'll achieve something anyway. After that, his former colleague boasted that he had an F rank, but for his good service, he was awarded a D rarity card, a defensive barrier, which meant they had great faith in him. Waving his hand, the young man wished his friend good luck and told him not to forget to let him know how it all went. A moment later, the guy turned around. It seemed to him that Chief Serizawa had also arrived at this place, though that was a rare occurrence. As before, the system couldn't tell him anything about this man other than his name. All other information was hidden. Taira approached the boss and said that for now, they would proceed according to Serizawa's plan. The man stated that many of their competitors hadn't yet decided to participate in the cleanup. This was an excellent chance to show themselves in the best light. However, they would still have to work together with other smaller companies. Otherwise, the cleanup plan might fail. He added that their company was already well known in this country, and once they cleaned up the airport, their reputation would skyrocket. The boss didn't forget to mention that the younger their target, the better. And he immediately went on to say that he was counting on his colleague. After a while, the plan to clean up the Tokyo airport began to be put into action. All the participants, including our hero, were a little scared since they didn't know exactly what might be waiting for them there. The dungeon is a vast desert landscape where it is extremely hot. Magic has drastically altered the surrounding area, making it seem as if this desert is endless. All participants in the operation were issued special suits and provided with supplies of food and water. It seemed like there was nothing special about this expedition, but that wasn't the case. The awakened ones of higher ranks had certain privileges, or so they said. Some of the guys remarked that it was so hot in this place that they weren't sure if it was really a dungeon or some other kind of place. Another young man shouted that under no circumstances should they stop because monsters could attack at any moment. When he saw that the young man had decided to take a drink, he got really angry, declaring that low-ranking members had been given the least amount of water, and therefore they couldn't waste resources so thoughtlessly. And while the adventurer was apologizing, his colleague, a high-ranking specialist, shouted that such fools really annoyed him. Okita Hikaru remained silent. He didn't want to talk to anyone, realizing that he had absolutely no need for it. Besides, their dungeon-clearing team consisted mostly of elite awakened individuals who were affiliated with major corporations. On the one hand, independent adventurers, a group to which Okita Hikaru belonged, were people who assisted the elite. Of course, it all sounds good, but in reality, it's not nearly as rosy. Because in reality, they're just lugging all the gear around. And on top of that, if something happens or things don't go according to plan, the blame will likely be placed squarely on them. Just like in clear water, the low-ranking awakened in this operation serve as expendable resources who can easily be sacrificed when the opportunity arises. But the catch is that many of them don't even suspect this, believing they're playing some very important role. A moment later, the guy looked up because he saw a flock of monsters in the sky, realizing they weren't flying there for no reason. The group couldn't believe they'd encountered monsters so quickly, hoping they'd only see the boss. Our hero immediately determined that a flying lizard was above them, capable of unleashing a very powerful explosion. Suddenly, one of the adventurers shouted for the lower-ranking members to raise their shields immediately. In that very second, the awakened ones did as they were told, realizing that not only their own lives, but also the lives of others depended on it. As for the higher-ranking adventurers, some of them used a fire spearman who had excellent armor and could easily strike a stronger opponent. But unfortunately, it didn't matter. The young man noted that he couldn't reach those birds. The blows were too weak. The monsters saw what was happening, but this state of affairs did not frighten them at all. It was clear that they were extremely determined. The blows were so powerful and strong that the group couldn't handle them, realizing they lacked experience. One of the leaders shouted that they needed to be extremely careful because the enemy was not sleeping. Watching everything unfold, Okita Hikaru thought that it seemed even the elite awakened weren't prepared for attacks from the air. Something had to be done immediately because only the lower-ranking guys would suffer. No one would come to their defense. Hiding behind a rock so no one could see him, the young man was about to summon the Azure Samurai to join the attacks and prevent others from getting hurt. But suddenly, everyone present turned their attention to a girl who was glowing with a bright light. At the last moment, the young man decided to change his strategy, which was supposed to work perfectly. The lower-ranking participants said they felt as if strength was surging into them, something that had never happened before. But that wasn't the whole story. One of the guys sensed that something indescribable was happening. The same was true for the other guys, who shouted that for some reason they had started moving very quickly, allowing them to easily dodge direct blows. The high-ranking members, who had assumed the newbies were useless, now watched them in astonishment, trying to figure out what had happened. However, there was no time to think, because the monsters weren't going to wait and were about to attack again. Grabbing their cards, the guys shouted that they could now try to set up a defense again. As for the high-ranking adventurers, they used a card that sent a hail of arrows toward the monsters. The young people didn't know if they'd managed to hit the monsters, so they peered up at the sky again to see if there was anything there. The lower-ranked participants also took part in the attack. They couldn't believe that all their attacks had been successful, something that had never happened before. The A-rankers couldn't believe they hadn't been able to do anything, while those untrained newcomers had achieved such magnificent results. Our hero didn't want to be part of this, but he thought to himself that he had taught those young people a little lesson by showing them that rank didn't matter. The young man wanted to protect everyone who needed it, but at the same time, he wanted to do everything so that his abilities remained a secret. At some point, something began happening in the sky again, so one of the low-ranking adventurers shielded the professional with his body. And while some worked to destroy the monsters, others stood by to support the first group if necessary, after which they realized the battle was over. Picking up a stone left behind by the monsters, one of the guys turned to the leader and said that since he was the one who had defeated them all, the crystal rightfully belonged to him as well. The group leader didn't like this, but he didn't want to argue, since those were the rules. As for the young adventurer, he was telling everyone that he had succeeded. Standing aside, the leader said again that these people really annoyed him. Hikaru Okita didn't have time to rest. He received another notification about new monsters and immediately told the others. The lower-ranked members asked to be included in the battle as well, since they had shown what they were capable of, and upon hearing that they were allowed to do so, overjoyed, the group immediately ran off somewhere, forgetting that danger threatened them all. Looking around, the young people realized that there were far more birds this time, so they needed to attack very quickly. Okita Hikaru also realized that this time the battle would be much more serious, so he decided to boost his own power a little as well. Summoning his assistant to his aid, the young man thought about how this card enhances the physical and magical abilities of the awakened. Therefore, lower-rank adventurers would now be able to handle D-rank or even C-rank monsters with greater ease. However, he wanted to know what would happen if the young man decided to use this skill more than once. In that very moment, the young man summoned the guardian goddess again, who had already helped them grow stronger once before. Suddenly, Okita Hikaru felt a very strange sensation, as if his body no longer belonged to him. At that very moment, the flying monster launched its attack again. The adventurer noticed this out of the corner of his eye, realizing that he absolutely had to do something. But he saw that thanks to their lightning-fast speed, the lower-ranking guys were dodging so quickly that these blows didn't even faze them. This time, the young man had no intention of leaving everything to his colleagues, so he hit again to summon an assistant for himself. Okita Hikaru knew that in this situation, he could use a hail of arrows, which he immediately resorted to. As usual, the young man felt confident, though he didn't want anyone to accidentally figure out that he was the one who deserved all the credit. Turning around, our hero saw the jubilant group and thought to himself that if things kept going this way, they'd clear out the West Wing very soon, and if they set up camp here, they could rest and regain their strength. And after that, they would definitely be able to move on to fight the boss, though, of course, he wanted to know where it was at the moment. Using his vision, the young man determined that the main monster was now a 30-minute walk away. But there was something that alarmed the adventurer, because he sensed a powerful magical force that, of course, could belong to the boss from the East Wing. On the other hand, the young man realized that there was something else very unusual. The reason was that Okita Hikaru could sense magic emanating from 3 places at once, which was highly unusual. Suddenly, it dawned on the young man. He thought that there were not 2, but 3 bosses in this dungeon, only no one knew about the last one, since they hadn't seen him yet. After that, Hikaru Okita paused to think for a moment and look back. The young man decided that what if the 3rd boss appeared during their simultaneous attack on the East and West Wings? Then both squads would be exhausted after the battle, and a surprise attack could be deadly. Although the reports mentioned only 2 bosses, if our hero reported a 3rd one, his guesses might be completely ignored. But the guy wasn't about to back down, deciding that if there was a 3rd boss, he would take it down on his own. The protective effect of the guardian goddess would last a little while longer. He hoped no one would notice his absence. Hiding behind a rock, Okita Hikaru was glad that, once again, no one had paid him any attention. In that very moment, the adventurer pulled out the protector goddess's card, and then, gathering speed, the young man ran off as fast as he could. Unexpectedly, the young man dashed past his comrades who were busy with their own affairs at that moment. The young people sensed that something was unusual, but they attributed the phenomenon to a mere gust of wind. As for our hero, he was thinking about how he was racing at breakneck speed, realizing that even support cards could be very powerful. He also had to brake early so as not to stop further than the spot where he had originally planned. Looking around, the adventurer decided that this was exactly the place from which the special energy emanated. But the guy was confused by the fact that there was no one around, even though the magic was clearly palpable. Looking ahead, our hero decided that, judging by the airport map, there used to be an observation tower at this spot. It was located somewhere between the east and west wings. And while the system sent a notification about the anomaly, it seemed to the young man that the space in this spot was distorted, and therefore everything appeared completely different from what it actually was. That is precisely why the awakened one decided that it was necessary to attack this specific zone, and so he called upon the Azure Samurai for help. But things weren't as simple as they seemed, because the system updated its data, reporting that a new dungeon had been discovered. It was something astonishing. The young man had never seen or heard of such an anomaly, for how could a dungeon form inside another dungeon? Another thing was intriguing. What kind of power would one need to pull off something like this and hide an entire dungeon in the desert? Looking at the crack, Okita Hikaru immediately cursed, realizing that monsters were beginning to infiltrate this dungeon, which complicated the task. Looking at these birds, the boy decided they were guarding their boss, doing everything possible to keep anyone from getting close to him. Unexpectedly, another problem arose. These flying lizards were screaming so loudly that the young man couldn't launch an attack, covering his ears. It seemed as though all the birds had immediately turned against the uninvited guest. That's exactly why, after waking up, he simply stood there for a while, watching everything unfold. Pulling out one of his cards, the young man decided it was time to take action, since the other adventurers were still busy dealing with the remaining bosses. The effect was incredible, because the monsters seemed to be getting sucked into some kind of huge vortex. The guy shouted that there was no point in messing with these small monsters. He had to get to the big ones as soon as possible, because the outcome of the entire mission depended on it. Realizing that the samurai could handle the remaining birds, our hero decided to run between them so they wouldn't even notice him. And it actually worked. Of course, the monsters noticed something unusual, but it was already too late to act. As for Okita Hikaru, he thought that at this speed, he would reach the top floor very quickly. At that very moment, Kiko Iwase's colleague approached her and quickly addressed her. The young man explained that a couple of minutes ago their radars had detected some very strange activity in the basement. The colleague noted that there shouldn't be anything there, though she immediately corrected herself, adding that Takasu was handling that, and he was currently at some kind of private meeting. The girl realized that this situation could not be ignored and asked to be put in touch with him. At that moment, Mr. Takasu was telling Serizawa that they had finally met. The man laughed, or rather mocked, the person standing across from him, noting that he should now be addressed as the head of the research department. In a stern tone, the young man stated that his opponent had also risen in rank. There were rumors that he was now even on good terms with the higher-ups. He then added that he didn't know what Serizawa and the others had in mind, but he promised he would certainly uncover all the secrets they were hiding from him. The head of Clearwater stated that he wanted to say something important. In their world, justice and honesty no longer mattered as much. The young man was about to say something, but at that moment the secretary walked in and announced that an urgent matter had come up, so Takasu was needed immediately. As he was leaving, the young man paused for a moment. It seemed as though he still wanted to say something. As for Serizawa, he had already picked up the phone to call someone, since he had no intention of speaking with a representative from the Awakened Bureau any longer. The man called Tyra and asked if they had everything ready, because the plan needed to be put into action. The subordinate said they were all set and could begin at any moment. And once again, the boss explained that the auditors were already aware of their movements. The distress signal would be the signal to begin the operation. At that moment, our hero finally reached the top floor, where his boss was already waiting for him. The system immediately sent a notification stating that this monster's power significantly exceeded rank A, though it was unclear by how much. For a moment, the young man paused to gather his thoughts and assess his strength. Of course, the young man understood that a battle lay ahead, but he thought about the fact that his rank was actually very high there, had never been bosses like this in his memory. And while the young man was thinking, the system sent another notification stating that the monster was planning to use its skill in a few seconds. Summoning his strength, the adventurer shouted that they were actually about to attack him. Suddenly, the boss began breathing, whether it was fire or some kind of electrical discharge. It was hard to tell. As for Okita Hikaru, he managed to jump out of the way just in time. And a moment later, he noticed that a fire of unprecedented intensity had broken out where the monster had struck. The adventurer noted to himself that this monster had destroyed even its own defenders, seemingly oblivious to the fact that it was them. It seemed that it didn't care at all who was standing before it. This was hardly surprising, since it was an A-rank boss, though actually much higher. The young man knew he had taken on a very difficult task, but he was still curious to see if his cards would help him defeat this monster. Suddenly, it was time for the second attack. But this time, not only the boss carried out its task, but also the minions that still remained. The boy was glad that before setting out on the mission, he had activated the defender skill. Otherwise, he didn't know what would have happened to him by now. The huge flying lizard watched the uninvited guest closely, realizing that he wasn't getting anywhere. But the young man had no intention of leaving, even though he understood that the lightning strikes were incredibly powerful. The young man also knew that even if the strongest awakened ones gathered to fight this boss, he wouldn't stand a chance. Moving forward, our hero thought that although he was just dodging attacks for now, his experience and level were his trump cards. Gaining speed, Okita Hikaru decided that this time he wouldn't hold back, so he could see just what he was capable of. That was the moment when it was crucial to summon his Azure Samurai, which he did. Looking at the monster, the adventurer realized that it wasn't prepared for this, and so the element of surprise had actually worked. The battle was a fight to the death. There was nothing to lose in this situation, so he had to give it his all. Again and again, our hero shouted at his assistant to go on the offensive, not giving the boss a chance to strike. It seemed as though the lizard had never been in such a situation before. Moreover, he didn't expect anyone to attack him with such frenzied force. Staring at his opponent in horror, the young man thought that if two powerful cards couldn't handle the situation, he didn't know what to expect next. Trying to make out something through the haze of dust, the young man was confused because he couldn't see clearly. However, upon looking more closely, it seemed to him that the cards were working because the boss was no longer attacking and was barely putting up a fight. Looking ahead, where a crystal was already forming, the young man couldn't believe he had won, which of course was very satisfying. Okita Hikaru still couldn't quite believe he'd managed to defeat such a high-level boss, but it was true. Again and again, the boy pondered the fact that he had managed to defeat such a powerful and fearsome monster on his first try. Looking at his hand, the young man wanted to know just how great his power was in that case. At that moment, Mr. Takasu heard that the radars had once again detected some kind of anomalous activity in the dungeon. A subordinate pointed to the map and noted that there was a spot where a cluster of monsters had suddenly appeared, even though they shouldn't be there. Looking at the map, the young man asked if there was another boss in that spot, but immediately someone cried out in horror that the area had already been surveyed and was completely safe. Suddenly, all the markers on the map disappeared, which was even stranger than their appearance. At first, the team thought the sensors had malfunctioned, but they immediately dismissed that idea, since nothing like that had ever happened before. Takasu thought to himself that they had just seen a monster of monstrous strength, and suddenly it vanished in an instant, along with a bunch of others. Perhaps it was a glitch, though that was hard to believe. After that, he asked his assistant to inform the two teams that there might be another additional threat. By this time, the adventurers had already set up camp in the West Wing. Our hero didn't want his disappearance to be noticed, so he returned just as quickly as he had vanished. Peering out from behind a rock, Okita Hikaru thought that these people were just preparing for the boss's attack, so he had made it in time. At that moment, one of the high-ranking awakened addressed our hero. Answering a question about scouting the new territory, the boy proudly declared that he had checked everything and found no monsters or any signs of them. And once again, the young man thought to himself that no one had noticed his disappearance, though no one pays any attention to low-ranking members anyway. Unexpectedly, the young man overheard part of a conversation suggesting that there might be unexpected monster attacks. A few minutes later, the adventurer told his colleague that they had received a call from headquarters. They hadn't explained much, but had said they should be especially careful. The gist was that a bunch of monsters had just been spotted on radar, but then they all vanished. Overhearing this conversation, Okita Hikaru realized that his battle had been detected by the radars, and therefore it hadn't gone unnoticed. He immediately decided it would be best to hide the magic stone from that boss for now, so they wouldn't ask unnecessary questions. A short while later, the group leader announced that they would soon be facing the dungeon boss, and everyone needed to be ready. After that, the leader contacted the Western Wing, stating that they were all set and could begin the mission. The Clearwater team explained that they were also ready, and there shouldn't be any problems. Both leaders declared that in that case, they could begin their brilliant assault on the monsters, one that would surely be remembered. Turning to Nakamura, Taira asked if he was ready. Upon hearing a satisfactory answer, the leader explained once more that at the appointed time, the East and West Wings would launch a simultaneous attack on the bosses, with this young man leading the team. The newbie's task would be to catch the boss off guard, After that, high-ranking specialists would join in. He immediately added that the entire mission depended solely on the young man, and therefore he must not let anyone down. With a sly smile, the detractor stated once again that he was counting on Nakamura. In the other camp, preparations were in full swing. It seemed as though no one was planning to go into battle. Unexpectedly, one of the high-ranking participants told someone not to touch the device and was asked in return what it was. It turned out to be a radar, just in case of unforeseen circumstances, such as a monster of too high a level appearing or useful items being nearby. Hearing this conversation, our hero was surprised that they had even been issued such equipment, even though no one had even mentioned it. As for the high-ranking officers, they kept bragging to each other about how wonderful their team was, how no unforeseen dangers could faze them, and how they'd spot everything perfectly well without any devices. At that moment, one of the strangers approached the radar and began turning something on it. Shortly thereafter, the next phase of the operation began, the assault on the dungeon bosses. That's why the teams gathered, as agreed, in the east and west wings of the airport. In the west wing, everything was clear, as the group soon arrived at the monster's lair in full force. At that very moment, someone shouted that flying birds were approaching, so they had to set up a defense as quickly as possible. The guys knew how to fight, since they had not only trained, but also gained much more confidence in themselves. Just like before, the results were immediate. However, before the team could relax, they spotted a more hostile monster, realizing that this was the one they had been looking for. Moreover, this boss was ranked A. Hikaru Okita wasn't prepared for this. He realized that somehow this boss had evolved and become stronger than the one he had just recently defeated. The system immediately notified them that this was some kind of enhanced dragon that was about to strike. The participants standing closest to it immediately began scattering in all directions, shouting that this monster was incredibly powerful. And indeed, a single glance was enough to realize that the battle would be either very difficult or impossible. High-ranking participants discussed among themselves that this dragon was too aggressive. It attacked much more frequently and powerfully than described in the reports, and therefore something was clearly wrong in this situation. As for our hero, he thought that this boss might be angry because one had already been destroyed. After all, no one knows how these monsters communicate with each other. Suddenly, the leader shouted that they couldn't handle this monster, so they needed to retreat for a short while. Covering his face with his hand, the young man declared that his shield had been breached. But then something happened that no one expected, as the system sent the young man a notification that more awakened A-rankers had been detected. At that very moment, someone summoned a fire warrior who immediately began the battle. The sea warrior followed suit. He too wanted to launch his attack as quickly as possible. Finally, the boss stopped, realizing that it would be difficult for him to handle these opponents. The leader of the West Wing group realized these were Ranka cards, but they knew there was no one among them with such abilities. Staring in horror at his former colleagues, the young man couldn't understand why they from the East Wing had come here or where the rest of the group was at that moment. The group leader couldn't make sense of it either, so he asked what these guys were doing here, since their place was at the other end of the former airport. One of the adventurers shouted that the team had sent them a distress signal themselves, and now they were unhappy about something else. Tyra immediately began to explain that they had received a distress signal from their team. They assumed that some kind of disaster or unforeseen problem had occurred, so they decided to head straight for the West Wing. The young man couldn't quite make sense of it all, so he asked the crowd who had sent the distress signal. One of the lower-ranking members began to say that perhaps he had accidentally pressed the wrong button. Then the leaders began sharing information about who their bosses were and what they planned to do next. The traitor was staring intently at something and smiling, fully aware of his mission. Tyra himself was aware of it and was glad that everything was going as they had planned, in their favor. Only our hero couldn't figure out where Nakamura and his team were. Hearing that the others were fighting in the East Wing, the boy froze in place, realizing that apart from his comrade, there was no one else there at all. In that very moment, Hikaru Okita sprang from his seat and ran toward where the others were. The whole way there, the young man hoped he would make it to the scene in time, realizing that Tyra had apparently decided to set Nakamura up again by devising this cunning plan. Finally, the young man saw the battlefield, realizing that he had arrived, and quite quickly at that. The boss in this wing was a whirlwind dragon who also held an A rank. It was clear that this opponent was just as vicious as the one at the other end. The guys didn't understand what was going on. They wanted to know where Tyra was, the one who was supposed to be protecting them. On top of that, the problem was that the shields could no longer withstand such an onslaught. Nakamura didn't know what to do, but he shouted that they couldn't give up because reinforcements would arrive soon, while thinking to himself that he had to prove himself so that Miho would be proud of him. That's exactly why the adventurer himself decided to set up a defense, hoping that the senior members of the team would arrive at the scene any moment now. A moment later, the system sent a notification to our hero that the whirlwind dragon had decided to use an air blast and was already preparing to attack. The young man, shouting from a distance, ordered his comrade and everyone else to leave the area immediately, while the other could only stare in disbelief, unable to believe he was seeing his former colleague, who had come to them for some reason. Soon the young man saw a bright flash, but despite this, he continued to shout at the others to take cover. The dragon wasn't going to wait for anyone. He knew what he wanted, and so he immediately launched his attack. An even brighter flash of light illuminated everyone who was about to stand against it. Okita Hikaru, who had already drawn his card, watched in horror as it happened. Terror was written all over his face, for in that moment he understood everything. Rocks flew everywhere, along with the scorched cards of those participants who had vainly set up defenses, hoping that someone would come to their aid. A moment later, our hero stood completely alone in the middle of the desert, and before him was a huge crater-like hole, the result of the dragon's attack. The boy was overwhelmed with emotion, especially when he saw one of the cards lying on the ground. Memories of Nakamura flashed before the young man's eyes, and so he screamed as loud as he could. The dragon had no intention of giving up, seeing that a new victim had appeared before him. Our hero's eyes betrayed more pain than ever before. He wanted to pour out everything in his heart at that moment, but the young man held himself together, realizing that there were other guys in the dungeon who could also suffer if they failed to defeat the bosses. That is precisely why Okita Hikaru summoned his samurai for help, wanting him to deal with this monster as quickly as possible. This was to be a fight not for survival, but to the death, as revenge for everything that had happened. A powerful flame engulfed the spot where the boss stood, indicating that luck was on the young man's side. The young man was in pain. He had nothing left to remember his friend by except for the map he'd been given before setting out on the mission. With sadness in his voice, our hero asked Nakamura for forgiveness for not arriving in time, for not being able to protect him, and thought to himself, what good was this power to him if he was unable to protect the weak? Meanwhile, the people in the West Wing were talking about how the boss had started acting very strangely. And indeed, raising its head to the sky, the monster began to scream frantically. Suddenly, the crowd noticed that there was no trace left of the monster because it had teleported. Consequently, something had happened to the boss in the eastern section. Staying in character, Tyra shouted that things were looking bad because other members of his team were still in the eastern section. The guys decided that those who had been in the East Wing earlier should go there to scout the situation, and then the teams would decide together how to proceed. As he made his way to his position, Tyra was pleased that their plan had worked, since Nakamura and the others had made for perfect bait. Their group's contribution to the boss battle would undoubtedly be the greatest. Their efforts were bound to pay off. The villain did exactly as their boss wanted, so a promotion was definitely guaranteed for him. By this time, our hero was already ready for the second boss to arrive, knowing that it was bound to happen. Upon seeing the monster, the young man stared at it for a moment, knowing that it would defeat him too in memory of the good guys who had been so treacherously betrayed. Pulling out the map, the young man said sarcastically that the monster should forgive him for having already destroyed his friend, who had been in such a hurry to come to his aid. Realizing that a different approach was needed for this boss, and knowing that this was the final battle, the adventurer decided to use the dark two-headed serpent. The young man knew that his assistant was much stronger, and besides, he would defeat the enemy very quickly. Okita Hikaru watched as separate parts of the dragon flew off in different directions, realizing that it was all over. Still holding his companion's map in his hands, the awakened one heard the notification that the dungeon had been cleared, while thinking to himself that there were things even maps couldn't bring back. Meanwhile, Takasu wanted to know what was happening in the dungeon, and his assistant explained that the original plan had failed, so now everyone was acting as they saw fit. The awakened in the East Wing had split into two groups. One of them had just arrived in the West Wing, but they had just lost contact with the second team, which remained in the East Wing. Although they immediately shouted that they had lost the boss's signal in the East Wing, the boss from the West Wing had literally just teleported to the East. The crowd didn't understand what was happening. A real panic broke out among them, since everything had gone differently than expected. The young man was furious, so he shouted for a squad to be assembled immediately and sent to help the awakened ones. But at that moment, information came in that all activity, not just from the bosses, but from other monsters as well, had disappeared from the radars. Takasa didn't believe this was another system glitch. He wanted to find out what was really going on there. Throwing on his robe, the leader announced that they were heading to the scene to find out for himself what was wrong. Our hero, having finished his work, had already taken off his robe and was carrying it in his hands. At the same time, Takasa, who had caught up with the young man, didn't understand how he had ended up here while a battle was raging in the dungeon. Surely he hadn't been participating, but there shouldn't be anyone like that here. However, Okute Hikaru didn't care. He was depressed and therefore didn't want to do anything or think about anything. Suddenly, the leader of one of the teams shouted loudly, and then he noted that everything had returned to normal, meaning the dungeon had already been cleared. The guys didn't understand what had happened. After all, the boss had just teleported. Yet despite that, someone had already managed to destroy him. Glancing at one another, the adventurers surmised that it could have been their colleagues from Clearwater, who had just headed east, even though that had been only a few seconds ago. And while one of the guys was trying to figure out how they could have ended up several kilometers away, his colleague pointed out that those guys were right behind them. They hadn't even had time to move away, let alone do anything else. Tyra and the others watched in horror as it all unfolded. They were prepared for anything, but not for this. The frightened girl turned to their leader, her voice trembling with fear as she asked if it was just her imagination or if their plan had completely failed. They had to do something, yet despite that, the dungeon had completely vanished. Tyra realized that someone had managed to clear out the place. Okita immediately came to mind, though he quickly reassured himself that the boy was on the Western team and couldn't have done it. And while the ill-wisher was lost in his thoughts, his comrades bombarded him with questions, but it seemed as though he didn't hear them at all. The question remained, who had managed to take out not just one, but two bosses in such a short time, when many didn't even know how to defeat a single one? Broken out in a cold sweat, the company employee thought with horror that everything had turned out very badly, even worse than they could have imagined. That same day, breaking news reports stated that the airport building had been cleared, returning to its original and natural state. Walking down the street, Hikaru Okita told himself that he had managed to destroy 3 bosses and save the Tokyo airport. Meanwhile, the news continued to report that the hero's name was unknown. Despite this, Clearwater had changed its underground tactics, resulting in the deaths of 7 novice awakened ones. The young man listened to absolutely everything that was being said, even though he himself didn't understand why he needed to hear it all, since he had not only seen everything, but had also participated in the battle. Suddenly, the young man's phone rang. Seeing that it was his mother calling, our hero was greatly surprised. The woman was worried about her son, who admitted that he had also been at the airport, but that he was fine, so there was no need to worry. The young man was fine, but Nakamura and his entire team had been killed, and the adventurer couldn't forget the moment he noticed the huge crater where people had been standing just moments before. Over and over again, Okita Hikaru berated himself for realizing the treacherous plan too late, and consequently arriving too late. He was literally a few seconds too late. The young man couldn't accept the fact that, while he certainly had power, he couldn't protect the weak, even though he wanted to. This situation weighed on our hero like nothing else. He didn't know how he could live with it. As for the locals, they were puzzled by a few things. First, who had cleared out the dungeon and wasn't coming forward, even though a huge reward had been promised for it. And second, how a major company could have sent rookies on the mission, since it was obvious they didn't know what they were doing. The following evening, Serizawa walked down the hallway, realizing that the blame for what had happened most likely rested squarely on his shoulders. The man was angrier than ever. He blamed everything on Tyra, who had ruined all their plans. Suddenly, Mr. Takeda interrupted the manager's thoughts, asking what the boss was wearing. And without waiting for an answer, he added that he was sure the company's teams would handle the cleanup. But instead, they had lost 7 of their employees, hearing that they were low-ranking anyway. But the man wouldn't hear of it, stating that because of Serizawa, the firm's rating had plummeted to an unprecedented low, and he hoped the others would take his opinion on the situation into account at the meeting when they considered replacing the boss. It seemed that Takeda knew a lot, and so he said that everyone knew what Serizawa was spending the company's money on. The man looked at the manager in astonishment, not knowing how to respond. As he left, Takeda continued to say that all past merits no longer mattered. This had to be made clear. From now on, he would act solely in accordance with his position, and there would be no leniency. This man's support had been extremely important, but now it was gone. If things continued this way, he might lose all his connections. At that very moment, the man received a message from Mr. Kurokawa, who wrote that he was suspending their private meetings for a while and asked that he no longer be visited. After reading the message, Serizawa was furious. He realized that all the important people were turning their backs on him, one after another. He then decided he'd had enough of his problems. Let Tyra deal with the mess he'd made on his own. But if he failed again, then he'd have to resort to his backup plan. It was pouring rain outside, but despite that, our hero, who was still wearing his white cloak, wandered off somewhere oblivious to everything around him. A former colleague happened to spot the young man and decided to call out to him, realizing that something was wrong. The girl asked what was going on with the young man, explaining that they hadn't heard from him in a long time and had started to worry about him. Hikaru Okita remained silent. Instead, he handed his acquaintance the card he had kept. Unexpectedly, the young man explained that it was a gate card that had belonged to Nakamura. Holding the piece of paper with the image in her hands, Yuriko asked why she needed this card and what she should do with it. The young man apologized, saying it was his fault. The brunette didn't understand anything, though she wanted to know what had happened in the dungeon. So she called out to the guy and asked him to tell her absolutely everything he knew. The adventurer didn't want to talk to anyone. He just walked off somewhere in silence, even though the rain was getting heavier by the minute. Until that moment, Yuriko didn't know who the victims were, but she immediately realized it was Nakamura and his colleagues, though, on the other hand, she really wanted to know what exactly had happened down there. On the day of Nakamura and the other guy's funeral, it rained heavily all day long without stopping. There were a lot of people there, though most of them were strangers to our hero, since he hadn't been very close with this guy. In the photo, this young man looked so cheerful. He had so many plans, but human cruelty and greed prevented him from fulfilling them. For his loved ones, it was a real shock. They didn't know how to go on living. Hikaru Okita remained silent, but inside, a real storm was raging. There were so many emotions that he didn't know how to cope with them. Looking at the photo, the young man asked himself the same question over and over. He wanted to know why all this had happened, why it had happened to his friend in particular. The young man also wanted to know why it was always the weak who suffered, why no one cared about them. Such adventurers go into battle instead of the elite, and they have to fight monsters that even a professional can't always handle, and in the end, they simply perish. Our hero realized that he would likely never get answers to his questions, but that didn't make them any fewer. The guy knew that if he had more power on the day he received it and fell silent, and then thought again that on that day the mysterious room had saved him from death and granted him the ability to control a deck of the strongest cards. The adventurer also wanted to know why all these unique opportunities had fallen to him. Of all people, some weakling whose strength didn't even reach rank F, who before had been able only to meekly follow orders and endure everything. Perhaps the main reason lies precisely in this nuance. Maybe the power went to the guy because he's special in some way. There's something in him that the others don't have. It's safe to say that our hero is exactly the same as the other low-ranking guys who were never taken seriously. Hikaru Okita was chosen, as it were, on behalf of all the low-ranking awakened. The young man received it so he could help the weak, so he could act on behalf of all those who have little or no magical power. Justice must prevail. The high-ranking must finally understand that they are not the most important in this world. There are other people as well. That is precisely why this power will give him the opportunity to demonstrate this and prove to everyone that everyone should always have a chance. The young man knew he would never allow any more deaths. Now he had something to fight for. Okita Hikaru didn't want to stay at the wake any longer. He had paid his last respects, and now he had to think about something else. Yuriko, seeing her friend, immediately called out to him, though he pretended not to hear her. The girl tried to follow the young man, but it was completely in vain, because he was walking forward with a confident stride, not wanting to talk to anyone. Folding his arms across his chest, Takasu said that Serizawa hadn't even shown up for an employee's funeral, which was the height of insolence. And in that very moment, he pointed at a man, asking his assistant to run a background check on him. The girl immediately reported that it was Hikaru Okita, who had been assigned the lowest rank according to the data. He was one of the participants in the airport cleanup operation. Suddenly, it dawned on Kiko Iwasu. She remembered that this was the guy who had cleared 8 dungeons single-handedly in 2 weeks, but there were no reports of his activities at the airport in the database. The man said that even though the boy had quit the company, he might still be somehow connected to what happened. However, first they needed to figure out Serizawa's plans. This man is definitely involved in what happened. He surely thought everything through, but he wanted to do it in a way that no one would suspect a thing, yet the villain won't get away with it. At that moment, Yuriko was staring intently at Takasu, who was standing right in front of her. This man also recognized the girl and immediately addressed her by name. Takasu's assistant asked if they knew each other, and he replied in the affirmative. They had also met at a funeral last time. Meanwhile, journalists had already gathered on the street near the Clearwater Company. Serizawa, watching everything from the window, remarked that these people had gathered here like a pack of vultures. The journalists wanted to know how others assessed the situation. Moreover, they were curious. Could it really be that they, the awakened rank A, were incapable of conducting cleanup operations on their own? Kenji Nogeti wanted to voice his protest, realizing that he hadn't established the company's internal rules. Serizawa, recalling the conversation from the previous days, realized that the employees had effectively shifted all the blame onto him for a plan that hadn't been fully thought through. The man declared that in that case, the employees should take matters into their own hands. If they had a brilliant strategy, they were obligated to demonstrate it in action. He added that he was giving them exactly 5 days. If they hadn't accomplished anything worthwhile by then, he would fire them all. One of the adventurers wanted to ask Tyra what had happened, adding that it was probably best to apologize to the boss in this situation. But the group leader declared that an apology alone wouldn't cut it in this case. Their only chance to avoid getting kicked out of here was to get their hands on the boss's magic stones, which they still hadn't found. And he thought to himself that if he got fired from the company, everyone he'd set up before would surely start watching him or worse. The scariest thing for this man wasn't even that, but the fact that Okita wouldn't leave him alone. Therefore, he needed to find him and take the stones from him. Suddenly, Takano Okada walked into the office and asked if it was true that Serizawa had decided to get rid of these people. Turning around, the boss asked how long the adventurer had been standing there, as he hadn't noticed him right away. He added that just because Tyra was an A-ranked didn't mean he could handle the job, since rank wasn't everything, and if this man were to betray them, he'd have to be eliminated all the more. Folding his arms across his chest, Takano Okada said there was no need to worry. He would handle everything properly. Smiling, Serizawa remarked that he never thought he'd have to ask his friend for this again. A short while later, our hero found himself in a C-rank dungeon that had once been the headquarters of a construction company. Monsters were actively chasing the adventurer who had invaded their territory, which was unacceptable. The young man was running somewhere, and he was doing so as fast as he possibly could. He thought to himself that right now, he could only go through as many dangerous dungeons as possible to minimize the risk of low-rank monsters waking up. As usual, his main helper was the Azure Samurai, the card that had multiplied his power many times over. Okita Hikaru had grown so accustomed to this card that he could literally feel it. This time, as usual, the samurai didn't let him down. He dealt with the monsters chasing our hero in a flash. Turning around, the young man sighed with relief, realizing that yet another monster had been destroyed. Suddenly, the system sent a notification that there were awakened rank of monsters ahead, rapidly approaching. Seeing Tyra ahead, the boy was surprised, since the system had previously indicated that there were several people, meaning the others must be hiding somewhere. Glancing at Okita Hikaru, the adventurer declared with a hint of disdain that the boy was here. The young man explained that the corporation had told him where the boy was, so he had hurried over. The guy realized that this was surely the employee who answered practically every question without hiding anything. Our hero didn't want to talk to this man for long, so he immediately asked why he had come here. And again, Tyru remained silent. He studied the adventurer, realizing that over the past month, the man had become much more confident and stern. Unexpectedly, the ill-wisher fell to his knees before our hero, which was very strange. The awakened man asked if Okita remembered receiving a stone at the airport. If so, he had to give it to the leader of the team he used to work for. And he immediately continued, saying that the boy wouldn't leave empty-handed. If he wanted, they could make an exchange. It seemed that Okita Hikaru didn't understand what was going on at all, as he stared intently at this man. But Tyra kept saying that of everyone he knew, only our hero was capable of defeating this boss on his own. If that was the case, the adventurer surely still had that magic stone. In an icy tone, the guy declared that even if he did have that crystal, it still didn't belong to him. And he immediately shouted that Nakamura and the other guys had fallen there. It was thanks to them. Smiling, the opponent thought that the boy wasn't denying the fact that he didn't have the stone right now. Out loud, he said he was truly sorry to hear what had happened to his former colleague, but he was here on Serizawa's orders. The surprised young man was now taken aback, not understanding what on earth was going on. Holding out the card to Okita Hikaru, the young man said that he wouldn't use this card, but he wanted to be sure they listened to him. Tyra looked as convincing as possible in his act. It seemed as though he really had nothing to do with it. Kenji Nogeti, who had been watching everything unfold through the rifle scope the whole time, declared with contempt that he didn't understand their team leader, who had even come up with the idea of crawling on his knees when they could have done without it. His colleague said they should talk less and do more, and that they needed to shoot the holder located under the left armpit. She then added that even if the adventurer accidentally killed him, it wouldn't be a big deal, because Taira had said he would take full responsibility for the operation. A moment later, Rezo Hisayama shouted that the leader had given the signal so they could shoot right away. At that moment, our hero was staring intently at the map, not understanding why the man standing opposite him had placed it on the ground. Unexpectedly, the system answered the host's question, explaining that the map was a signal to act. After that, the system sent another signal indicating that a sniper was nearby, out of sight, and had already fired a shot. The young man saw the bullet flying. He realized it was about to hit his holster, and unfortunately, it did. The villains rejoiced that they had managed to complete the task. Consequently, they now needed to leave this dungeon as soon as possible. Clutching his arm, the young man wondered what to do next. But at that moment, he heard Taira's voice saying there was no need to worry since the bullet was a blank. And he immediately added that with the broken holster, the cards wouldn't work. And since that was the case, the boy had better confess right away where he'd hidden the magic stones. But instead of an answer, what followed was something the enemy could never have known, since he had never worked with Okita after the latter acquired his abilities. Standing with his arm outstretched, now empty of a gun since it was in our hero's hands, the villain thought with horror that he hadn't even realized how it had all happened. Hikaru Okita stated that he had once warned Taira about the consequences, but the latter hadn't listened. At the time, the guy wasn't joking. He said he'd crush his opponent if he dared to do anything bad. The team leader listened to the young man, while thinking to himself how this person could possibly use his abilities, since his holder had been destroyed. Besides, he had previously summoned a dragon, yet now he was begging aloud for mercy. He then explained that Serizawa wanted sympathy for the fallen to boost their company's reputation after Nakamura and the others had cleared the dungeon at the cost of their lives. And then he immediately shouted that the boss had made it all up, and he had no choice but to simply obey. As for our hero, he thought that his comrade had died for the sake of people like this man. Kicking the villain, the young man said he wouldn't kill people as weak as his former colleagues. Moreover, the young man threw Taira's map to the ground so that he could see for himself that the young man didn't need that either. Okita Hikaru shouted that his former boss should never dare call himself an awakened one. That despicable young man must never cross his path again. Seeing that an ordinary low-ranking awakened had called someone else to his aid, Taira began to cry, saying that he didn't want to be killed. Jumping up from his seat, the young man ran off as fast as he could, hoping the guy wouldn't chase after him. This man's colleagues saw him running toward the exit and asked at the same time if he was already done with Okita, if everything had gone smoothly. However, not only did no answer follow, but after those words, the adventurer ran even faster, not even wanting to look back. Left alone, Okita Hikaru said aloud that Serizawa was to blame for everything. It was he who had come up with that devious plan. At the entrance to the dungeon which our hero had cleared out, stood Iwasaki Ko from the Department of Awakened Control, who said that, according to a source, people from Clearwater had gathered here. The inspector saw the frightened boys running out of there, but she didn't look at them closely. Taira, who had been listening to his colleagues' questions the whole time, pointed out that he couldn't get the stone because Okita would kill him. It sounded rather strange, but the guys decided not to ask any further questions as they followed their leader. The girl picked up her phone and read that this Taira had also participated in the sweep of the Tokyo airport. However, Iwasaki Ko was surprised that an awakened A-rank who had been to the airport's underground could be so terrified. That same evening, back at the office, Taira slowly packed his things into boxes. Serizawa couldn't make head or tail of it, but the adventurer said he was leaving, especially since they wanted to fire him anyway. The boss declared that the young man's card was invincible, but he explained that if he stayed on to work here, his life would be in grave danger. Serizawa stepped closer and asked if Taira really planned to betray him, but Taira reassured him, saying he wouldn't tell anyone about what they'd been doing at the company. And then, in an icy tone, he noted that he wasn't in the habit of chasing after those who left, and therefore the awakened one should do as he pleased. His former colleagues also didn't understand what was happening to Taira or why he had suddenly decided to quit. At that moment, Takano Okada approached Serizawa. Like last time, he was standing in the shadows. The man said that anyone clinging to their life would sooner or later betray Serizawa. The boss turned around and said that he knew this very well, and that was why he was leaving the man who had resigned to his own devices. Okada Takanobu silently made it clear that he himself would see to it that no one would suspect a thing. And the next day, the news reported that Taira Shigeru, an awakened of a rank from Clearwater, the largest company of awakened, had been found dead near the house where he lived. Eyewitnesses reported that the man had fallen from the window of his own apartment, and the police began investigating the details of the incident. And while his colleagues, upon hearing this, were genuinely baffled as to how this could have happened, Serizawa smiled, realizing that everything had turned out exactly as he wanted. Interestingly, this news came as a real surprise to Okita Hikaru as well, especially when they said that Taira most likely couldn't bear the fact that their team had suffered massive losses during the dungeon run at the airport. The young man recalled their last meeting with this man, as well as how he had begged for mercy. It was clear that the adventurer had been killed, but the question was, who could have done it? After a while, the police escorted Mr. Takasu to Taira's apartment, remarking that it was good the man had come. The law enforcement officer explained that they believed it was a suicide, since many awakened individuals become unstable, though of course they would like to hear an expert's opinion on the matter. After that, leading Takasu to the balcony, the police officer stated that the young man had died from the impact of falling from a height. Looking at the floor, the expert immediately noticed traces of magic, which immediately put him on guard. The young man thought that if the victim had stepped out onto the balcony, he could very well have been attacked from behind with some kind of card, which would have gone unnoticed. Standing before the police officers, Takasu asked if any of them had used portal cards here last night. The law enforcement officers immediately explained that using cards outside the dungeons was prohibited, and the expert immediately confirmed that in that case it could easily be murder. Walking off to the side, the young man thought that Taira was directly under Serizawa's command. It's quite possible that this man got rid of his subordinate because he failed at some task or went against him, and no one needs any witnesses. What's strange is that too many people are dying around Serizawa, yet he seems to have nothing to do with it. Suddenly, Iwasaki Ko approached the expert and spoke to him. The girl said that a few days ago she had seen the deceased coming out of a dungeon. The young man was screaming frantically that Okita would definitely kill him. Takasu looked closely at his assistant because he recognized that name. This was the guy who had been in the airport basement and had also attended his friend's funeral. The expert decided that they absolutely had to interrogate this man to find out what information he possessed. At the same time, Hikaru Okita was moving through the basement, which used to be a museum. The young man couldn't get the events of the past few days out of his head. He understood that only Serizawa could have killed Taira, and that he had done it very skillfully. But the young man couldn't follow his train of thought to its conclusion, because a woman appeared right in front of him and asked if it was true that Hikaru Okita was standing before her. Our hero was curious to know who was interested in him, so he asked about it. Showing her ID, the girl said she was a representative from the agency overseeing the Awakened, and immediately asked if the adventurer knew Mr. Taira, who worked at Clearwater. The system immediately sent a notification stating that the young man was surrounded by high-ranking officials. So he asked in return if anyone really wanted to conduct an interrogation in the dungeon. The officer stated that this was all within the law since the young man was suspected of murder, and therefore ordered the suspect to hand over his gate card immediately. Okita Hikaru was furious. He didn't understand why they had even decided to suspect him of murder, and to himself the young man thought that no one had done anything at the airport, and now they had decided to create the appearance of activity. Kiko Iwas was frightened. She didn't understand why she sensed a desire to kill everyone coming from this man. Seeing that the young man was getting closer and closer with every passing minute, the girl ordered him not to move. Grabbing her card, the employee decided to call her assistant for help. Seeing what was happening, Takasu ordered his subordinate not to use her ability in this dungeon. But at that moment, a whirlwind axe appeared. It was so powerful that all the high-ranking officials were certain this warrior would kill the boy. A moment later, a vortex of unprecedented power began to swirl. The chief worried that they wouldn't be able to justify themselves if they killed the suspect. The girl standing nearby asked the leader for forgiveness for her actions. Suddenly, our hero asked the people standing opposite him if they were acting within the law, knowing full well that this was not the case at all. The guy didn't want to look like a fool, as he had once, so he summoned his Azure Samurai to show what he was capable of. The girl watched what was happening but couldn't believe her eyes, because she had never seen such a powerful opponent. Takasu, who had previously been worried about his colleague, now knew he had to come to her aid. An enraged Okita Hikaru declared that he would never forgive what had happened, and that these guys would pay for everything. The girl didn't know what to expect next, but she understood that this power was immense. At that very moment, Takasu joined the battle in an attempt to somehow even the odds and turn the tide of the fight. Our hero was surprised because for the first time, someone had blocked his card's attack, which was very strange. At the same time, the young man standing across from him was thinking the same thing. He couldn't understand how someone with an F rank could do something like that. However, the fight wasn't over yet because a worried Yuriko ran into the dungeon, begging the guys to stop immediately. The men stopped immediately because they didn't understand what the girl was doing there. In that very moment, the warriors froze in place because no one was giving them any new orders. The young men holding their cards didn't know how to proceed, while the uninvited guests kept shouting for it all to end. Hikaru Okita was surprised not so much that his former colleague had come here, but that they knew Takasu. Suddenly, the girl shouted that these attacks were unnecessary, that she knew Okita well and could vouch for the fact that he was not a criminal. But the chief of the Awakened Surveillance Division said that no matter how much his acquaintance pleaded, for the sake of protecting society, he couldn't back down. But Yuriko declared that she had heard magical traces had been found in Taira's apartment, but they certainly couldn't be compared to Okita's magic. Suddenly, her colleagues looked at the girl, not understanding how she knew all this. But the brunette continued, saying that an agency employee had suggested that someone had pushed that adventurer off the balcony. Moreover, someone had deliberately staged everything to make it look like a suicide. After that, smiling, she continued, saying that their company had plenty of ways to get all the necessary information. Suddenly, the beauty turned around and addressed our hero sharply, who had no idea what his former colleague wanted to know from him. Yuriko stated that the young man did indeed possess a rare card, and he, looking embarrassed, replied that it was true, and he apologized for having kept this information hidden all this time. He immediately added that he simply didn't want the people close to him to worry, and thought to himself that it was better to keep quiet, since this wasn't the only card he could play. After that, Hikaru Okita, who had already regained his composure somewhat, admitted that something had indeed happened between him and Taira. He could have killed that man back in the dungeon, where no one would have found out. And while the young man continued speaking, Kiko Iwasu turned to her boss. Upon hearing that the traces of the card did not match our hero's magic at all, Takasu bowed and apologized to the young man, saying he had been wrong and had jumped to conclusions. Yuriko also decided to clarify something. She explained that Takasu used to be on the same team as her younger brother. This man didn't consider that incident a mere coincidence, and so he continued his investigation. After that, the brunette stated that Okita was aware of what had happened to his brother. She was sure he would be able to help with the investigation of this case as well. Takasu smiled, but he remained silent for a while because he didn't know where best to start the new conversation. Suddenly, the bureau employee cleared his throat because he was about to say something very important. And immediately, he began talking about how he and Ray had found an S-rank gate map. But an explosion rocked the dungeon they were in, and the dungeon collapsed. Everyone says it wasn't a coincidence caused by the missing S-rank map, but that's impossible. After that, someone took the map, though it's still unclear how that happened. There weren't many survivors, but there were some, which of course was a relief. Among them was Serizawa, whom our hero also knows well. Hearing that name, the guy was very surprised since he didn't think he'd meet someone who could tell him anything about his former boss. He then offered his support to their team of Awakened, which consisted entirely of students. It was decided to take this man along as well, because he worked for a well-known company and won everyone over with his friendliness. But as soon as they went into the dungeon with this Serizawa, that explosion happened completely out of the blue. After that incident, this unscrupulous man didn't contact any of the survivors. He was rescued, but he turned around and walked away. And from then on, Clearwater's successes were talked about everywhere, and with each passing year, the company became more and more successful. This man used what he had stolen from his comrades. As our hero listened to this story, he thought about how this scoundrel had even taken cards from students, though that was hardly surprising. At the same time, Takasu explained that they had no evidence against this Serizawa. Unexpectedly, Yuriko mentioned that even after she started working at the company, the boss had never used the card he had once stolen. And once again, the guy thought that Serizawa could easily have used a high-ranking card. That was precisely why the system couldn't identify the man's rank. But now the situation is a little different, so everything might become clear. Our hero had managed to defeat every dungeon boss, so he had become much stronger. Therefore, perhaps everything would work out now. The young man wanted the villain to pay for everything he had been doing with impunity all these years. For a while, everyone stood in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Suddenly, Takasu heard the guy say that if he found out Serizawa actually possessed this card, and then he fell silent. And then he continued, asking what the representative of the Bureau of Awakened Affairs would do in that case. Yuriko looked intently at her comrade. It seemed she had never seen him like this before. And the guy spoke up again, saying that both Taira's death and Nakamura's death were orders from his former boss. There was no doubt about it. The young man looked intently at the boy but hesitated to say anything. And Okita Hikaru continued to say that he didn't approve of the way Serizawa conducted business. It was wrong to trample on the weak. After that, he shouted loudly that he would be happy to cooperate with the Bureau. A few days later, the news reported that there had been a breakthrough in the case of the recently deceased A-rank awakened Tyra. It was reported that a former subordinate had been questioned as a key witness. And right then, our hero flashed briefly on TV, though it wasn't easy to recognize him. Serizawa said with anger in his voice that this situation was getting very interesting. The ill-wisher was delighted that the guy was suspected of murdering his former subordinate, while at the same time he laughed at the investigators, realizing that it was completely unclear what they were even getting paid for. But on the other hand, since Okita was under suspicion, this was a great chance to get the magic stone. Just a few minutes later, the man called his associate to ask how things were going with the stone. Okada Takanobu explained that he had already searched all the surveillance offices but hadn't found anything. Moreover, there was no sign in the dungeon that the stone had ever been there at all. Serizawa understood that this was no easy task, so he told his acquaintance to continue the search. A moment later, the rival announced that he had gathered all the information concerning our hero. The company boss didn't believe that his colleague would handle this case so quickly, knowing that he was a true professional, the kind who's very hard to find. It turned out the guy had plenty of reasons to be angry with Tyra, but there was no direct evidence yet, so the villain doubted that the investigation would yield anything. But Serizawa explained that all the important information had made its way into the media, so the police wanted to put pressure on the boy to get him to confess to the crime as soon as possible. Everyone was delighted that the young man's bright future would be severely ruined and overshadowed. At the same time, Takano Okada admitted that there was one detail that worried him greatly. Apparently, Tyra had entrusted something to Okita. Serizawa speculated that our hero might have received a magical stone from his former subordinate. The man was certain that the deceased had managed to find some very rare stone, and the boss had rushed to get rid of him. After that, he decided that if the stone was now in the boy's possession and the investigation continued, it would be very bad. The head of Clearwater understood that they needed to get in touch with this young man somehow. Podelnik noted that this was no easy task, but he would try to do everything in his power. A short while later, Hikaru Okita was walking through the city, lost in thought once again. At that very moment, the system sent a notification that 3 ordinary-looking people were approaching the young man from behind. Realizing that these were journalists who wanted to interview him, the young man shouted that the media representatives had made a mistake, that he was a completely different person, and immediately headed forward, quickening his pace with every passing moment. And the faster the adventurer ran, the more people gathered behind him, realizing that they had managed to encounter the awakened one entirely by chance. Okita Hikaru thought that first of all, these journalists were very persistent, and second, he needed to find some secluded spot. Darting around the corner, the young man pulled out one of his cards, shouting that he was using a circle of light that would allow him to solve the problem. The journalists, who were certain the young man had turned the corner, now saw an empty space in front of them, unable to figure out where he could have hidden. For a while, the guys with the cameras wandered around, realizing the adventurer was gone but still holding out hope. Our hero was standing on the roof and could hear the journalists trying to find the fugitive as quickly as possible. It was important to them to film the most interesting footage. With a sigh, Okita Hikaru thought that using maps outside the dungeon was against the law, but he doubted that interviewing him against his will was legal either. For a moment, the young man thought he'd grown tired of it faster than he'd expected, but he couldn't back down from the plan they devised in the dungeon. So the group decided that they absolutely had to expose Serizawa and reveal his shady dealings. And to do that, our hero had to be declared a suspect in Tyra's murder. On top of that, the young man would be entrusted with the magical stone that Serizawa had taken from the airport basement. Then they had to make sure the information reached the media, which would allow them to set the perfect trap for the enemy. But at the time, Hikaru Okita had no idea that once the information leaked to the press, journalists would be waiting for him at every turn, preventing him from living a normal life. As he left, the young man realized he couldn't even return to his own room. But that wasn't the end of his troubles, because soon his mom called the adventurer. The woman didn't ask any questions. Instead, she yelled at her son, saying she couldn't believe what he had done. The young man wanted to explain something to her, but a moment later his sister took the phone and started yelling too, saying that media representatives were storming their house and there was no escaping them. The surprised young man couldn't believe his ears that journalists would think to look for his family and for some reason come to their house. Regardless, Hikaru Okita wanted his loved ones to know the truth, so he told them he hadn't done anything wrong and that they just needed to be patient a little longer, and then everything would become clear. After hanging up, our hero apologized to his family for dragging them into this as well. While the young man was thinking that he absolutely had to hurry with his next move, he heard someone call his name. Turning around, the adventurer thought he'd spotted the man too late, so he needed to find a way to get away from him. But the next moment, the man said there was no need to worry. He had come on behalf of boss Serizawa, who wanted to help his former subordinate. The young man thought to himself that the plan had worked perfectly, but said aloud that he didn't understand a thing. Okada Takanobu explained in an indifferent tone that the boy had to return to this basement at 9 o'clock that evening. The boss would be there at that time so they could meet and talk everything over. Holding a piece of paper that the man had left behind, our hero thought that he had disappeared just as quickly as he had appeared. It was interesting that the system couldn't locate this man. It turned out that Serizawa had a very powerful awakened among his subordinates. Looking off into the distance, our hero decided he would head to the dungeon, though he realized getting out of there wouldn't be so easy. At the appointed time, the villain and his men appeared in the C-rank dungeon, which had previously been the Tokyo branch of a building materials manufacturer. The antagonist brought 2 assistants with him, one named Shinzo Matsukama and the other Shinya Tanaka. Serizawa was confident that his carefully crafted plan would work perfectly, especially since he had a good team with him. Suddenly, one of his comrades shouted that mud monsters had begun to stir ahead. Hiding behind the others, the leader ordered his assistants to deal with these monsters immediately. One of the men immediately summoned a dark arrow to aid him. This warrior was strong enough to easily defeat such monsters. The man had no intention of waiting, so he shouted at his assistant to launch an attack immediately. A massacre began immediately afterward, though it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. For a moment, the monsters seemed to stop, though it was unclear what would happen to them next. And then something happened that no one expected, because the mud monster, which was essentially made of slime, began to split apart, which was quite typical for such creatures. Okada Takanobu, who was the strongest of them all, declared that there was no need to worry. He knew how to deal with these opponents. Pulling out a card, the man said you couldn't use your skills recklessly. First, you had to assess the enemy, and then figure out what to do. And immediately he summoned his assistant, the Blade of Darkness, a rare card belonging to the A rank. It was clear that this warrior was very strong. He knew his tasks perfectly and was going to carry them out brilliantly. This proved to be true. After some time, nearly all the mud monsters nearby had been destroyed. The Awakened One told the guys that to prevent these monsters from splitting again, they had to destroy their core. His colleagues immediately paid Takano Okada a compliment, saying he was good at his job. With him, any dungeon was no problem. It was just a walk in the park. Serizawa, however, stated that if the Awakened One died in the dungeon, no one would ask any questions. Okida's death would be written off as an accident and wouldn't even be investigated. The assistants, who were also the antagonist's defenders, glanced around and noted to themselves that all the monsters had been defeated. Approaching these guys from behind, the man remarked that they hadn't exactly been in a hurry to fight these monsters. Okada could have handled them much faster on his own than these people could. The young men didn't like being spoken to in that tone. They said that while a client stood before them, that didn't mean they would grovel before him. Approaching Takano Okada, one of the employees noted that they would follow every order without question, but this Serizawa was clearly mocking them and their organization. The villain's accomplice didn't like those words, so he told them to shut up immediately and not say such things. Once again, Serizawa said that the barking of these puppies didn't bother him, which infuriated the employees even more. At that very moment, one of the men called in his bodyguard for help, declaring that he didn't care that the director of a well-known company was standing before him, but no one dared to laugh at them. Matsuyama shouted that they wouldn't even look for this man's body in the dungeon, though. Seeing what was happening, Takano Okada hurried to calm his acquaintance down and said he shouldn't get so worked up. The villain stared intently at his opponent, remarking that he didn't understand who the man thought he was. After that, he picked up the golden card that he had apparently stolen from the dungeon. Serizawa was about to take advantage of the distraction provided by the giant with the key, who was scattering all the cards around. At that very moment, his opponent was left without a card, not understanding where it had gone, nor where the director had acquired this skill. As for the antagonist, he glared at the man standing opposite him as if he were some kind of insignificant gnat. This man's eyes gleamed. It seemed he had something very sinister in mind and would not back down from his plan under any circumstances. Takano Okada, not wanting to compete, said there was no point in wasting energy on Serizawa. No matter how many chances the men had against the rest, they wouldn't be able to compete with this man. It wasn't thanks to them that Serizawa had risen so high. His colleagues didn't want to argue, realizing that they probably really couldn't do anything about it. After that, he turned to his comrade in arms, though the latter replied that he had no intention of wasting time on those boys anyway. And folding his arms, he continued, saying that now all that remained was to hope that Okita wouldn't be afraid and would still be able to go that far. At that very moment, our hero entered the dungeon, taking his time and looking around carefully. Glancing off to the side, the young man saw a notice stating that there were special monsters in this area. However, while others might have been disheartened by this fact, the young man, on the contrary, said he was glad the monsters had appeared. Now he could clearly understand who he was up against. Taking the map in his hands, the young man immediately began to use his skills, wanting to finish off these opponents as quickly as possible. This time, the young man summoned a wolf to his aid, which tore his enemies apart with its sharp fangs. At that very moment, Okita Hikaru ordered his assistant to deal with the monsters immediately so they could move on. The wolf didn't wait for anyone. He immediately lunged at the opponents standing before him. However, the result was not what the adventurer had expected, since the same thing happened to this monster as had happened a few minutes earlier when Serizawa and his men were fighting them. The young man had never seen anything like this before, so he exclaimed in surprise that somehow the defeated monster had managed to split in two. He immediately decided that, as expected, they wouldn't be able to defeat it with a D-rank card alone. They would have to come up with something else. Okita Hikaru could see that danger was already very close, so he tried to hide somewhere to think about what to do next. At one point, rocks began raining down all around them. It seemed the young man didn't have the situation under control. However, suddenly the wolf pounced on the monster again, grabbing it by the very core. The young man hoped that at least this time he would manage to do what he had planned, and so he watched his opponent closely. But this trick failed as well, so the young man thought to himself that this was pointless. The tactic wasn't working. Seeing that there were only more and more of these monsters, our hero decided that he urgently needed to find some kind of solution, because he was simply wasting time by standing in one spot. Suddenly, the young man realized that if these creatures had a core, then that was where their power lay. Therefore, he needed to strike it. The wolf immediately did as his master commanded, beginning to bite into the cores, hoping that this time things would be different. Glancing around, Okita Hikaru was glad that everything had worked out and thought that he had come to this dungeon to meet Serizawa, and that was why he was using only this D-rank card, especially since something interesting had happened at a Tokyo hotel 2 hours earlier. While reading the newspaper, the young man saw a notification that someone was approaching him and decided that Takasu had arrived. Sitting across from him, the man said he had to call the young man here because if they decided to talk on the phone, the conversation might be recorded. The young man explained that an associate of the person they wanted to catch had contacted him and set up a meeting, so they needed to go there. Takasu noted that this was a good decision, but decided that someone else should go with the adventurer to the dungeon since it could be very dangerous there. But the young man stated that he didn't want to scare Serizawa off, and besides, he clearly had powerful allies among the awakened. The bureau employee thought it might be someone from his company, Clear Water, and asked about it right away. However, our hero explained that the person who had contacted him was a stranger. He had never been to the firm, was dressed entirely in gray, and was also wearing dark glasses. Takasu thought to himself that his former acquaintance might be connected to other organizations, but said aloud that he would try to find out something about this mysterious awakened one. He then added that the guy would be better off not using that swordsman card if Serizawa saw it, and immediately fell silent, but then continued saying that he would run away right away and then everything would be for nothing. The man didn't know that Okita Hikaru had many cards, so he asked if he should give him a weaker one instead. The young man said quietly that he didn't need that, though he was already thinking about which card he could use instead. As he left, Takasu went on to say that he didn't know what kind of trap this villain would set for his former colleague, but that he mustn't let his guard down for a single second. He added that it wasn't quite right to ask this of the young man specifically, but he earnestly requested that he find at least some evidence. Without it, an arrest would be impossible. Okita Hikaru didn't understand what would happen or how, but told his acquaintance to trust him. The adventurer wants to use the magic stone as bait to expose Serizawa. The fact that he wanted to meet in the dungeon indicates that he's being cautious. This man must not realize that his opponent holds strong cards. So to start with, it's best to use weak cards. And while the young man was thinking, he noticed that he had managed to clear the area completely. Standing with his back turned, the boy sensed a small group of people approaching him and immediately realized who it might be. Folding his arms, Serizawa said that for an F rank, the boy had done a very good job. But the strange thing was that with every passing minute, our hero felt an increasing influence, as if there were someone in this place who was much stronger than the rest. At that very moment, A bright light flashed before the boy's eyes, and the system sent a notification that he had acquired a new ability. The host could now see higher ranks. Looking at the director of clean water, Okita Hikaru decided that this was a wonderful improvement, one that was very important to him. And while information about the man had been hidden before, it was now clear that he was S rank, and his rare card dispersion was the very card Takasu had mentioned. With a sense of sadness, the young man realized that everything was exactly as he had suspected. The saddest part was that this man had betrayed all his friends, some of whom had died, and all of it was just for the sake of that card. For a while, the boy stood there and simply watched these people, not intending to act first. But suddenly Serizawa declared that the boy didn't need to be so afraid. Next to him were ordinary awakened ones whom he had hired. Suddenly, the young man shifted his gaze to the man in gray whom he had seen earlier in the alley. It turned out that this man was also an A rank, and he was ready for a fight. As for the rest of the henchmen, they were B rank. These people were no match for our hero, as they were too weak for him. However, what surprised our hero wasn't that, but the fact that one of these guys had the Taira card, which he had managed to memorize during his time on the job. Hikaru Okita had no doubt that this A-rank representative had disposed of the young man, but had given the card to someone else to divert suspicion from himself. This plan had been very carefully thought out so that no one could prove anything. Surprised, Serizawa looked at his former employee, then quickly asked if it was true that he wanted to ask something. Playing his part, the guy said that if the director had seen him fighting, why hadn't he helped, since a low-ranking guy could have died, while thinking to himself that this villain firmly believed our hero still belonged to rank F. The villain just laughed and declared that everything had ended well, and so it would be best to forget about it for a while. Exchanging a glance, Serizawa quietly asked his comrade what he thought of this adventurer. The other replied that even though the dungeon wasn't the most difficult, he had come alone, an impressive display of courage for a low-ranking boy. He then added that the boy had used a D-rank map, so there wouldn't be any trouble with him. Serizawa was worried that someone else might be following the boy to back him up, but his comrade assured him that there were no other awakened ones nearby. Smiling, our hero's former boss noted that there was no need to be so cautious then. And immediately turning to the young man, he asked if they could begin negotiations now. Raising his voice, Okita Hikaru asked what kind of negotiations could be involved if the man seemed to be offering him his help. In a cold tone, the opponent slowly began to say that the offer still stood. He added that they would do everything in their power to help their colleague, but since he was suspected of murdering Taira, one wrong move and they could also be made into criminals. To himself, the young man thought that he was already facing a criminal who was trying to speak like an honest man. After a moment's thought, Serizawa said he wanted to believe his former colleague, but that he had to prove he wasn't a murderer. And while his opponent was speaking, the young man began shouting, pretending that he didn't actually understand anything and had simply been framed. At one point, the man suggested that Taira might have passed something on to our hero, which is why the police had begun to suspect him. Okita Hikaru kept shouting, brilliantly playing his part and thinking that the villain had taken the bait. Finally, the principal declared that everything was indeed as he had originally suspected. The boy hadn't killed anyone, he wasn't capable of it. After that, he asked once more if it was true that Taira had given him a rare magic stone that he had obtained at the Tokyo airport. Bowing his head, our hero admitted that this was absolutely true. Serizawa smiled, thinking that the stone was actually in the possession of this low-ranking fool. But he said aloud that it was all rather strange because someone had cleared out Tokyo airport, so why had the rare stone ended up with Taira? The young man looked intently at his opponent, thinking that he was prepared for this question as well. Then he slowly began to explain that it was all very simple. And then the young man told a story that the deceased had supposedly told him, though in reality he made it all up on the spot. Taira supposedly said that if he gave this stone to boss Serizawa, the boss would take credit for it. So he asked the guy to hold on to it for him. When the time came, he would take it back, because he was tired of being the director's errand boy. The surprised boss listened intently to everything he was told. It seemed he couldn't believe it, so strange did it sound. Smiling, Takano Okada noted that his colleague wasn't trusted by his subordinates, even though that shouldn't be the case. At that very moment, Serizawa gave his accomplice a stern look. The latter realized he had said too much and immediately apologized for it. Thanks to the system, the young man understood all the villain's emotions and therefore knew exactly what to expect from him. After a moment's thought, Serizawa suggested that it was our hero who had killed Taira for the stone. Astonished, Okita Hikaru stated that it was only natural to suspect him, since he was a low-ranking awakened one, which was why he hadn't told the police that he had the magic stone. And he immediately added that he shouldn't have gone near that stone at all, let alone done anything more. Playing his part brilliantly, the young man addressed Serizawa as his boss and asked him to take the stone for himself. Closing his eyes, the man also pretended to be thinking deeply about something, though the young man knew perfectly well that this was not the case at all. The young man decided that the best thing to do at that moment was to pretend he was worried, since he needed to keep luring this man into the trap. As for Serizawa, he noted with understanding in his voice that he fully understood the adventurer. It was very dangerous to carry this crystal around everywhere. Moreover, once the boss took the magic stone from his former subordinate, it would allow him to lead them down a false trail. If there were no more clues, they would lose track of the young man, and he thought to himself that this would make him even more famous. And once he gets what he needs, he'll simply get rid of this fool. It seemed as though our hero was a natural-born actor, for he suddenly shouted that he didn't believe they really wanted to help him. Extending his hand to the former employee, the man assured him that he could be trusted, after which he asked where the stone was. Hikaru Okita said that he couldn't reveal the crystal's location just yet, because the boss would simply turn him in to the police once he showed the stone. Serizawa was surprised but noted that the young man must be very cautious to be acting this way. It seemed like this was some kind of special signal for Takano Okada, who looked very closely at our hero. Meanwhile, the young man stated that he wanted to set the exchange location and determine the date and time himself. A delighted Serizawa replied that he would wait for word from the boy, concluding that the deal was done. Taking a deep breath, the young man thought that everything had gone not too badly. And besides, there had been no unforeseen situations. But a moment later, the hired henchmen stopped in their tracks and looked at each other intently. The young man clearly saw how Takano Okada told his comrade Matsuyama to attack the young man, who might be hiding his strength. The adventurer had no intention of arguing, so he decided to do as he was told. Frightened, Okita Hikaru immediately began to think that they didn't believe him, but he didn't know what to do in this situation since he couldn't reveal his true strength. The opponent had no intention of waiting, so he immediately called in his warrior assistant to attack the boy. The young man saw that something was wrong. At that moment, he was genuinely terrified because he couldn't let the whole operation fail. Suddenly, our hero noticed that something was amiss with his card as well, and so he had no idea how to proceed. To himself, Takano Okada thought that since the boy hadn't reacted to his comrade's attack, all his fears were completely unfounded. Realizing that the enemy had let his guard down, our hero relaxed, but decided he needed to take one more step. Falling to his knees, the young man asked what they were going to do, since they had previously said they were ready to help him. As he walked away, Serizawa explained that he had simply decided to check that the adventurer wasn't hostile, and so it was best to forget about it, since the deal would go through anyway. But until the young man handed over the stone, they would keep an eye on him, so he shouldn't try to do anything strange. A few minutes later, the men headed for the exit of the dungeon, having finished all their business. The young man was angry, of course. It seemed like everything had gone according to plan. But there was one catch: Takano, whom it would be nearly impossible to deceive. It was crucial that he not find out about Takasu and the others. The dungeon was deep, so it took the group quite a while to get out of it. Suddenly, Serizawa's comrade turned to him, wanting to ask something. The man said that if Okita had that stone in his possession, wouldn't it have been better to destroy it right there on the spot? With anger in his voice, the director declared that it was immediately obvious he was dealing with a former criminal. For the boy, this stone is a trump card. He has surely prepared for the possibility that he might not return here, and the stone is definitely in the hands of third parties. First, we need to get what we need, and then we can deal with this young man. Otherwise, there's no point at all. Suddenly, Takano Okada told Serizawa to stop giving his subordinates dirty looks. He then turned to his men and explained that the most important thing for them was to obtain the rare magic stone. Until they saw it, they must avoid violence. The awakened ones said they understood everything already, and therefore they weren't going to do anything on their own initiative. After that, the two men walked away while the rest remained standing there for a while longer. They said that this Serizawa was either being overly cautious or didn't seem to think about the consequences at all, and that was extremely annoying. And then there was that water spear he'd gotten from Taira. He couldn't show that card in front of Okita, so he was really nervous about that too. And then he immediately shouted that he'd had enough of this charade, though his colleague didn't understand what he was planning to do. A moment later, Matsuyama shouted that he planned to go deeper into the dungeon to let off some steam and kill a monster or two. His partner didn't like this idea, so he warned his comrade to be as careful as possible. Glancing at his friend over his shoulder, the young man smiled, though he said nothing. A short while later, Okita Hikaru was walking through the Tokyo government building, thinking about the fact that there was a secret passage here leading to the surveillance room for the awakened. That's where informants, potential victims, or suspects whose guilt hasn't yet been proven are usually hidden. Thanks to Takasu, our hero was supposed to be assigned a room there. Upon seeing a familiar face, the man shouted as loud as he could. It seemed he hadn't expected to see our hero. Takasu was worried that the young man might be followed, but the latter admitted that he had been careful. No one was actually following him. But to himself, he double-checked once more that, thanks to his ability, he had verified several times to make sure there was no surveillance, at least not yet. The boy decided that Serizawa's assistant's words were surely a bluff. They were all convinced that back then in the dungeon, they had been facing just an ordinary, foolish boy. At the same time, Takasu wanted to know how the meeting had gone and what to expect from it. With a hint of sadness in his voice, Okita Hikaru began by saying that their fears had been confirmed, because Serizawa actually did have an S-rank card. The bureau agent confirmed that this villain had indeed stolen a card from them many years ago and appropriated it for himself. But he was surprised not by that, but by the fact that he hadn't told the young man the name of the card, which the young man himself had just mentioned. As for the young man, he continued his story, noting that his former director had surely killed Yuriko's younger brother. Thinking it over, Takasu concluded that this information was too scant to arrest the villain. Something more substantial was needed. Upon hearing this, the young man suggested catching the criminal red-handed if possible. At this stage, this man feels completely safe, even though he killed both Taira and Yuriko's younger brother, and perhaps someone else as well. Serizawa surely believes that no one suspects him of being responsible for these deaths. Once the agency director gets the magic stone, he'll most likely try to get rid of our hero. Takasu suggested that this is quite possible, because there are always many mysterious deaths and missing people around this man. Although despite this, they had never been able to catch the criminal before. However, if they were nearby when he attacked the adventurer, and he fell silent there, Kiko Iwasa immediately asked if that was wise. Our hero immediately shouted that there was no need to worry about him, but first they had to choose which dungeon to set up the meeting in. Takasu trusted the young man in this matter, and so he said that the young man could choose whichever one seemed most suitable to him. And he immediately added that he was interested in the identities of the awakened ones Serizawa had hired, because they weren't ordinary people. The boss thought there was only one assistant, but the young man explained that one was the main one, and the other two were backup just in case. After that, Okita Hikaru named the people who were in the dungeon. Suddenly, the guy cleared his throat as if he had seen something very strange, and that was indeed the case, as Takasu immediately pointed out several people whom the adventurer was supposed to recognize. Upon seeing the familiar faces, our hero immediately declared that there was no doubt that these were indeed the guards. The guy was curious about who these people were, since they had been found so easily and quickly. With a hint of fear in his voice, the bureau chief explained that all these people were awakened. But there was one catch: they were also former criminals. Some awakened, having gained their powers, turned to crime, and combating such criminal activity falls under the jurisdiction of the department overseeing the awakened. A few years ago, they were transporting adventurers who had committed serious crimes. It seemed that everything was going as usual, but no one thought that the neighboring fuel truck would become the fateful moment of that day. Suddenly, the driver lost control of the vehicle, and it veered into the adjacent lane. The fuel tanker crashed into the law enforcement vehicle, after which everything caught fire. When rescue workers and an ambulance arrived, they reported that no one had survived. The government covered up the incident, so little is known about it, but recently some survivors who were supposed to have died there were spotted. Surely someone deliberately staged that accident. Most likely they've joined forces and are now working for some organization. Things were starting to become a little clearer for our hero, but he wanted to know who these criminals were so he could understand just how dangerous they were. After that, Takasu began listing these people's crimes, though it was already clear that they were killing other awakens simply for their own purposes. Thinking it over, Okita Hikaru noted that if they were all working with Serizawa, then what on earth could be expected of them? That was exactly why the bureau chief had said that when the young man was choosing a hideout, he would have to approach the matter very carefully, and immediately added that he would accompany his new comrade. The young man stared intently ahead. He was silent, but he thought that outwitting the villain wouldn't be so easy. He would have to think everything through carefully. At that time, many of the awakened were in clear water, listening to the news that there had been some developments in the Taira case. Kenji Nogeti, who was passing by, heard his colleagues discussing the case very animatedly. But the young man himself did not join in the discussion because he had noticed two people who had caught his interest. On the other hand, everyone knew that this man had bullied our hero, and so the young man was surely angry about what had happened and might do anything. But what angered the awakened one was not so much that as the realization that the boy might, sooner or later, come to him to take revenge for everything that had been done. Suddenly, the young man screamed even louder, because Reizo Hisayama approached him, looking rather pale. The frightened girl said that everyone understood that Taira hadn't committed suicide for no reason. Someone had definitely killed him for what he'd done. If Okita Hikaru hasn't been arrested yet, he might target the rest of his tormentors as well, which makes perfect sense. As they ran away, the adventurers shouted that they absolutely needed a vacation to get away somewhere far away. Hearing that his colleague wanted to do the same thing as the guy, he ordered her not to run after him because he wanted to stay as far away from her as possible. At the same time, Miho was tapping away at the keyboard with a single finger, which didn't look much like work. The brunette, who had approached from behind, saw what was happening but didn't know how to react to it. Bowing her head, the beauty thought she understood everything perfectly. First Nakamura had left, and now there was this whole business with Taira. What's more, their former colleague was being treated like a criminal, but it was still too early to say for sure. Besides that, something interesting had recently happened to Serizawa as well. The day before, Yuriko was surprised to learn that the director of the company where she works actually has the very map they were talking about. Takasu asked an acquaintance to find out what this villain is planning. It's very important because they want to arrest him at the meeting in the basement. The beauty understood that this was important, so she assured him that she would do everything in her power. Upon entering her boss's office, the employee noted that she would leave the documents on the desk. And then, as if in passing, she asked if at least something good had happened. Smiling, the man asked her in return if it was really that obvious from his face, and then went on to say that he would soon get what he had long wanted and planned for. Serizawa said that this would surely make the employee happy too, even though she didn't understand what he was talking about. But the boss just kept laughing, explaining that he couldn't say yet, but soon the girl would see for herself. Watching Serizawa's back, the employee thought that the adventurers on his team had died, yet he was acting as if nothing had happened at all. After a while, our hero descended into the dungeon where the meeting with the criminal was to take place. To keep the criminal from suspecting anything, they chose an ordinary, low-level dungeon. And to avoid being spotted by anyone, the young man had to disguise himself. A moment later, Okita Hikaru shouted to someone that monsters were approaching, so they needed to be ready. And indeed, a hairy spider, classified as D rank, appeared before the group. The girl shouted that she would take care of the monsters in front of her, while the rest should cover the flanks. At that very moment, the bureau employee summoned her warrior to assist her. Suddenly, a bright beam of light began to destroy these beasts, doing so very quickly and methodically. The effect was incredible, though it didn't surprise the guy, since he'd had to fight even tougher creatures before. Kiko Iwasawa was in charge, and so she reported that some of the spiders had begun to retreat rapidly deeper into the dungeon. The other adventurers explained that there were no monsters left near them. They had all been destroyed, so there was nothing to fear. The young man wanted to compliment the girl, so he noted that she and her friends acted like a real team and used their maps very skillfully. But remembering what our hero had done, the beauty declared that their maps were no match for his. The others present understood this as well, but decided not to interfere in the conversation until they were asked to do so. Encouraged, Kiko Iwas wanted to know how the guy had obtained this card, and whether it was true that it was S rank. The young man wanted to explain something, but a moment later, the system sent a notification that a battle between the awakened was taking place further down in the dungeon, which was very strange. Seeing that Hikaru Okita was running off somewhere, the girl got scared and asked what was going on, and he, hiding from view, noted that they needed to hurry. Several awakened actually lay unconscious on the ground, their cards beside them. At the same time, one of the adversaries had summoned his warrior to do terrible things. He attacked the poor souls, who begged him not to, since they didn't understand what was wrong. Smiling, the villain declared that there was nothing more wonderful than hearing the cries of those waking up in the morning. The adventurer who was sitting on the ground begged the villain to stop, pointing out that they hadn't done anything wrong and therefore shouldn't be attacked. It was unfair. But the enemy kept laughing, shouting that he just wanted to kill the adventurers who had come into this dungeon. Realizing that something bad was about to happen, our hero acted just in time. He grabbed the guy and carried him away. The villain yelled at the top of his lungs that he didn't want anyone to interfere because he hadn't come to this place for that. Setting the poor guy down on the ground, Okita Hikaru asked if he was okay and heard that he was scared but unharmed. And while the criminal was asking the young man who he was, he immediately realized that it was Tanaka, the one who had been with Serizawa back then. Hiding behind his hood, our hero thought that this man must not recognize him, or the whole plan would fail. Suddenly, Tanaka shouted that it didn't matter to him at all who was standing in front of him, because the same thing would happen to him as to the rest of the adventurers. Okita Hikaru realized that if he dodged the blow, it would land on those unfortunate souls lying unconscious behind him. But at that very moment, a woman's voice shouted for the attacker to stop because they would be his opponents. The guy quickly turned his head. He was surprised to see Kiko Iwasawa and her people there. In an icy tone, the beauty stated that Tanaka was a criminal sentenced to death, but he had staged an accident and subsequently escaped. Showing her ID, the girl said they were inspectors from the Awakened Oversight, and therefore under Article of the 3rd Oversight Law, which states that attacking other adventurers is illegal, as well as for escape and attempted murder. All of this would result in at least an arrest. The villain was furious, shouting that he had never liked the supervisors, and that this time they had also decided to get in his way. After that, he summoned his assistant, intending to deal a crushing blow to the uninvited guests. Kiko Iwazu realized that she needed to take urgent action, so she called on her own assistant to give Tanaka a fitting rebuff. Suddenly, the girl was astonished. She realized that the enemy had raised a wall of water to repel her attack. Our hero recognized this as Tyra's card. He had seen it used hundreds of times, but he was horrified to realize that this adversary wielded the water spear far more skillfully and with greater finesse, making him far more powerful in this attack. Tanaka shouted again that all opponents had the same habit. They struck with all their might from the very beginning, but they were vulnerable when using such attacks. Kiko Iwas looked at her opponent in amazement, thinking to herself in horror that she wouldn't have time to attack this man again. And that was true, because in the very next moment, the wall of water crashed down, drenching everyone standing nearby. Turning around, Hikaru Okita called out to his acquaintance, realizing she needed his help and support. The boy saw what was happening and knew full well that the villain had defeated them with a single blow. The girl struggled to get up from the ground, pondering her next move. However, the villain noted that he had suspected as much that the inspector couldn't be killed with a single attack, and therefore decided to use a bomb. Pulling the pin, the villain tried to throw the explosive device as far as possible so that everyone lying on the ground would be hurt. The system immediately alerted our hero that a military string bomb had been activated, and the young man was already shouting at his friends to get away from where they were as quickly as possible. It seemed like it would all be over in a moment, but instead, the girl didn't realize what was happening around her. Looking at the unfortunate victims, Tanaka remarked that everyone gathered there was now like insects caught in a spider's web, and considering who lurked in the dungeon, the spectacle to come would be quite entertaining. The inspectors tried to escape the trap, but they said that these weren't threads but actual rods that had pierced their skin, and so there was nothing they could do. And again, the villain said in an icy tone that it was all in vain because he had used a military-grade polymer. It was impossible to escape from it without injuring oneself. Suddenly, the villain turned his attention to the guy standing off to the side. Okita Hikaru remained silent but watched Tanaka intently, realizing that they had to act. There was no point in just watching anymore. The villain shouted that no one would help the boy anymore, and so he asked what the boy planned to do. Hearing the girl yell at her friend to run away immediately, Tanaka, who had heard the girl call the young man Okita, realized that this was the very same boy they had recently seen in the dungeon. The beauty realized she had done something unforgivable without even thinking about the consequences. At that very moment, our hero remembered his fallen friends, so he told the brunette that everything was fine, that the villains wouldn't kill anyone else. And then he shouted to the entire dungeon that he wouldn't let anyone else die before his eyes. Tanaka laughed, asking what the young man could possibly do if he had nothing but a D-rank map. And tugging at the bars, he continued to say that the inspectors would surely love the laughable attack, which cost absolutely nothing. Taking his card, the young man shouted that he was summoning a halo to aid him. In that very second, Okita Hikaru appeared behind his opponent, delivering a blow they certainly didn't expect. Tanaka felt sick. He wondered what this kid had done, and thought to himself that he had never seen such skills before. Suddenly, all the threads binding the unfortunate men began to unravel, freeing the captives. The antagonist watched everything unfold, unable to comprehend how his opponent had managed to do this as well, for it was simply impossible. The girl who had previously witnessed what Okita Hikaru was capable of now couldn't understand where he had acquired such an unusual skill. The villain immediately cursed and, glancing at the adventurer, declared that in that case, he would destroy this young man first. The boy still couldn't understand why this villain had picked on him, so he could only stare at his adversary and wait to see what would happen next. At that very moment, Tanaka decided once again to call on his warrior for help, so he could at least deal with someone. However, the Azure Samurai appeared much sooner. Given his strength, one could imagine what to expect. The inspectors simultaneously realized that somehow their acquaintance was using several cards at once. The samurai card, which had been upgraded many times over the course of its use, now helped him do incredible things. With horror in his eyes, the opponent thought that his rival was moving so fast that he couldn't keep up with him. The same was true for the other guys, who thought they'd seen it all in their lives. But it turned out that wasn't quite the case. Clenching his hand into a fist, our hero thought that he no longer wanted to hesitate, and firmly decided that from now on he would protect the weak, those who needed his help the most. At the same time, Serizawa and his accomplices were sitting in an expensive restaurant in central Tokyo. They were carefree, thinking that all their crimes would go unpunished so easily and that no one would suspect a thing. But Takanobu Okada was on his guard. He wasn't really listening to what the others were saying. When his colleague asked what had happened, the young man replied that it wasn't worth paying attention to. Glancing at his phone, the man thought to himself that Tanaka's signal had disappeared for some reason, even though that had never happened before. Matsuyama was in a completely different location, so he wouldn't be able to say where his friend was. Takano Okada immediately began running through possible scenarios of what might have happened to this man, and as a last resort, he considered the possibility that he had been killed. He then turned to Serizawa and said that an urgent matter had come up and he needed to check some information. The man wasn't in the mood for that. He just watched his comrade hurry off somewhere in a great rush. As he hurried along, Takano Okada thought it was unlikely that Tanaka had been killed by another awakened one, since there weren't that many strong adventurers, and he knew most of them well. The surveillance team, who were still in the dungeon, watched the young man's work in amazement. The crowd had never seen such power, capable of damaging even the dungeon. At that moment, the young man thought only of the fact that he needed to save the people who had come to do their job, and that some criminal had wanted to destroy them just for fun. Looking back, the young man realized that he had managed to protect those he wanted to protect, and that made him happy. But among these people were many wounded, who in their condition would hardly be able to make it to the entrance of the dungeon on their own. Suddenly, our hero pulled out another golden card that looked like a healing card. And it was true. Angel's Call was one of the kindest and brightest cards, symbolizing healing. Several little angels symbolically held syringes, indicating that healing would soon begin. Within moments, the wounds of the unfortunate victims began to heal. Kiko Iwaz, who had seen a lot in her life, was now marveling like a child, because this was a novelty to her. Looking at the young man, the girl wondered if this skill also belonged to her new acquaintance. To herself, the beauty thought she had no idea who this man was, but aloud she simply said his name. The brunette asked Okita Hikaru what was actually going on in this place. And looking closely at the large tunnel that had formed in a matter of seconds, she asked another question about what had happened to Tanaka. Closing his eyes, the young man admitted that he had to kill the villain, because otherwise he wouldn't have been able to protect the victims. Realizing that it was simply necessary, the inspector said he shouldn't blame himself. Without it, many good people would have died. Tanaka's case file stated that he had killed dozens of people just to satisfy his sick desires. If not for our hero, everyone would have become his victims. The young man hadn't done anything terrible, and everyone present would certainly testify in favor of Hikaru Okita. Finally, a smile lit up the guy's face, and he relaxed a little. And the beauty continued to say that after Tanaka's death, all his friends would surely start making a move. And since nothing has happened yet, they should contact Serizawa immediately. As for them, they would accompany the adventurer. To himself, our hero thought it was time to put an end to this villain, but aloud he said there was a risk the director might change his mind. They could easily cancel the meeting in the dungeon, so they needed to hurry. As they fled, Okita Hikaru ordered that they leave this place as soon as possible so that no one would realize they had even been here. Together with Kiko Iwaz, the young man led the injured Awakened Ones out of the dungeon, then forged the dungeon records in the Awakened One's supervision log. After that, he contacted Serizawa regarding the meeting location. All that remained was to wait for that day. A few days later, Takasu asked his acquaintance if he was planning to go into the dungeon alone, and he immediately added that their plan might not work, in which case they would have to pull other strings. Okita Hikaru understood this himself, noting that this villain was constantly up to something, so they would need to keep an eye out for when he committed an illegal act. Smiling, the bureau agent remarked that the young man was absolutely right in his reasoning. At the same time, the man feared that Serizawa would use his card. In that case, they simply wouldn't be able to fight, since its radius of effect was about 10 meters. Within that radius, the effects of all cards would be disabled. It was no surprise that he had an S-rank card. So they planned to take up a position 20 meters away to provide support, but he warned that the young man needed to be careful, since he would be the one in the greatest danger. Embarrassed, Kiko Iwasaki shouted that their new acquaintance would definitely be fine. Her colleague didn't understand what had happened to the girl, but she, blushing even more, said she was fine. Placing a hand on Takasu's shoulder, the young man noted that there was no need to worry about him. The most important thing was to arrest the criminal who had caused so many deaths. The man shouted that he understood everything and that they were all counting on the guy. Okita Hikaru once again proudly told the crowd that he would definitely succeed in the mission. At that very moment, the young man turned to the girl standing in front of him. The young man thought the inspector had told the chief about our hero's abilities, but she replied that she hadn't. The brunette noted that she had decided not to mention what had happened that day in the dungeon. She added that if she did tell him, then, as a supervisory inspector, she would have to interrogate the young man and then Takasu as well. However, the young man doesn't use his abilities for his own gain. On the contrary, he helps other good people. Therefore, she would rather watch the adventurer use these powers to do good than sit him down for an interrogation. Hearing the young man say that once Serizawa is captured, everyone will understand, and then an interrogation would be unavoidable, Kiko Iwasu replied that even in that case, she would figure something out. Our hero smiled. He was pleased that there were people who trusted him and his abilities completely. A few days later, Takano Okada and his companion arrived at the D-rank dungeon. One of the men remarked that he hadn't thought Okita would choose the dungeon where Tanaka had gone missing. Perhaps it was just a coincidence, or perhaps not. As they made their way through the dungeon, Takano Okada himself realized that their comrade had gone missing somewhere in this area. After a while, he announced that they had found traces of a battle and even fresh bloodstains. It turned out that someone had indeed managed to kill Tanaka, there was no doubt about it. As the villains began to descend further, they surmised that the person who had done this possessed great skill, though they immediately qualified that a single skill alone would likely not have been enough in this case. Okada Takanobu suggested that it was a simultaneous attack by several people. Most likely about 10 awakened ones joined the fight, though. Knowing Tanaka, he would never have been a match for such powerful individuals. My colleague didn't quite understand what was going on, so he asked if it was true that their colleague had been attacked by people working for some company. Considering that Serizawa has a lot of enemies, it could have been anyone. It's possible that this was the work of the surveillance agency. As for Okita, we shouldn't let our guard down. He might be in cahoots with these people. A moment later, the men noticed a stone lying on the ground. The leader immediately decided it was a piece left over from a bomb. It was interesting that Tanaka liked to use those, but why would he need one? A comrade turned to the leader and said that upstairs he had found wires from the bomb and a few more shards. Seeing what was left, the adventurers decided once again that these were definitely items used by their awakened one. As they prepared for the meeting, Okita Hikaru said that the day had come for him to hand the stone over to Serizawa. It would be the young man who would negotiate with the director, while as for Takasu, he and his men would split into 3 groups and block the exit from the basement. After descending into the basement, the leader of the entire operation began contacting the others to check if the walkie-talkies were working. The team members could all hear clearly, so they reported that they had taken their positions and would proceed as agreed. Another group also reported that everything was fine and that they were awaiting further orders. Takasu reported that they had blocked all exits. Now they had to wait for Okita and Serizawa to arrive. A short while later, the director and his men were already moving down the street, hurrying to the meeting. Kiko Iwas immediately relayed the information to the boss that these villains were about to enter the basement. Upon hearing what was happening, the leader ordered everyone to stay at their posts and simply wait, while thinking to himself once again that our hero was in for a tough time. A short while later, the young man was already standing in the dungeon, looking at Serizawa, who was standing opposite him. The man smiled and looked intently at the adventurer, thinking that it had been easy to deceive this boy. As for our hero, he was merely pondering the fact that there were more guards this time. It was puzzling that Okada was nowhere to be seen, even though he was always by the director's side, serving not only as his bodyguard but also as his advisor. Unexpectedly, Serizawa turned to Hikaru Okita, telling him to show the stone he had brought with him. Opening his bag, the young man said he had nothing to hide and immediately showed the crystal. Glancing at all this beauty, the villain noted that these were definitely the stones from the Tokyo airport. There could be no doubt about it. A few minutes later, the man picked up the stone again and once more noted that a special power emanated from the crystal. Out loud, the villain said the deal was done, but to himself he thought that with these stones he would become even more powerful than ever before. After that, Serizawa declared that, as for the boy, he no longer needed him, and so he would perish right there. At that very moment, the system sent a notification that the director wanted to kill the young man, who was prepared for this but hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. The boy pretended he didn't understand, and the man shouted that the adventurer had heard him correctly, and he added that it was he who had brought the inspectors to this place, about whom he had said nothing. The young man was taken aback. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way, nor had he suspected that the director might figure it out. Takasu, who had heard everything, told his men that they had been exposed and therefore they must do everything in their power to support Okita. The staff knew themselves that the operation had nearly failed, so they immediately rushed to help. Another group, which also had no intention of wasting time, headed straight for the very center of the dungeon. The plan had been foiled, and only Serizawa was pleased with how things were unfolding. Suddenly, the villain grabbed his golden card and shouted that he was using his disarmament skill. The man knew he was the strongest in this place. He also knew he had to go all the way to get what he needed. Our hero thought to himself that now he knew what skill the director possessed, though that didn't make things any easier. The guys who had already rushed to the rescue watched the villain's henchmen closely, unsure of what to do next. And then what happened was that the warriors from the surveillance department immediately began to scatter. The girl who had managed to grab a weapon said aloud that her weapon was falling apart too, even though that simply couldn't be. Takasu also shouted that this simply couldn't be happening since his team was outside the map's range. So how were they losing their weapons one by one? At that very moment, another criminal, Takano Okada, appeared next to the leader and said with irony in his voice that he was sorry things had turned out this way. Turning around, the man saw this villain and called out his name. But the villain said nothing. Instead, he pointed to the same bomb Tanaka had been carrying, preparing to detonate it. The same thing was happening in another part of the dungeon, where our friend was located. Realizing that everything around him was exploding and burning, Okita Hikaru thought to himself in horror that they had fallen into a trap. Interestingly, they had begun using the weapon that Kiko Iwasu had mentioned in her report. The young man couldn't understand how things had come to this, since there were quite a few people from the bureau, and there were plenty of strong awakened ones there. At that moment, Kiko Iwasa, who was nearby, began contacting her colleagues to find out what was happening. Realizing that no one was answering, she began calling another group to find out the actual situation from at least someone. In a displeased tone, the girl said aloud that she wanted to know what was happening in that dungeon. Something terrible was happening at that moment, because after the bomb exploded, all the employees found themselves enveloped in thick threads piercing their bodies. As for Okita Hikaru, he stood still, thinking about the best course of action in this situation. The young man couldn't understand how such a disaster could have befallen the inspectors, since they had thought everything through carefully. Besides, it was unclear why all these people had ended up near him. Suddenly, the boy began receiving a notification from the system that there were many wounded people in the dungeon, and that an awakened A-rank was nearby and rapidly approaching. The antagonist had been dragging Takasu by the leg the whole time, and then tossed him aside as if he were some kind of trash. And again, the system sent a notification stating that this man was injured and needed help. At the same time, Serizawa declared in an icy tone that all of the boy's friends were finished. Only the strongest can survive in this world. Doesn't the boy think that Serizawa became the true winner the moment he received that gold card? The man began to smile again as he looked at his former acquaintance. The wounded Takasu realized that all attention was now focused on Okita Hikaru, and so he wanted to do something to help in some way. Looking at his former comrade, the director of Clearwater said that he knew that, sooner or later, the man would turn to the boy. He then added that he now feels a pang of regret whenever he realizes he's missed a chance to take revenge on his enemy, recalling how the bureau agent had shouted that the incident was his fault. Laughing, Serizawa admitted that he was grateful to the guys for what had happened in that dungeon many years ago. Back then, two students had found a wonderful, magical map for their friend. At the time, the friends were certain that it was their shared map, one they would all use together. Serizawa laughed even louder, stating that in the end, the map had served only him, which he couldn't help but be pleased about. True, he had to kill a few people. With that explosion, he had destroyed several people back then to take the map for himself. And so that all of this wouldn't be in vain, the director planned to climb to the very top. It would be something like a memorial service. By making this precious sacrifice, he would ascend to the pinnacle of this world, and thus it would be the greatest story of all. While our hero was thinking that this man had absolutely no sense of tact or justice, Takasu asked how many people the director had killed. Laughing, the man said he didn't know himself because he was quite forgetful. Jumping up from his seat, Takasu grabbed his blade and headed toward where his former friend was standing. Serizawa understood what the bureau agent wanted, so he raised his card again, activating his skill to disarm his opponent. The young man didn't expect his knife to start crumbling into tiny pieces. Hikaru Okita wanted to help in some way, but the system notified him that an awakened A rank was rapidly approaching them. It was Kiko Iwas who, holding a pistol in her hands, was about to shoot the villain to save the guys. Serizawa was definitely not prepared for this, especially since the girl was quite far away from him. Takano Okada, who had rushed forward, announced that it turned out someone else was hiding in this dungeon, and immediately called in his assistant to deal serious damage to the beauty who had appeared at the wrong time. The bureau employee immediately fell to the ground, realizing she had been wounded and consequently could no longer do anything. Our hero was already running toward his acquaintance to see what condition she was in. At that moment, Takano Okada was about to leave. He said there was a possibility that someone else was still hiding in the dungeon, so he would go and check, while the others were to protect the boss. The villains immediately activated their cards to surround not only the bureau employees, but also our hero. Bowing her head, Kiko Iwas said she was very sorry that everything had turned out this way, although Takasu ordered her not to blame herself, because they had all made mistakes in this situation. Suddenly, the company director spoke up again, noting that he was sorry the inspector's plan had fallen apart, even though they had come up with a good one. However, within the radius of this ability, it doesn't matter if you're holding a knife or a gun. Any weapon will break apart if he so desires. For the past 8 years, he had constantly practiced using this card. Its ability and range differed from when he first received it. If Takasu thought he could win, he had merely wasted his strength. At that moment, our hero, standing before his acquaintance, pulled out his card. The villain saw this but said he was certain that this card summoned a monster wolf. He then added that disarming someone doesn't actually affect skills that don't use weapons. Did the boy really want to test himself with his terrible skills? The criminal wanted to see what Okita intended to show him, assuming that he couldn't do anything at all. Okita Hikaru remained silent. Instead, he simply let go of his card. His opponent didn't understand why the boy had discarded his card, and said aloud that perhaps he was going to die, realizing that he was useless in battle anyway. The young man looked intently at Serizawa, his eyes shining. He knew there was no turning back. After a brief pause, the boy turned to his opponent. The boy declared that the director was the very one responsible for the deaths of Nakamura and his friends in the Tokyo airport underground. Moreover, the man had shown no mercy to Taira, who had repented of everything and decided to start a new life. Moreover, the villain had stolen the gate card from his comrades, and he had done it all for the sake of his own selfish desires. It seemed that something was finally beginning to sink in for the man, and so he said that he had done all of this solely for the sake of power, because those who have it use those who do not. And he didn't always act on his own. Okada did a great deal for him. If the boy wants to hate someone, he should direct all his anger precisely at this man, who did everything solely for money. The criminal in the gray coat, in turn, told his subordinate that even though Serizawa is their client, he seriously believes he is not guilty of anything. That is precisely why the director of Clean Water said that in this world, only winners get the chance to prove themselves. The loser's turn will never come. At that moment, Hikaru Okita took a small device out of his pocket. His opponent looked at the young man in surprise, as if he were holding something truly terrifying. The young man quickly explained that it was a voice recorder on which he had recorded the criminal's confession. Takasu and his assistant watched their comrade closely, unsure what he was going to do next, given the formidable opponent standing before them. Takanobu Okada, who was standing nearby, immediately started coughing, pretending that he found the whole thing very funny. Serizawa also started laughing, remarking that he didn't understand how the guy planned to bring all this out into the open. He must have just gotten something mixed up. For the first time ever, our hero shouted, demanding that his opponent stop talking immediately. And he added that if his opponent was saying that only the strongest survive in this world, then it was time for him to make his move. At that moment, Takasu spoke up, explaining that even if they were killed, there would still be evidence. If anything happened to them, the oversight agency would send a special task force. However, the man shouted that it was all a bluff, and he certainly wouldn't fall for it. The head of the oversight agency would never have authorized such an investigation. It was clear to everyone that this was a personal matter. And he immediately added that there was no need to worry, because he wouldn't leave any evidence of the murder. He'd thought up a perfect scenario. While Okita, the suspect in Taira's murder, was being pursued, a surveillance investigator would infiltrate the dungeon. This led to Okita putting up a fight. Many investigators were injured, and both the investigator and the suspects were exhausted. Unexpectedly, our hero received a notification that some kind of monster was approaching their location. At the same time, Serizawa said that a monster was appearing that kills everyone. so he would definitely be above suspicion. Everyone present immediately turned their heads toward the direction from which the dungeon boss was already approaching. The company director wasn't worried. He said he'd chosen the dungeon for a reason. It was the perfect meeting place, because if anyone went missing there would be no doubt that the monster was to blame and no one else. Frightened, Kiko-ai was reported that her subordinates were unable to move, and therefore they would certainly be unable to resist or fight. Our hero stood in silence, seemingly mulling over his next move. One of the enemies told Takano Oka that in this situation, it would be better to take combat medication to avoid getting hurt. Popping a pill into his mouth, the villain thought to himself that he didn't understand the boy at all. A boss was appearing in the dungeon, yet the adventurer was acting as if he were in a park, just relaxing. But the young man really didn't care much about the monster he was about to fight. Taking a card in his hand, the young man immediately summoned one of the warriors to his aid. The enemies watched in horror as the young man produced another card from somewhere. The villains were certain it was a blank card, but when they saw a samurai appear and immediately go on the attack, they couldn't believe their eyes. Covering his face with his hand, Takano Okada noted that this card emitted incredible power. Moreover, the awakened samurai managed to destroy the boss with a single blow. Only Serizawa insisted that all these demonstrations were meaningless, since he would immediately play the disarm card. In that very second, the samurai's weapon began to crack, just like all the other weapons before it. The villain laughed, holding his card in his hands, saying that all of this was useless, because thanks to his disarm card, the boy would never succeed at anything. The girl spoke to the boss in horror. She found it hard to believe that all this was happening, because if things continued at this pace, and then she fell silent. As for the director, he said that the former employee's trick had surprised him. He wondered where the man had gotten such an amusing card. Holding the card in his hands, Okita Hikaru said in an icy tone that it seemed Serizawa hadn't heard him, because now it was the young people's turn to show what they were capable of. The two assistant principals were discussing among themselves that it was impossible to have two cards and handle them so skillfully. The villain laughed again and said that the boy was wasting his time, because he would soon lose this card as well. Releasing the card, the young man summoned the two-headed dragon he had met at the very beginning to his aid. Rising higher, the card began to shimmer with a very bright glow. As for our hero, he kept his eyes fixed on the card, knowing what would happen next. The crowd immediately saw huge dragons appear before them, ready to engage in battle at any moment. The surprised guards couldn't understand how a low-ranking adventurer had managed to summon a dragon, something one could only dream of. It seemed that only Serizawa didn't grasp the gravity of the situation. He hoped that with the help of his card, he could do the same thing as before. But the moment the director raised his card, the dragon immediately fired a beam of fire at the enemy who was about to harm its master. In that very instant, the edges of the card charred, and the cardboard flew off somewhere. Suddenly, the man was stunned. He didn't immediately notice that the dragon had damaged not only the card, but also his hand, severing the villain's wrist. While the criminal screamed and raged, Okita Hikaru now said in an icy tone that it hadn't turned out very well. He then added that the man didn't know the two-headed dragon had no weapon that could be destroyed. Serizawa, realizing that he was now powerless to do anything, shouted at his subordinates to deal with the boy. These men also didn't fully understand the youth's power, and immediately called their warriors to their aid. But in the blink of an eye, nothing remained of them, because the dragon had quickly fulfilled its duty to protect its master. Holding their cards, the criminals nervously said that their strategy wasn't working. Seeing that the plan had failed, the man kept shouting that they needed to deal with this guy immediately. He should be killed to solve all their problems. The guards realized that if anything happened to Serizawa, they would be in trouble too, so they began attacking the young man again. But they immediately noticed that this daredevil was very quick. He skillfully dodged their attacks. Okada Takanobu, who considered himself the strongest, said he would quickly deal with the young man. But our hero first of all put up a strong defense, and second dodged the attacks as he always did. The opponent thought to himself in horror that, despite using performance-enhancing drugs, he couldn't win with his speed and reflexes. After that, the villains decided to use a hellish fire and light grenade, which Okita Hikaru easily sent back to where it came from. The villains shouted that the young man had destroyed their skills with a single blow. After that, the young man noted that the criminal's turn would never come again. They had already done everything they could. Serizawa stared in horror at his former colleague, realizing that he wasn't joking. He would do exactly what he had promised. Summoning all his strength, the young man shouted for the murderers to burn in hell where they belonged. After that, a powerful flash illuminated the dungeon, where people were watching everything very closely. The Bureau agents couldn't believe they were witnessing such a fierce battle. Just as our hero raised the map and declared that it was all over, he received a notification that the dungeon had been cleared and would return to its original state in 5 minutes. People watched as the place transformed, realizing they had succeeded in winning. The next day, all the news outlets reported that the director of clean water was wanted on suspicion of murder. A little while later, it turned out that Serizawa had died in the dungeon, but it also came to light that he had been involved in numerous schemes alongside Kurokawa, the director of the Bureau of Awakened Oversight. Thanks to the searches, it became clear what kind of man he was and what influence he had on the political world. With Serizawa's death, all the cases he was involved in were immediately closed. A couple of days later, Takasu met with our hero and said that they had done everything to prevent too much unnecessary information from leaking to the media. Smiling, the guy replied that the most important thing was that the Bureau had kept his biggest secret. But the boss explained that they couldn't talk about it. Moreover, if anyone found out about these abilities, they would think the guys had simply gone mad, because such a thing is impossible. The most important thing was that the guy had managed to avenge all those people who had died because of that gangster. After that, Takasu spoke up again, recalling Yuriko's younger brother, and noting that he had come all this way for a place, and so he was very glad to have met Okita Hikaru, who had helped him greatly. Suddenly, the young man announced that he was thinking of resigning from his position as inspector. Sighing, our hero remarked thoughtfully that, of course, it was his new acquaintance's right to do so. And he immediately added, asking if Takasu was sure it was wise to leave someone as suspicious as him unsupervised. After all, a single young man had managed to defeat an S-rank card owner. Moreover, he had killed the dungeon boss with a single move and accomplished many other feats. Surely the Surveillance Bureau wouldn't be worried that Okita Hikaru might suddenly start using his skills for the wrong reasons or for purposes other than those intended? The guys were surprised by what the adventurer was saying, so they didn't know how to respond. Smiling, Takasu said that he was sentimental, it was no secret, and so this time he would do as our hero wished. But if the latter suddenly decided to break the law, he would be dealt with very quickly. As he left, the young man said he really hoped so. The incident caused by Serizawa had been resolved. On the other hand, the whole story involving Okada and his criminal organization remained unsolved. As long as the guy was alive, he was certain he would run into it again somewhere. Clenching his hand into a fist, Hikaru Okita knew for certain that he would never again let anyone die before his eyes. With such magnificent abilities, he would be able to protect the weak. Besides, the young man had long been bullied as a loser, and this is where his real life begins. Now the young man's journey would never end. Sometime later, Kiko Iwas wrote a report on Director Serizawa and all his crimes. This report was immediately classified as a top-secret document. The girl pointed out that the man had been involved in robberies, murders, and accepting bribes on a particularly large scale. Moreover, he had committed his first crime against his own friends. Although the suspect was dead, evidence was fully gathered and the case was referred to the prosecutor's office. A raid on the Clearwater office revealed that the villain had embezzled the company's assets for his own advancement. As a result, the government temporarily suspended the operations of the aforementioned company, and its stock plummeted by 30%. With the fall of the industry leader, other major firms began actively expanding their market influence. It is currently unknown which criminal organizations Serizawa was associated with. It is known for certain that Tanaka is dead, but the status of Matsuyama and Okada remains unknown at this time. There is a suspicion that a large organization of former awakened prisoners is involved, which may still include many unknown individuals. After that, the report began to discuss our hero, who had relatives but was living alone at the time the report was written. The boy's father was killed by a monster from the dungeon, leaving the boy in a difficult financial situation from early childhood. Determined, the young man took the awakened ability test. Despite scoring low, he became a certified awakened. For a while, no company wanted to hire the young man, so he had to work several part-time jobs. But luck finally smiled on our hero, and he unexpectedly received an offer from Clearwater. Holding the report in her hands, Kiko Iwasawa told her boss that it was precisely at that moment, when the elite awakened ones found themselves in a critical situation, that they needed a low-ranking awakened one. With sadness in his voice, Takasu stated that any experienced employee would have realized that something was wrong here. Picking up the papers again, the girl said she would continue with her report. Hikaru Okita had failed to achieve the desired result. The adventurer had taken part in the conquest of a certain D-rank dungeon. There he was betrayed by his colleagues, fell into a trap, becoming bait for the dungeon boss, and hovered between life and death. While fleeing from the dungeon boss, the young man discovered a mysterious place. Okita himself said that in the space he fled to, an unknown entity endowed him with unusual abilities. No one still understands what kind of space he was talking about, but there is no doubt that the young man gained the power of 1,000 cards at that time. Our hero constantly wondered how he had ended up in that strange room, but he never came close to finding the answer. Thanks to his new skills, the young man could use any card at will. Moreover, he began to anticipate other people's actions. Despite this, the young man had no desire to use all these abilities for his own benefit. Hikaru Okita simply wanted to finally be heard and respected. It was for this very reason that he decided to quit the company where no one appreciated him. The adventurer knew exactly what he would do next, and so he resolutely stepped into his new life. After that, our hero cleared dungeons in various locations one after another as a freelance awakened. In the process, Okita Hikaru further improved the accuracy and power of his cards. There are even witnesses who confirm that it was this very man who was defending the dungeons. One such person was an elderly man, the owner of several high-rise buildings in Tokyo, who said during questioning that he was worried about the young man and at the same time grateful to him for helping the weak while charging a modest fee for his work. Another Dungeon Corporation employee said that the young man was amazing. It was interesting to watch him clear the dungeons single-handedly. Despite constant harassment from his former colleagues at Clearwater, Okita easily cleared dungeons and even participated in a dungeon-clearing mission at Tokyo Airport. To achieve results in the airport dungeon, the suspect Serizawa and others deliberately planned to use low-ranking Awakened as bait for the boss, sacrificing the young man's comrades. However, when the young man used his abilities to defeat the dungeon boss, Director Clearwater's plan was ruined. At the same time, Taira, Serizawa's subordinate, was killed due to an internal dispute. Given this situation, Okita teamed up with the team from the Bureau of Awakened Oversight and managed to expose Serizawa's crimes. Single-handedly, the young man defeated a group of 6 elite Awakened ones, including an S rank. The villain had set a trap that initially ensnared everyone, but he managed to turn the tables and emerge victorious. After that, Kiko Iwaz said the report was finished. Thinking for a moment, Takasu said that if they hadn't seen the young man's abilities with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it was possible, and added that he had once come across a report about a certain space inside the dungeon. He immediately added that this report wouldn't be published anyway, but as for their work, they would continue to keep an eye on this adventurer. Smiling, the man noted that they would surely have a long-term relationship with this guy. The girl looked at her boss and replied that she thought so too. However, few people knew that Okita might not be as serious as people thought he was, especially after that one incident with the alarm clock, glasses, and breakfast. Our hero has a hard time waking up in the morning. First, he struggles with the alarm clock for 30 minutes. Then he spends a long time looking for his glasses, unable to figure out where he could have put them the night before. But then he caught himself thinking that he no longer wears glasses because his eyesight is the envy of everyone. The young man's routine is exactly the same as everyone else's. For breakfast, he likes to eat toast with coffee and a salad. Sometimes the guy would make himself an omelet, which didn't always turn out perfectly. The adventurer was annoyed with himself for never having managed to flip his omelet perfectly. Sitting at the table, the young man thought that if he had a skill card for flipping omelets, he would be the happiest person in the world. However, most cards, of course, possess immense magical power. That's fine, but Hikaru Okita hadn't properly learned how to use many of his cards. That is precisely why the Awakened Ones so often ventured into the dungeons to practice on monsters. Things didn't always go perfectly, but it helped the young man understand what he needed to improve. Holding the crystal in his hands, our hero was glad that despite a few minor hiccups, he was successfully defeating all the bosses that crossed his path. The young man understood that only through training would he be able to achieve incredible results. And that was actually true, since Hikaru Okita holds the record in many dungeons. Rumors were circulating within Clearwater itself that an employee was involved in some shady dealings. That's exactly why Yuriko told her friend that he needed to check his rank again, but he kept dodging the issue. The girl insisted it can't be that a user of such an amazing card has an F rank. After checking his rank, our hero found out that nothing had changed. Despite this, he was still achieving excellent results. While the guy laughed, Yuriko wondered how this could be, since the young man was clearly much stronger. And while the girl tried to figure out what was wrong with the young man, he had no intention of doing or changing anything. The beauty was smart. Moreover, she was good at various types of data analysis, such as dungeon analysis, for example. Once, when she came to Takasu, she asked in a business-like tone if he had eaten lunch, but the man didn't answer. He was simply surprised that his acquaintance would know such things. Raising her voice, Yuriko said that his skin wasn't glowing at all. These days, men need to pay attention to the condition of their skin. Kiko Iwas, watching all this, didn't understand what was going on with the girl who frightened her with her strange antics. Even though Takasu wasn't particularly attractive, he was still very popular. Girls were constantly asking the employee for his phone number, and the man didn't know the best way to turn them down without hurting anyone's feelings. This employee's popularity had skyrocketed after he was recently featured on a TV show as a handsome officer. Picking up the phone, a colleague said that the host had called Takasu's boss again, and she didn't know what to tell him. The annoyed man said they needed to tell him that they were busy with a very important investigation, so he personally didn't have time for filming right now. The other female employees, realizing that Kiko Iwasa was always by the boss's side, wanted to know if he had a girlfriend. Upon hearing that Takasu didn't have a girlfriend, the women began asking their friend if she wasn't interested in the boss, but she replied that he was somewhat like a girl. Takasu eavesdropped on the conversation, wanting to know what they were saying behind his back. And when he realized that he reminded someone of a girl, he returned to his office and shouted that it wasn't true. However, it wasn't just the man who was popular in his department. Kiko Iwasa was also well-liked, as she was considered talented and caring. Many asked the girl to teach them the skills she possessed. Picking up one of the cards, the employee said she didn't mind, but she would be very strict, and they needed to be prepared for that. But what's interesting is that the girl is also popular among high school boys who ask her to play cards with them. Holding a playing card, Kiko Iwasa said here as well that she had no intention of going easy on anyone and would be as serious as possible. The boss kept an eye on his subordinate, but there were moments that really confused him. For instance, once Takasu asked his subordinate why she was so popular, but only among young people it seemed somehow abnormal. In turn, the girl thought that at that moment, the man reminded her of an old man. At the moment when everyone in the office was talking about Taira's murder, so were his two colleagues. Sitting on a bench, Noguchi declared that Serizawa was the real killer of the adventurer, having heard Hirayama lament that she had always thought our hero was the only one to blame. They realized that the same person had killed both Taira and Nakamura. Realizing that there were too many deaths surrounding the director, the guy suggested that they might be cursed. Suddenly, it seemed to the girl as if she saw Taira standing right in front of her. And while she was saying something, the young man declared that the deceased no longer cared at all about what was happening in their company. And while Kenji Nogeti was pretending not to care, he saw Nakamura and therefore shouted that this simply couldn't be true. Now the girl had relaxed and said that Nakamura was definitely no longer in any danger. A little while later, the adventurers felt as though someone was standing behind them, and at the same time they shouted that it was Serizawa. As they ran away, the company employees shouted that their former boss had surely come after them, since they had done very bad things. The girl declared that the best thing to do was to hide where there were no people at all. Only there could they be safe. Thanks to the fact that Okita can see and hear well, he understands in advance what is happening around him. But that ability is useless in everyday life when you don't know if the store has what you need. Rushing to the supermarket after work, our hero hoped he'd have time to buy some eggs so he could make his favorite omelet in the morning, but it turned out everything was already sold out. A little while later, upon arriving at the laundromat, the young man decided that it would be crowded there too. The man explained that the washing machine was broken, so he couldn't help the young man. Instead, the young man sensed a cat approaching, which was the last thing he needed. But a moment later, Okita Hikaru received a notification that someone was lost. For a split second, the young man thought it might be a small child. But suddenly he saw an old woman walking slowly somewhere. Upon meeting our hero, the old woman explained that she had come here to see her grandson but had gotten a little lost. The young man was pleased that he had helped this woman, who might have had to walk around the city for a long time. Having ended the day with a good deed, the young man decided it was time to go home and get some sleep. The plane was already coming in for a landing, so the pilot announced that the airliner would soon arrive at Tokyo Airport. The flight attendants walking down the aisle asked all passengers to fasten their seatbelts, reminding them that they would be landing very soon. One of the strangers told the girl that they would meet soon. After that, the guy looked at a photo of a blonde woman on his phone. At the same time, the passenger sitting next to him asked the man if it was true that she was his girlfriend, and received an affirmative answer. After a while, the man explained that while he and his wife had been abroad, a new terminal had opened at the airport, and now they were finally flying home to see their daughter. He then asked his neighbor why he was going to Tokyo, wondering if it might be work-related. The young man explained that he hadn't been home in a long time and had a lot to do. A short while later, they were in the airport terminal, saying goodbye as they went their separate ways. The stranger with blue hair thought he had a lot of catching up to do. Meanwhile, our hero, sitting in one of the dungeons, reflected on the fact that not much had changed for him after defeating Serizawa. He still went on dungeon runs just as before. He takes on small dungeons that large groups don't bother with. Moreover, the young man keeps an eye out to make sure that low-rank awakened ones don't lose their lives in any of the dungeons. So in a D-rank dungeon this time, the guy encountered a boss who was a half-human and boasted a B rank. Some adventurers who were also there shouted that they needed to use their skills immediately. The group understood that any delay could cost them their lives, so they tried to act very quickly. Glancing at her companions, the girl shouted that they must not let their guard down. It was crucial to use all their skills to the fullest. The awakened immediately gathered close to one another and began using everything they knew. Hikaru Okita, who was nearby, knew that a group consisting of C and D rankers was fighting in this area. They were well trained and worked excellently as a team. They could defeat this dungeon's boss, but suddenly the boy received a notification that a sudden decrease in magical power had been detected. At that very moment, something began to go wrong with the group. They tried to solve their problems somehow, but nothing worked. What was interesting was that during the battle, one of the adventurers' ranks had somehow decreased. The others watched as, one by one, the awakened fell to the ground unconscious, though the reason remained unknown. Our hero, who had seen a lot, was now trying to figure out why the young men's ranks were decreasing. And again, the system sent a notification that the boss was using his skill. This was dangerous because the strangers were weakened, many unconscious, and consequently, the rest could perish. The boss had no intention of stopping. His entire demeanor made it clear that he would defend his position to the very end. For a while, the young man stared intently at this monster, pondering what to do next. But then he summoned his Azure Samurai, realizing that this was the way to defeat the monster and to do it very quickly. The card's power was at its peak, so the young man knew for certain that the battle would end soon. After a while, the boss turned into a block of ice that could be destroyed without much trouble. When it was all over, Hikaru Okita asked the guys if any of them had been hurt. One of the leaders said they were all fine, but they were curious to know who their savior was. The guy explained that there was no need to worry because he was a free awakened one. But what was more important now was what had happened to the other adventurers. It seemed their rank had dropped unusually right in the middle of the battle. The stranger wanted to say something, but our hero beat him to it, asking if he could examine these people. Looking at the guys, Okita Hikaru decided to himself that the debuff was wearing off. But for some reason, their rank wasn't rushing to return. It was good that the adventurers were in no danger, but it was troubling that some kind of anomalous element had been found in one of the guys' bodies. A moment later, the young man discovered a pill in the adventurer's pocket. Holding the pill in his hands, our hero thought that there was some strange magical power inside this man. Turning to the leader, Okita Hikaru asked what kind of medicine was in the shirt pocket. The flustered adventurer said it was a combat drug. Our hero looked closely at the pill. It seemed as though he had never seen anything like it before. At that time, incredibly interesting things were also happening somewhere in Tokyo. Someone asked if it was true that the next report was coming from the east. After that, they explained that because of the incident with Serizawa, they had lost one of their connections to the political world. Now they were trying to make up for lost ground. Due to the collapse of Clearwater, competition among the awakened had become noticeably fiercer. But in fact, Serizawa's death has had a positive impact on their business. The more competition there is among the awakened, the greater the demand for their products. This is a great opportunity to boost sales of their unique drug, their pills. Okada was asked to work on this, but he set a number of conditions, the most important of which concerned a guy named Okita. The strangers recognized the name. They assumed he was the awakened one from the report. The unknown man said he had read the report carefully, but it seemed to him that much of it was exaggerated, since one person couldn't possibly use several skills at once. This guy is so strong that he can somehow even influence the dungeons. Although everyone understood that this sounded completely illogical, there were no adventurers that strong. The people who didn't want to show their faces just smiled. Someone remarked that it was regrettable that even such individuals couldn't admit their mistakes. This remark was made by a member of the North American branch who did not want to give his name. With surprise in his voice, he said that he still didn't understand why they had chosen Okada. Their youth, equipped with the latest technology, would have definitely handled it better. As for the rest of the team, they were just whispering quietly so that no one would hear them. After a while, the leader pointed to two people and announced that he wanted to introduce them as the pride of the branch. The man shouted for the young men to show their new cards. The guys immediately pulled out their cards, saying they would do whatever they were told. This card was the Shadow Shooter. Many considered it a magnificent skill that would allow them to do incredible things. Once again, the crowd began discussing how these were the new A-rank cards. Everyone had been talking about a type of card specialized for battling other cards. Everyone was silent. Instead, another person greeted Okada, looking at him intently. The detractor also smiled, though he didn't say anything. But the young people spoke up. They asked Okada if it wasn't time for him to retire, adding that spending too much time in the sun was bad for his health. The man saw that the warrior had pointed a gun at him, but as before, he remained silent. At that very moment, the stranger pretended to shoot at Okada, who was firing nearby. However, he stood there silently again, but at that moment, something began to glow in his eyes. After that, the room was flooded with bright light, though no one could understand what had happened. The warrior who was supposed to be on guard also lowered his weapon. At the same time, Okada approached the man who had been mocking him and grabbed him firmly by the throat. The boys didn't understand what was happening. It seemed to them that no one could do what had just happened. However, the villain said that they had misjudged the man he had just dealt with. And once again, people in the hall began saying that they didn't understand who this man was, since he was doing incredible things. Running up to one of her leaders, the girl shouted that this man absolutely had to be cured. As for the others, they praised Okada, realizing that this man had actually achieved a great deal. Meanwhile, the man said he didn't want the crowd to believe every word he said, but he was willing to sell them the drug on one condition. They had to develop a new version of the drug, and they had to do it as quickly as possible. People didn't understand why this was necessary, but their guest explained that he needed the means to defeat Okada. At that moment, Kiko Iwaz was running after a man, telling him he couldn't go any further. Only staff members were allowed in that area. The boss saw that the girl was trying to stop a young man, but he wanted to know more about how he had ended up there in the first place. Turning around, the young man addressed Takasu and noted that it had been a very long time since they'd seen each other. The boss immediately turned to Soma, unable to believe that they had managed to meet, especially in a place like this. After that, the boss explained that standing before them was the bureau's former top employee, Soma Obito, who currently works as a representative for a private company of the Awakened in the US. The flustered employee immediately began apologizing for her mistake, saying she hadn't known those details. Looking at Yuriko's brother, the guest asked if they had managed to get revenge and heard that it had indeed happened. After that, Soma Obito asked his friend if he knew of a drug that had recently appeared on the market, which everyone called the X-pill. Kiko Iwaz immediately read that the full name was X-Ranger. This experimental drug had been registered with the Medical Products Agency quite recently, but there was no detailed information available. On the surface, there's nothing wrong with this drug, but it's a kind of performance-enhancing drug for the magical power of the Awakened. Surprised, Takasu couldn't believe that such pills had already been invented. It was a completely unreasonable move. It turned out that if you took this drug, your rank would increase. For example, a B rank would immediately become an A rank, allowing you to force yourself to use higher-level cards. However, it has severe side effects. The high concentration of magical power derived from the magic stone attacks the Awakened's nervous system, and the first problems will appear after just a few doses. The bureau staff wanted to know who had even come up with the idea of creating such a dangerous substance. A moment later, Soma Obito explained that it was the Nathan Military Industrial Complex. It turned out that this was the largest company producing weapons for the Awakened, and now they had set their sights on Japan, and he had personally returned to prevent the spread of this dangerous drug. At the same time, while in the dungeon, our hero heard that the pill he was holding in his hands immediately increased an Awakened's rank. The team leader realized that the guy standing opposite him was hearing about this for the first time, and therefore wanted to know as much as possible. Hikaru Okita reflected on how the incident with Sarazawa had severely weakened Clearwater's influence. Major firms were in crisis, and now was the best time for low-rank Awakened ones to make a name for themselves. The guys said they'd already heard about Rank F Okita, so they decided it was time for them to take their place too. Looking at these guys, the young man realized that he was now tormented by guilt, even though, on the other hand, he hadn't done anything wrong. After sending the adventurers to the hospital, the young man pondered that he had no idea where these people could have gotten such pills, and so it was high time to turn to Takasu. Perhaps he could help in some way. A short while later, the young man was already walking down the corridor of the Bureau of Awakened Oversight. At that very moment, the system sent a notification that an A-rank Awakened one had been detected nearby, which was very strange, since Takasu was the only such adventurer in this area. Instead, standing nearby was Soma Obito, whom our hero had never met before. He hadn't even heard of him. But the real oddity was that when the man came up close, Okita Hikaru realized that he was in a rank but S rank. After a while, the boy finally found Takasu, who didn't understand why the adventurer was so worried. Finally, the young man asked his older companion who this man with long hair was, someone who had never been seen in this place before. Smiling, the man happily exclaimed that it was Soma who had just arrived. After a brief pause, the director of the Awakened Oversight Bureau explained that this was Soma Obito, with whom they had once worked together and who was also his friend. This man is a great awakened one, and back in those days he didn't get along very well with the director. He was repulsed by the power struggles within the Bureau, and so he left. Right now, this man continues to be an awakened one, but now he works for an American company. The young man wanted to know why this adventurer had come here, but to explain that, he had to tell him everything about the new pills. A moment later, the girl handed over the pills, which were in a small bag. Our hero had heard what Takasu was saying about the drug, but he didn't let him finish, saying that this combat pill was called X. Seeing the boss's surprised look, the guy explained that he had come here specifically to tell them something about these brand new pills, and he immediately added that he had helped a group in the dungeon. They had nearly died because of this drug. The guys used this drug to raise their rank and use stronger cards. Takasu immediately added that Soma had come here to prevent the spread of these pills because they were already starting to sell out quickly in Japan. The side effects of this drug will cripple many people. With the fall of clean water, competition has intensified and the situation is becoming extremely dangerous. In a concerned tone, the chief asked his friend and colleague to help him with an investigation. The young man asked only one question: whether the Oversight Bureau could handle the situation. Takasu said it was possible because the drug was developed by a major company that manufactures weapons for the Awakened the Nathan military-industrial complex. The Nathan complex is the largest weapons manufacturer, opening branches all over the world. The company's total assets exceed $1 trillion, and it supplies not only the U.S. military but also many other armies around the globe. And once again, the bureau chief explained that this company has already taken root within the government and among high-ranking officials. If Nathan finds out about them, the case will be as good as forgotten. Smiling, Okita Hikaru suggested that, just as with Serizawa, this case could not be handled openly. The girl explained that this was indeed the case. If anyone found out about anything, they would simply be barred from acting. But as soon as they find all the necessary evidence, they'll spring into action immediately, which is why they desperately need our hero's help. With a serious tone, the young man declared that he wouldn't refuse, because he couldn't stand by and watch the weak suffer without understanding what they were doing. Takasu thanked his colleague, saying that he shared the same view. He then explained that Soma had said he would also conduct his own investigation. If Okita ran into him, he should simply mention the chief's name, and that person would come to his aid immediately. That evening, the Matsuda building was bustling with activity as people shopped and visited various establishments. At the same time, some guys were reporting to Takano Okada that the installation was complete. The guys asked their boss if a dungeon would really appear in this building again. The man explained that this mechanism was capable of analyzing dungeon data. Although the technology for creating dungeons wasn't fully developed yet, creating one intentionally wasn't all that difficult. This device detects magical power and absorbs it from the surroundings. A few minutes after it's activated, a dungeon will quickly appear here. He then immediately noted that he wanted to tell one more interesting story while they waited. When dungeons first appeared, humanity united to overcome the challenges together. However, what is happening now is that the dungeons have simply become a source of income. Even the awakened, who were supposed to become heroes, have been consumed by heroism. Therefore, they have no choice but to start a revolution through violence. The people living peacefully need to be reminded of their fear of the dungeons. To himself, he thought that he didn't care about Nathan's company. If many dungeons appeared, the awakened would be forced to use the drug EX. This time he would destroy Okita, who would try to interfere, because Okita had hurt his pride. The villains watched the people standing in the doorway for a while. Some of them, in turn, were well known to our hero. They were chatting peacefully about something and had no idea about the criminals' plans. The parents asked their daughter why she hadn't told them that her grandfather's building had become a dungeon, since that was very important. But the girl said there was no point in telling them because her parents would have worried, but they wouldn't have been able to help anyway. Grandpa decided to support his granddaughter and said she was absolutely right, especially since it was all over now. Suddenly, the owner of the building noticed a strange light at the end of the hallway. Juba Matsuda knew there shouldn't be anyone in this wing, so he asked the men what they were doing there. Okada turned to his comrades, noting that now was not the time to get distracted. They had to finish what they had started. But the old man wouldn't let it go. He wanted to know who these strange people were, people who wouldn't even speak to him. But an answer was no longer needed, because a moment later, a bright flash illuminated the entire building. No one could figure out what was happening, so everyone just turned their heads in confusion. The visitors looking around realized that the building already looked somehow different, though they couldn't quite figure out what had changed. And then something happened that no one expected, because monsters appeared in the building. The visitors screamed that this was no longer an ordinary building, but a dungeon from which they must flee immediately. Soma Obito, who by a strange coincidence was also there, thought to himself that something unusual was happening because dungeons hadn't appeared so suddenly before, and certainly not in a place that had already been cleared out. Besides, the adventurer knew that dungeons never just appeared out of nowhere. Something unusual always started happening beforehand, indicating the presence of an anomaly. Suddenly, lightning began striking that very building, the same kind that had appeared when the dungeons first started showing up. Walking down the street, our hero saw what was happening. Moreover, he immediately realized what it meant. The young man knew that at a time like this, there were bound to be people inside the building, so he had to rescue them immediately. The young man ran as fast as he could, thinking up a plan on the fly to resolve the situation. But when Okita Hikaru reached the building, he recognized the place. He had already cleared it out a few months ago. And that's exactly what put the adventurer on his guard, as he realized something was wrong. Upon entering the building, the young man saw a frightened crowd that had no idea what was going on. The young man realized there were a lot of people here, but he wanted to know where the building's owner was. At that very moment, the system sent a notification that monsters had been detected in the basement, not far away. After a while, the young man realized what was going on himself, because standing before him were goblins who were extremely hostile. The adventurer thought to himself that the monster's rank was higher than when he had fought in this dungeon last time. But now Okita Hikaru had become a completely different person. Our hero decided that in this case, it would be best to use a magic bullet which would quickly deal with the monsters. Raising the card, the young man knew for certain that the effect would not be long in coming. The monsters stared intently at the man standing before them, and he in turn shouted that now was the time to start the battle. Immediately, the bullet materialized and began flying toward the goblins. All that was left was to wait for the result. After a while, the system began notifying him that the rank of the magic bullet had been upgraded, which successfully helped him deal with the monsters. Looking at the results of his work, the guy remembered how, at the very beginning, he couldn't fully use this card because he quickly ran out of magical power. Having finished with those monsters, our hero decided that if the enemies ahead were more formidable, then the people trapped in the dungeon were in grave danger. Heading deeper into the dungeon, the young man decided he needed to reach the boss as soon as possible to destroy it and clear out the place, restoring it to its original state. Meanwhile, Soma Obito fought off the monsters he encountered along the way, hoping to at least help the people who didn't know what to do. On the 9th floor of the building, there were far more monsters, so backup was needed. For a while, the Awakening One managed to fend off these creatures, but he realized he wouldn't last long, given that there were so many people in the dungeon. Realizing that the path was clear, the young man directed the visitors where they needed to go to get out. Suddenly, some people approached Soma Obito and noted that they had met on the plane not long ago. However, the man realized that now was not the time for conversation and shouted as he ran away that they would have time to talk later. At the same time, a frightened woman was screaming that their daughter was nowhere to be seen. She had no idea where the girl could have gone. Given the chaos unfolding in the dungeon, anything could have happened, especially since monsters were appearing here and there. After a while, the adventurer shouted that there was no need to worry. He would definitely bring the girl back here. The girl and her grandfather weren't far away. They understood what was happening but didn't know which way to run. Suddenly, Jube Matsuda tripped and fell to the ground, cursing his own clumsiness. Seik, who had already run ahead, now stopped to go back to her relative and help him. But the old man told his granddaughter not to stop, adding that he was fine and would continue on his way soon. At that moment, a monster appeared in the hallway, watching the people closely. The unfortunate people saw that something unusual was happening, so they stopped, unable to do anything. Realizing that the monster was already very close, the girl pressed herself against her grandfather, wanting to at least shield him with her own body. At that very moment, Soma Obito heard a scream and immediately turned to see who was shouting. Seeing the people ahead, the young man immediately realized they were in grave danger. The adventurer immediately called on his assistant, but he doubted whether he would be able to act in time, since the monster was practically right next to the people. At the same time, our hero ordered his samurai to join the battle, where he was a true master. Literally a second passed, and the huge goblin had already begun to raise his hand to grab the poor souls. Suddenly, Soma Obito's eyes widened in surprise. He saw that the young man had acted faster. More than that, he had managed to destroy the dungeon boss in a single blow. The guy heard the system send a notification about the dungeon being cleared. But at that moment, it was more important for him to know how his friends were doing. The girl, upon seeing Okita Hikaru, blushed, though she was glad that he had also come to this place and had done so just in time. The man was also glad to see the young man, so he immediately began thanking and praising him. At the same time, another adventurer, who had been watching everything from the sidelines, was surprised, for standing before him was the very young man Takasu had spoken so much about. Turning his head, Okita Hikaru immediately addressed Soma, noting that he had heard about him from his friend who worked at the bureau. Smiling, the awakened man said that standing before him was the very adventurer who possessed amazing abilities. A few minutes later, the building returned to normal, and so, looking around, people rejoiced that it was all over now. But our hero and his friend weren't exactly thrilled about this, as they saw a man approaching them. The man moved silently down the hallway, but the crowd didn't immediately recognize who he was. Coming closer, Takano Okada slowly stated that he respected Okita. Staring at this criminal in horror, the young man asked how it could be that he was still alive, and thought to himself that his rank had risen even higher. The antagonist continued, saying that just 15 minutes after the dungeon was created, the boss had already been defeated, a record by any measure. Soma Obito immediately picked up on the phrase about creating the dungeon, and so he wanted to know what the villain had done. And again, the man didn't answer the question. Instead, he pointedly declared that he had met such a celebrity. With a smirk, the adventurer explained that he wouldn't fall for Okada's flattery, since he was a terrorist wanted internationally, and wondered which organization he was working for now. Takano Okada replied that this was confidential information, but that it didn't matter at all right now, since he only wanted to seriously fight Okita. To do this, he had to prepare the arena, but the building returned to normal, all because he had defeated all the monsters too quickly. Pulling out his card, our hero shouted that the enemy definitely wouldn't be able to escape because he was alone, while there were two adventurers on the side of good. But the terrorist asked Soma if the awakened S rank knew what would happen next. For a moment, silence hung in the room, and only the villain walked over to the window and looked intently at something. Then suddenly, he told someone that it was time to begin. As before, the villain remained silent, but instead the guys noticed that something strange was starting to happen on the street. Glancing at the terrorist, our heroes began asking each other what those lightning strikes were. Could all these buildings really be turning into dungeons right now? If this really was a mass emergence of dungeons, there had to be some reason for it. At that moment, the city looked terrifying. It seemed as though all the houses would turn into dungeons, and then there would be nothing they could do. For instance, in one of the buildings, the dungeon boss, a high-ranked Dark Minotaur, was already closing in on the people. The same was true of the Dark Basilisk, which was in another dungeon that had until recently been a building. And once again, the awakened ones noted that a great many dungeons had appeared in the city at the same time. Such an anomaly had never occurred before. In an icy tone, Okita Hikaru asked the villain what he had done. Popping a pill into his mouth, the terrorist replied that the young man could see everything anyway. These were artificially created dungeons. The adventurers had never heard of such a thing. They didn't understand how it had happened, but at that moment they noticed the pill their opponent had taken. After that, the system notified the young man that the enemy's rank was now a ++, though it wasn't entirely clear what that meant. And while the young man was wondering how the rank could have risen so much in an instant, Takano Okada said that 108 dungeons had just been generated. Soma couldn't believe his ears. He didn't understand how such a thing was possible, hoping that this criminal was simply bluffing. But the villain said that more and more of this kind of equipment would become available in the future, and that the country's system would collapse as soon as dungeons began appearing everywhere. Hikaru Okita was furious, and so, raising his voice, he demanded to know why the enemy needed all of this. The man took his time answering, but then explained that he needed all of this for the sake of equality. All they need is a world where absolutely everyone is equal. In their society, only a small elite reaps all the profits in extremely unequal society, and large companies dominate dungeon clearing, while low-ranking awakened don't even have a chance to raise their level. But if there are enough dungeons, every awakened will have a chance to prove themselves. Moreover, Drug X also comes into play. With this drug, even low-ranking people will be able to compete with high levels in equal society, where it doesn't matter who you were born to, where you grew up, or whether you work for a major corporation or not. A world where money decides everything could change right now. This world will be one where talented young men, like our hero, can spread their wings. To himself, the boy thought that sacrificing a large number of people for such a goal was simply madness. Turning his head, Okita Hikaru shouted that the generator was still running, which meant the dungeon would reappear in this building. Upon hearing this, the villain concluded that the young man must indeed possess some unique ability, since he was able to sense such a thing. Jube Matsuda was angry, and so he wanted to know why the criminal liked his building so much. And moving forward, he admitted that he had seen these people working with some small, strange device. Lifting his fist, the antagonist declared that he wouldn't let anyone get away that easily. At that very moment, everyone present turned their attention to the thread-like bomb they had seen earlier. Grabbing his gun, Soma Obito shouted at the old man to lie down. Seeing the bomb about to explode, the young man realized he had to act very quickly. The adventurer destroyed the device with a single shot, realizing that the situation could have spiraled completely out of control. Okita Hikaru saw what had happened and thought to himself with delight that it was immediately obvious that an S rank had been at work. Suddenly, Sake appeared in the doorway and shouted that she had accidentally broken some strange device. Smiling at his acquaintance, the young man noted that it was excellent work. Holding his card, the villain thought that fighting two adventurers at the same time would be very difficult. Despite this, he immediately summoned his warrior, though he didn't yet know whether he was going to do anything or not. Then he shouted that if the guys wanted to stop this, they would have to defeat him, but he wouldn't go down as easily as it might seem. At that moment, the villain looked like he never had before. It seemed he possessed so much strength that defeating him would be impossible. But a moment later, something happened that no one expected, because the criminal jumped out of the building's window, even though he was on the 10th floor. The young man declared aloud that they could certainly catch this Okada, but that wouldn't stop the creation of dungeons if the buildings contained such devices, which they had destroyed. Turning to Soma, the young man asked for his help to successfully resolve this matter. He said he had to defeat the villain before the weak became victims, and therefore it was necessary to turn to Takasu and start working with him to take full control of the situation. Okita Hikaru understood that he couldn't do it without help. The last time he tried to do everything on his own, he lost his friend, and so he wouldn't let that happen again. After that, he shouted that he desperately needed the adventurer's strength. The Awakened One said that this was the first time anyone had wanted to use him, even though he was S rank. He immediately declared that he would use all his connections to stop the criminal. That is exactly why our hero must defeat the villain. Without that, everything will be in vain. The boy smiled, saying that he would definitely win this battle so that no one else would get hurt. Suddenly, Matsuda shouted that he didn't understand what the boy, who was staring intently out the window, was planning to do. And while the old man was shouting, Okita Hikaru was already leaping from the 10th floor, knowing he couldn't hesitate. The young man's speed was so great that in an instant his outline was no longer visible in the night mist. The elderly man, watching all this, said that it was all astonishing. He had never seen anything like it. After dialing Takasu's number, Soma stated that he wanted to pass on an order from his former boss. The man was to gather as many awakened as possible. As he walked down the street, the young man wondered where Okada might be at that moment. He needed to catch him as quickly as possible. However, a moment later, the young man noticed a large number of monsters, suspecting that they must have escaped from the dungeons. The young man stopped, horrified by what he saw, realizing that the entire city was turning into a dungeon. And in the distance, an abnormal amount of magical power was gathering. If this wasn't stopped, the entire city would turn into a dungeon. The young man shouted that he didn't have time to waste dealing with the monsters that crossed his path. That's exactly why our hero immediately called on the samurai for help, who was supposed to deal with the enemies very quickly. After dealing with the monsters, the young man ran on as fast as he had ever run before. After a while, the adventurer arrived at the city stadium, watching as a huge amount of magic gathered there. Standing at the entrance, the young man tried to make sense of it all, but it seemed to him that something inexplicable was happening. Looking around, Okita Hikaru tried to figure out what kind of equipment he was seeing. No answer came, but the light from an object resembling a processor grew brighter and brighter. Hearing the system send a notification that an awakened S rank or higher was approaching, the young man was stunned. He couldn't understand how anyone could be stronger than the highest rank. In the distance, the boy saw a figure who was in no hurry to do or say anything. And while at first our hero didn't recognize who was standing before him, after taking a closer look, he realized with horror that it was Okada. The villain was staring intently at the young man, and at that very moment, the system sent a new notification stating that this person's rank was SSS.